Morning, ladies and gentlemen. We can start. Those of you who didn't have their badges, don't worry, you can take them later on in the coffee break. Okay, let's roll with the video.
Of the cloud is it gives this great colony of infrastructure that can be utilized for good and for bad, and it basically gives supercomputing resources to hacker crews around the world if they utilize it for attacks.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can start. We're a couple of minutes late, but nevertheless. My name is Reinis Zitmanis, and I welcome you to the conference. I will be the moderator of today's event, and I will also be present in the session number 1 here in this hall. The conference is held for the 6th year. This is the 6th year in a row. And the Telecommunications Union actually acknowledged the conference with the World Summit of Information Society acknowledgement. So this is becoming really a big event here in Riga, Latvia. And first thing I want to mention to you is that if you already registered, you have your feedback form. And this is not just a typical feedback form which you have on one A4 paper printed in black and white. This is really very detailed, and this is very important to us so we can enhance this experience for the next years to come. Now, this conference, of course, mostly is actually about you. You are the supermans of the new century. You are the heroes. And this makes sense in some way. I mean, you are the guys protecting people, protecting innocent people, saving the world, protecting information, companies, organizations, infrastructures. Yes, in that sense, you are superheroes. But nevertheless, I just spoke with one of you, and he said, wait, Reinis, there is no Superman thing. There is no one mystical, magical formula. It's all about processes. It's all about things like risk management, securing your infrastructure, building this digital fortress we are going to talk about today. This conference is mostly about trends, and you will have unique possibility to speak with the people downstairs where the expo hall is, ask them questions, and get the information from the first hands. But since we are a little late, we should start. So I give the floor to Jānis Garasons, State Secretary, Ministry of Defense of Latvia. Please give a warm round of applause so we can warm up the conference.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's a great honor to be here and open this conference. And I have to say, this first presentation actually gave me a little bit relief because I felt a little bit difficult address such this audience and start to give you also defense perspective, because I represent Ministry of Defense, who in Latvia actually supervise and chair cyber defense issues and cybersecurity issues, not only in the military sector, but also in civilian sector. And then, of course, I was very happy to hear that you're talking about cyber fortress, because we talk on everyday life, not so much about cyber fortress, but we, of course, talk about different military fortresses. But I think what is interesting, and I will give you short, a broader view of current security, and of course I then will touch also our perspective on cybersecurity, where we stand right now. And I think where the general trends are actually going in security as such, and we've seen it in Ukraine and now in other different areas, the trend of non-attribution and trend of ambiguity. States don't want to actually attribute their actions to themselves, and they want to use different means to actually deceive their actions in different manner. And of course, if it comes to deception and non-attribution of ordinary conventional forces, as we've seen in Ukraine, I don't think it will be a problem here in Latvia. You don't, even if you take off your insignia and send your forces over the borders, which actually is very disgraceful and is honoring act towards your armed forces, because to fight is every honor of every armed force, and armed forces have to fight under their insignia and under their flags. But it will not be a problem, because it doesn't matter whether you have insignia or you don't have insignia. If you cross borders, anyway you commit act of war. It's completely different when it comes to cyber issues. And I think everybody aware of risks, and this I think most important also that military planners have been aware of this issue, and many current war theorists actually already identified cyber domain as a fifth domain in warfighting, besides land, sea, air, and navy and space. And why it's important? Because, as I said, it opens new room for ambiguity. And if normal relations between states or among states actually being divided based on being defined by fear or deterrence to be attributed, then cyber actions actually add more ambiguity and more non-attribution. You basically don't know not only who attacks you, but even if you know, it's very difficult to attribute. And this actually opens very new room for maneuver, and it's actually very dangerous room for when it comes to relation between states. And of course, it's nothing new, because already the first military theorist, Chinese General Sun Tzu, who lived 500 years before Christ, he actually said that for one to win 100 victories in 100 battles is not the acme of skill. To subdue the enemy without fighting is acme of skills. Actually, what he already talked about 500 years before Christ, he talked about how to actually subvert or win victory, win enemy without fighting. And it actually area of cybersecurity comes into play, because as I said, it's something between diplomacy, sanctions, and something between actually another end of military. Of course, we have to deal with that and think about attribution. We have to think of our cybersecurity, and of course, in all those issues, we have three main players. One is the government, which I represent here. Another is private sector. You are mainly who represent this player, and of course we have also users, who probably is the weakest link and most vulnerable link in all of this construction. And we have to think about what we do and what are our strategies towards those users who actually are most vulnerable. And we have to think how to help them navigate in this network. When it comes to government, shortly, as I mentioned, took over responsibility over cyber security in the country in 2014, I think we've been able to achieve already many things since then. We've been trying to set up standards, regulations, and most recently we adopted governmental minimal requirements for governmental and municipality systems. You might be surprised, of course, that we're talking about that, but there's a lot of systems actually who don't have any protections, and this regulation actually will impose obligatory requirements for governmental and municipal IT systems what have to be implemented. And I think actually this would be also a good start for some of non-IT sectors to look on those minimum requirements in private sector and to implement those as well. What we are looking also is responsibility for our services and products. We are willing to test and approve the concept of responsibility as well as encouragement, so-called white hackers. We are looking how to introduce in the governmental system so-called responsible disclosure policy. Basically, it means that we accept white hacking if it's reported, and I think it's a win-win situation. It will give us possibility to improve our systems if it's and it's, I think, a mutual benefit for both sides. We also have to probably look how we can cooperate with private sector more, and one of issues where we will look in the closest time how to strengthen cybersecurity, and I think one of the issues is probably how to use more our national well-designed electronic identity cards and digital signatures more widely, and probably to introduce more one system in the government and use it as safer authentication and digital signing. In general, finishing this government part, I think we've been able to set not only the standards but also awareness in the government. We had a number of exercises on the highest governmental level raising the cyber issue because I think awareness is the biggest issue, not only regulations, but people have to aware and have to aware of the problems. We also established national cyber national guards, where I think it's also a good example of public-private partnership, because we use IT experts from private sector, and we give them education as a part of National Guard education, and we can use them during the crisis situation. And we are thinking right now also establishing cyber training in Youth Guard, basically adding also cyber issues to our youngsters training in Youth Guard movement. And most recent events in few weeks' time, we will open also military information technology security incident response team, which will deal purely with the military sector, also called MILCERT. On private sector, I think we have to think, and I'm now talking more about those companies that are non-IT sector or who are more service users, not providers. We have to probably also think more about awareness, because what we've seen so far, the statistics actually is not very encouraging. At least in Latvia, those 50% of incidents what been reported on networks actually also find for the second and the third time in the same systems. It means that those private companies either don't care about the IT security, or they don't have sufficient resources and knowledge to actually fix the problem and deal with the problem. And therefore, I think the awareness is probably the one of big issues. It's also important to understand that IT is not only about security, it's not only about technical data in private sector. You can release and you can disclose a lot of information, and not only your information, but also information which actually are related to the third persons and personal data and things like that. Therefore, once more, awareness, I think, is very important. And I think what's also important, and probably you have to discuss at this conference, how to not compete. I understand that, of course, everything based on competition in the private sector, but how to compete on the expense of the security. Because what we've seen on numerous occasions, that sometimes security is only one component in companies' experience, and they don't, because of competition, companies don't care so much about security, but it should not be the case. And of course, what we have to think also, I think, and for the future, and start discussion how whether everything when it comes to cyber issues are purely based on competition and commercial base, because what we've seen so far those trends, and we have to discuss whether how to secure and how to ensure functions, critical functions of the sectors and some of the industries. If something happens, if we are under big attack, or if let's say some of our communication links are cut and we have to deal in more isolating way. Therefore, I think this is a discussion what we will be facing in the future. And of course, the last, as I said, the weakest player in this game, if I may say so, is user. And of course, I think our challenge is how to help user to understand the problem, because they will not be able to deal with all these complexities. What we did on our part, together with Estonian Ministry of Defense, we had a joint project, and we launched a cyber hygiene initiative. Basically, we produced a training program for personnel, and this quite in this short time it will be introduced as a basic training program for Ministries of Defense and Armed Forces, basic security training of the personnel. And of course, our ambition to introduce that program into whole government system. But as I said, of course, the big issue is users in private sector and other users, where we, of course, don't have skills to directly impose anything. And the issue is how we can improve security of the space. That is my final remarks, and I want to wish you all the best and productive work during your conference, and hope you will come up with new solutions. Thank you very much.
Okay, let us thank Jānis. Jānis, 1 second. Here's a little thank you from the organizers of the conference. Thank you very much. No, it's not IT. It's not always IT. Now we have a vision on what are the trends on the national level. And we sure trust that on national level, the army will be here to protect us and so on, that they are acting on our interests, on our interests as citizens, etc. Users not always trust that their data is being handled properly, that, you know, the privacy issues and so. So let us have an even broader issue on these things that happen today. So the global cybersecurity agenda, privacy and trust. Let us welcome Professor Tim Unwin, UNESCO Chair in ICT4D, a professor and even honorary professor. Please welcome on the stage. A warm applause, please.
How do we get it up?
Right, okay. So your presentation must be somewhere here. Okay, do you see it? Right.
And this is the clicker, yeah?
Yep.
This works?
Let's try it.
Okay, it's great to be here. I'm sorry I'm speaking in English, which means that I will probably speak far too quickly and you won't be able to understand anything I'm saying. But it's always great to be in the Baltics. As you'll see in the pictures in a moment, it's some 10 to 15 years since my last visits. What I want to try and do is actually build very much on the previous speech and to broaden it out a little bit to think of 3 key challenges and 3 interesting messages. Okay, let's going this way. So some of you will recognize, how many people here are from Latvia? Most of you, I guess. So you'll recognize the Daugava up in a little bit of further inland from where we are today. And you may remember, those of you who are young enough, the new banknotes were introduced shortly after '91. And this was the last time I was here, exploring the importance of rural identity to Latvian culture. Now, in the last couple of years, you've been subsumed within the euro, and I'm wondering what the symbolism of that changes tells us a little bit about cybersecurity. Because when I was looking through the diners, for those of you who are not from Latvia, you may know that these are the folklore poetry that lies at the heart of much Latvian culture. And trying to find something about cybersecurity, that was actually hugely difficult, because about the only thing about security was to look after your farm from marauding people who would want to take your crops. So trying to get an introduction as to why we have this important gathering here in Latvia was quite difficult, until last night when I went into Riga and of course saw Roland was there, and we have security, and we've heard of the importance of the Defense Ministry. But for today's theme, some of you will now see where this is going, because those of you who know Roland will know if you go behind Roland, you have the House of the Brotherhood of Blackheads and St. Maurice. And I actually think St. Maurice is probably darker faced than he was in reality, because he came from Egypt. But this is the connection I want to make. I think we're all white in this room. We're largely male, which we need to do something about, guys. You know, we need to have some gender equality in this. We have a huge amount to learn on these issues from our sisters. But the theme is there is such expertise gathered in this room. It's critically important that that expertise is used to share globally. And I'll try and explain why and what we might do about it. So the themes I want to run through today really thinking a bit about the challenge of is anything secure? A global context. I've been working for the last 10 years in Commonwealth countries, the last 4 years as Secretary General of an organization called the Commonwealth Telecommunications Organization, which is like the ITU, but for just the 53 countries of the Commonwealth. And then, amazingly, building on what we've just heard, talking about how we involve the public, and that's more broad than just users. Talking more about the dark side, and talking about the importance of training and institutional support. And hopefully the themes I touch on. I was briefed very well by Andris. I couldn't get everything in. You're not going to hear much about the cloud, so I'll just mention it here to say I've mentioned it. But it will touch on many of the themes that we're going to be talking about later today. But I have 3 key messages, and you can go to sleep after the next 3 slides because you'll know everything I'm trying to say. But the first is, I think it's increasingly important for citizens and states to work together to develop culturally relevant, question mark over universal, strategies and policies that can ensure safe and innovative use of ICTs in the interests of everyone. And I hope as I talk you'll see why I prefer to use the word citizens rather than users. First message. Second, and this is a real challenge, thing I struggle with almost on a daily basis, certainly on a daily basis for the last 2 weeks when I was thinking about this talk. Are we entering a world in which it's going to be possible for hardware and software to be so secure that nothing can be hacked? I think probably we're on this cusp, and you talk to different people, and what are the implications of that and for whom? So I'm going to drill down into that in a little bit. And then the third message is we have to have better public understanding and professional competence across the world. You're talking about developing it here, but across the world. You've got it really good here compared with almost every country in which I have worked. And we have to support training of government officials and citizens in the world's poorest countries. So those are the themes I'm going to delve into over the next half hour. And hopefully, at the end, you'll go away with a commitment to do something different. So, I think we're living in an increasingly insecure world. Politically, digitally. And I have problems with some of the terminology around this. I mean, if any of you have read my blog, and since I've been in Latvia, 4 times people have tried to hack my blog, which is quite scary since I think in the last year nobody's tried to hack it, so I'm not quite sure what this says. But cyber is in origin nothing to do with digital. And I think it's a dangerous catch-all term that's been taken to subsume a whole range of things. And in our everyday language, we need to be much more specific about the words we use. Because cyber actually, as I'm sure you all know, comes from the Greek cybernetics, which is the steering oar of a ship. And if we use it only for digital, as has come to be over the last 20, 30 years, we miss a whole load of the significance of that word, but also it's a kind of catch-all word that people use without meaning being clarified. And if we're going to work in this space, we have to clarify. And in that sense, I think it's quite useful to explore some of the different classifications of cybersecurity. I quite like Misha Glenny's threefold and other people's, but there is cybercrime, criminal activity. There's industrial espionage. And there is warfare. All of them matter. All of them are important. I suggest that all of them may be becoming increasingly insecure. There are other classifications that can be used, but I will use that one as I go through what I need to say. And also, as was touched on in one of the later opening addresses, so I'm not going to say more about this, but I think it's essential that we begin to move from these notions of security to notions of resilience. If we have a world that is increasingly insecure, We are all going to be hacked at some time. So how do we respond to that? And what are the ways we respond? Resilience. So I would much prefer to be talking about resilience of critical infrastructure, resilience of digital systems, whatever it is, moving away from cyber security. That's not going to happen because it's such a popular word, but I've just put that up there. Think about. And there is so much recent evidence. I could every day in our newspapers we would pick it up. But I hear London clinic leaks HIV status of patients. And on that, just recently, a few months ago, or a year ago actually, I was in hospital, and I suddenly got about 3 months ago an email from the Czech Republic, in some way relating to that visit. And I thought this was strange. I didn't open it. I checked it out. And of course, it was spam. The hospital system had been hacked. But to make matters worse, the administration of that hospital then wrote to everybody who had been hacked, but didn't write to them individually or blind copied. It was just to all the names of the people. So I knew the names and email addresses of everybody else who had been in hospital for the same treatment that I had. That's scary. That's scary, but it emphasizes a point I'm going to come back to, that it is, of course, humans who are usually the weakest link. I think we all know about Ashley Madison being hacked. I won't ask how many people in this room are worried about it. I will move straight on and think perhaps more importantly about critical infrastructure. If you don't know the recent Chatham House report on civil nuclear facilities, it's worth reading. And just thinking of the news yesterday in Britain, the President Xi of China visiting, and of course is going to be very closely involved in building our next generation of nuclear power stations. And there's an economic argument for that, but some people are deeply scared that the security risks of that are going to be high. So, and we could use countless other examples, but I hope you will accept that despite all the attention on cybersecurity, we are as vulnerable as ever, if not more so. So have we failed as professionals? Is it our responsibility in this room? Could we have done more? Are we deliberately undermining security so we can get good business in trying to prevent it? And I think it is quite remarkable that we are so insecure. And it's worth thinking about why. And I've touched on human error, the examples I've given, often being the root cause. So I hear many people saying we should eliminate humans. That would work. We'd solve. And maybe we should just have machines doing it all, machines talking. But are we not already almost all becoming cyborgs? This is an amazing audience. You're not all on your digital. You're not all being controlled by your digital devices while you're sitting there, making you go onto email. Think of those people in offices who, when they get in the morning, their machines get them to log into them. How many of you wear wearables? That could easily be a chip under your skin. So, we are moving into that world of cyborgs. That's another lecture, but I just wanted to get thinking. So in cybersecurity, maybe we should get rid of that human element altogether. What are the implications, though, of that in terms of losing our humanity? And I think that touches also on some of the very different interests that underlie this work we're doing. Many of you, looking around the exhibition just before we started, are in cybersecurity protection. You know there are risks out there. You want to make money by trying to deal with those risks once they've happened. There is, of course, a different group of people who are simply trying to minimize those risks. And again, in many of the events that we've hosted in this space, it's been quite fun bringing the two different sides together and getting them to tease out the issues. There's not perhaps as much common ground as I would like to think, but making the systems resilient. So it doesn't actually matter if you're hacked. And so again, coming back to a theme that others will explore in more depth, moving from some of these security concerns to recovery systems, particularly to deal with critical infrastructure. So let me just move from those introductory concerns about insecurity and security to my second theme of focusing on a global context, and in a sense, working in the 53 countries. And you'll see this was the Commonwealth ICT Ministers Conference that we convened, and often find it deeply scary that in that room, I'm the only white person. In this room, there are no people from Africa or Asia. Perhaps the fundamental point as to why you have to do something, and I'll come back to it, is something we all know but rarely think about, is that the most connected, least protected places in the planet are the most vulnerable. And I work in states such as Sierra Leone here, recently connected, small island states in the Pacific or the Caribbean, poor Central African countries. And I'll say a little bit more about that. But these are the places. I'm amazed that there are far fewer attacks yet from some of these countries. If you look at the introduction of the submarine cables around Africa, don't worry about the detail, but in the last 10 years, rapid expansion, bringing these people, these countries, onto the internet, and all the positive, wonderful things that that has. But most of them do not have any protection. One of the countries I work in, they were so poor that because the person in charge of cybersecurity, her husband was working in another poor African country, and that other poor African country was selling off their old hardware, she was trying to get hold of that old hardware to put in to her country. Now, if we're concerned about global access to doing nasty things, that is deeply worrying. And this hardware isn't particularly expensive. Even if you've got the hardware, there aren't the technical skills, the capacity there. This threatens the fortress of the Baltic as much as it does their own country. So these, very quickly, the countries where I work. One of the great things about the Commonwealth has been that we have representation in all of the continents of the world, rich countries, the poorest countries in the world, big countries, small island states. So my question for you, for when you leave this keynote, when you leave this wonderful building and lovely conference center this evening, how can European and especially Baltic countries help in this global context? And I quite liked, as I came in this morning, Latvia, I like to think, is about IT that cares. So if you care about these issues, it's important that perhaps you devote some of your time to trying to resolve the challenges in the poorer countries of the world. So, the first of my three key questions. And it's wonderful that it had a nice lead-in from the previous presentation from the Minister. I believe it's absolutely essential that we involve the public much, much more in these discussions. It is about citizens and states as much as it is about companies and a market and users. And I think there has been a fundamental failing of states to trust their citizens in having that open dialogue, because we're not going to reach agreement about issues around security and privacy if that dialogue doesn't take place. And so it is in part about trust. I don't think there are many people in this room when Snowden made his revelations that didn't actually already know that was going on. That wasn't Snowden's key contribution. It was actually to make the ignorant public aware of some of the things that were happening. He drew attention to what states were doing to their citizens. But again, I think everyone in this room knows that the private sector is doing much more to its users than the state's doing to its citizens. The states, after all, have to get information from the private sector, from the telecom operators, to do what much of they do. And yet we're not concerned about the abuse or use by global corporations of private data as we are of how states use that data. And of course, many global corporations are much more powerful than states. So there are very interesting and difficult challenges. I'm not going to try and answer all of these questions. I just want to raise them at the start of this conference for you to be thinking about. And I come back here to the importance of different domains of interest. Interstate warfare. Maybe the private sector should be dealing with that. Companies stealing, using data and intellectual property. And for individuals, it comes back to this privacy and security agenda. And I think in my work, particularly in Africa, but also in other countries, I've reached this a very simple conclusion. I think the fact the minister was here, he probably trusts the Latvian people. The fact that a Latvian people here presumably assumes they quite trust the government. I think in my country, there has been something of a failure of trust. In Canada, where the recent election was, there was a complete failure of trust in the government. But by and large, in Europe, we trust our governments to do right things. And yet, where people don't trust states, again, many of the countries in which I work, they trust the companies. So this balance is, again, quite an interesting one that one can explore further. So what about privacy and security? Again, very often in conferences and debates, they're seen as different issues. I won't read all of that, but I'll just go back 15 years ago, pointing out that there was confusion about security and privacy, claiming that privacy is a basic human right. I don't agree with that. But many institutions see it as important. Privacy is also being good business. Hey, many of you in this room treat it as good business. But here it's suggesting that privacy is about informational self-determination, the ability to decide what information about you goes where, whereas security offers the ability to be confident that those decisions are respected. So although privacy and security are distinct, I believe they're much more closely related than many people would give credit for. And there are a number of different views, actually, about what privacy is. So again, keep that plurality in mind. I think the general view about privacy is that it's some kind of good that we're willing to give up for some benefit. I won't ask how many of us are on Facebook or use any of Google's software. But we give up something to Facebook and Google. We don't read all of the agreements. It is quite staggering how much those companies use that data and sell it to other companies. We give up because we think we get a benefit. I like to joke that actually the benefit they get is much higher than the benefit we get. So Google should pay everyone who has a Gmail account for using the Gmail account, because that's, after all, where they make their money. And in the relationship with states and citizens, an external argument has to be used to permit this. And so the expansion of digital terrorism means that states can now create digital fortresses. I'm not saying much about digital fortresses. I actually think it's a problematic idea, but other colleagues are going to be talking about it later. A completely diametrically opposed view, using a different category of language and ideas, is Friedman's argument that privacy is actually a means through which we have power over our own lives. That we have power over our own lives. How much power actually do we have over our own lives in an increasingly digital world? Much less. How many completely different digital identities do you each keep? And how many SIM cards do you carry in your pocket? Do you still have a mobile phone that you can't take the battery out of, so you can't be tracked even when it's off? I won't tell you quite how many SIM cards and identities I have, but it is definitely a figure larger than one. The point here is, going back to what I said before, if states cannot be trusted to be good, what do you do? And there are many people who do not even believe that our relatively peaceful states are good and who want to undermine it, and I'll get onto that in a minute. The point is that states have much, much more power than individuals. Yes, tanks and Kalashnikovs and jeeps were cheap in the Baltic in 1991, so I expect some of you do actually have an old tank in your back garden. But those of us in Europe couldn't purchase them and bring them over to Europe. That might have been problematic. We don't have the military might of any state, even a small state. And so Friedman has argued, and I like this quotation, reducing government's ability to do bad things to us at the cost of limiting its ability to protect us from bad things done to us by ourselves or by other people may not be such a bad deal. It's like when I travel so much and I'm utterly fed up with going through airport security, particularly since I've had a hip replacement, so I set the machines off wherever I go, so it takes forever. I'm actually at the point where I'm willing to take a risk of having no airport security and just fly. I wonder what the probability would be that I wouldn't make it. Very, very low. So, I think there is, to draw this section to an end, significant need for states to build trust with citizens over digital security. In most West European, North American countries, this is a hot debate, and I don't think citizens trust their states. And it's fascinating. Why are states unwilling to have an open discussion about this? If there had been open discussion about security prior to Snowden, Snowden would have been pointless. There has to be an engagement. In Baltic countries, in your own countries, how much engage... Is everyone all right? No. Do you want me to go on or stop? I think we need a doctor. Are you okay at the back?
Yeah,
Okay,
I think we can go on.
We'll carry on. Sorry about that slight interruption. But I think we need for a much more engaged public debate. And there are actually ways of doing that digitally as well. I don't know how many of you are familiar with AppGree, an app that enables questions to be identified that have common interests and then discussions. And we need to weigh up the threats and the potential solutions. Governments need to be much more open. Citizens need to be engaged and trusting as well. Underlying this, to me, one of the key things that doesn't happen in all the world is the importance of having an independent legal system in place upon which resort can come to. But a challenge in doing that globally is, are there universals? Most people assume there are. I tend to think that people who assume there are universals just want to impose their universal on other people. But privacy is something that's actually very culturally defined. In Europe, we have a broadly agreeable view of privacy, although which of Etzioni or Friedman's views do you take? But a dear friend from Pakistan pointed out to me not so long ago that poor people have often had no privacy at all. They're brought up living 11 to a room. Many of the poor people spend their lives on the streets. They have nowhere to call their own, apart from the privacy of their own body, and all too often that is abused as well. So notions of privacy in parts of South Asia or in parts of Polynesia where people live completely communally, there aren't any private areas, are very, very different. Are we right to be trying to impose our view of privacy on the world? And all of this can be summed up in the critical importance of much greater citizen, not user, citizen understanding. And again, that links in nicely with what we've just heard in the previous presentation. Let me move to the second theme, and I'll plan to finish soon after 10, so we've caught up a bit on time. I have to be very careful when I talk on this subject because it raises interesting questions about some of the things I do. But I've become increasingly fascinated with however one wants to define the dark side. And the more I've become fascinated with it, the darker I've seen it become. And I am amazed how little... I don't think I've been to a main ITU event or a CTO event or very, very few of the international conferences I attend have ever discussed the dark side of the net publicly, openly. And if we don't, again, that's not going to help us engage in that public debate. There's uncertainty over its size. There probably always will be because it is meant to be dark. But recent publications give the figures there. Some 30,000 unique hidden services on Tor make up about 3.4% of the total. In part, of course, the expansion of whatever it is we call the dark side, the dark net, the dark web, and they mean different things. In part, that is a response to privacy issues. It's a desire to use the technology to remain more private. But also, and again, choosing my words very carefully, it's a place, a space, to conduct different kinds of activity. Kinds of activity that users don't necessarily think is wrong, but others would classify as wrong. So, illegal commerce. But yeah, how do you define that? What is right? What is wrong? There are no universals. And political disruption. And I know many of you know much more about this than I do, but the ongoing level of potential political disruption at a very deep level is quite extraordinary. the number of people out there who really want to undermine everything about our social, economic, and political systems. And what worries me about some of those groups is the extent to which, to put it simply, poor people don't matter. It's the creation of elite privilege, a new kind of world. But let's never forget that one person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter. It is often said that the biggest terrorist organization in the world is the US government. So how do we see these differing views of the world? To me, we have to resolve this by coming back to a much more open, much more transparent debate about culture, about citizens and states. And I go through these very quickly, but just to show the terminological chaos, I quite liked Deku Shrub's overview of some of the definitions. If we had longer, we could go through that. We're sure we're familiar with the various different analogies of the iceberg. I quite like this one from McAfee, that you can turn a computer on, yay. You must be really bored to get to the next stage. I hope you're not really bored now. Not too many of you are doing your emails. Hopefully some of you are tweeting. And at the bottom, you either use a proxy or say hi to the FBI. And again, looking at the levels of usage, it all makes the Silk Road look quite tame. And we need to look at the offspring of Silk Road and see some of the things that are happening there to get interested. But the reason for raising this is that I want to ask that question. It'd be really interesting if we have time for a few questions and comments afterwards. Are we reaching a point where things are going to be unhackable? Is the Turing phone really real? Are we going to be there? And certainly through talking with some intelligence services in the world, they are very afraid that we're at a point where they're not going to be able to access information from terrorist systems. And the English newspaper, The Guardian here, but I think it's both technically and politically. Because the public doesn't trust the state anymore, it's much more politically difficult. I guess, and again, someone will correct me with things, I guess there are more people out there trying to do nasty things to states than there are people in state organizations that are trying to protect those states in this space. That scares me. I used to be an absolute advocate of intelligence. But let's go. So is hacking becoming more powerful? And I use it, Enigma. That's an Enigma machine from the Second World War, and we know that was hacked. We can look at, I think, there's a session on quantum cryptography. I think that will be really interesting. But it is conceptually possible, and some people would say it already is possible, to actually make a system completely unhackable. It worries me that this information, this methodology, is going to be available only to the rich. What about the poor, the marginalized, the people actually who probably need it most? And that gets us back to thinking about what is the role of states in protecting citizens, old ideas of social contract theory, that citizens give up some of their rights to the state in order for protection. And it's very, very different. I don't know how many of you remember David Brin's arguments at the end of the 1990s that ICTs would enable us to have a fully transparent society. Are we moving to a much, much more hidden society? Are we already there? So how dark is dark? I'm sure everyone in the room knows some of the deeply unpleasant things are happening. I was just about to say that I used to be an ardent advocate of privacy. I used to argue that states really should not engage. The more I've got to know, the more I'm absolutely certain that states or somebody has a role, and I prefer to trust states, partly for the legal reasons, than I prefer to trust companies. But how do we deal with some of this stuff? How do we deal with social and sexual material? Most of which is hidden. It's not the tip of the iceberg that people like the Internet Watch Foundation go is the visible on the internet. I've been doing some work on human trafficking and slavery, and political revolution. Those who really do want to bring the economy, politics, and society of my own country, I'm sure others as well, and attempted destruction of critical infrastructure. And again, coming back to this point that we have to think about not only technical solutions to resilience, but also social. What happens, what are the social and cultural implications when one of these issues happens, and it will happen, it does happen regularly. Not yet a hacking into a nuclear power station and making it blow up, but that's the kind of level of debate that's ongoing in my own country as I speak. My final theme is on training and institutional support. And the argument is simple. With all this going on, we need to train governments and we need to make citizens more aware. All stakeholders have to be involved. And again, it was nice that my presentation coincides with the previous one. We must have governments, we must have citizens, and we must have the private sector and civil society organizations. It is extraordinary, given that humans are the frailest link, that there are not more public awareness campaigns. This issue is critical. You all have roles to play in it. There needs to be that transparent discussion. Whether we can have it globally or not is a matter for interesting discussion and debate. Nations, regions, though, do need to have clear and comprehensive strategies. They need, as my earlier example from an African country said, they need support for the purchase of the basic hardware and making it up to date. And government officials need training. But it was also touched on earlier. How many companies are so unprotected? Yes, there's good business out there. There's a massive good business out there beyond the Baltics. How many people here were at The Hague earlier this year in April? One or two. Was it totally irrelevant? No, I won't ask that question. But this launched the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. It's the sequence on from a series of conferences starting in London. And its objective was to share experience, lots of good rhetoric. But almost nothing has happened, and it's quite interesting that the kickoff meeting isn't until the 2nd of November. We have done a lot of work with the Oxford Cybersecurity Capacity Centre, meant to be providing a wealth of resources that people can use. Have any of you tried to use any of its resources? Again, no hands going up. So this big European initiative, and maybe it's because those resources aren't as good as people would like to think they are. Let me just conclude with showing you sort of some of the ways in which we went about this in the Commonwealth Telecommunications Organisation under my leadership over the last 4 years. Cybersecurity was one of our priority areas, conference, and it was nice to have representation from this region here, focusing, though, particularly on capacity development and training in things like critical infrastructure protection. But in 2014, I'll say a little bit more about it, we developed a Commonwealth-wide cyber governance framework that ministers were able to agree on, and then an approach to cybersecurity strategies. And those strategies are now being developed thanks to funding from the British government in 3 countries in Africa. The cyber governance framework was built out of general principles of agreement in the Commonwealth Charter and had sort of 4 basic principles. I'll run through them, and they're very straightforward and I'm sure familiar to most of you. Effective supporting economic and social development, tackling cybercrime, and everyone has responsibilities. And just as an overview to the work we've been doing in supporting national strategies, it's really, really important that this is cross-government and as many stakeholders as possible are involved, a number of key strategy elements, and having monitoring and evaluation is absolutely essential so that the strategy can evolve to reflect changing situations. So in conclusion, I hope I have made something of a case that it is all of our responsibilities, everyone in this room, to reflect on the poorest in our societies and how what we do affect them. But equally, the poor in other parts of the world. The most connected, least protected are your biggest threat, and we're not doing enough to support them, to reduce that threat. Training and information sharing is essential. Citizens, users need to be much more aware about what they're doing. They need to be much more concerned about their privacy, how they use information, what they give away. Yeah, again, most people in this room know that you have it's possible, more than a 40% chance of hacking. Apple said yesterday that its mobile phones couldn't be hacked, more or less. I have a 50% chance of hacking any mobile phone or PIN card, just based on the usages that people have of the simple number security. But tremendous need of building in governments. Any of you who have worked in governments of tiny island states, which have really limited number of educated people, or poor African countries, will know the huge need there. But in our own countries, we need to create a situation where there is a widespread public debate so that Snowden could never happen again. And what are the implications of fast developing technologies? Many friends say we're already in an unhackable world. I like to think we're not quite. So for all of us, as we leave this beautiful city, always think about the implications of our actions for the poorest and the most marginalized, both states and citizens. Let's all work to having greater engagement between people and governments. Those of us who have much, it wouldn't cost much to make some of our training, our technical support available to those poorest countries in the world, their people and governments. But the biggest thing is for every single person in this room, when they leave this evening, to go and do something different when you get home from the conference. If you're going out drinking and having a beer or some wine or something else afterwards later in the evening, probably better to write down what it is you're going to do different the next day so that you remember it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the privilege of being here. I hope I have sparked some thoughts and ideas in your imagination.
Right. Thank you, Tim. Now, we still have a couple of minutes for the questions. Anybody wants to start? There are 2 microphones in the hall. Okay. Do we have somebody to help you with the microphone, or you can just go out here and take it? We really need you to speak into the microphone, since the conference is transmitted live, and people can watch it, and this is how they hear you.
And preferably in English.
Hello. Yeah. So you talked about unhackable. So what do you mean? And in my experience, a lot of conferences on security show like the other side, that it is really hackable. And as you just told, that like any device is 50% hackable.
Yep. Okay, yes, I said there's this enigma between things becoming much more secure and things becoming, the technology making it easier. I'm using it in a very generic way. I think some areas of quantum encryption, I'm working on the basic principle that the quantum state you're in will change the state of the system, or the way you look at it, so you'll never be able to get in. I think the use of quantum keys is quite interesting. I think some of the algorithms that are being developed are now so complex that it's very difficult for machines to tackle them. Certainly talking with people from security agencies in various countries, are in a state where they're convincing themselves, true or not, that their systems are technically not going to be able to cope with some of the things that are happening out there now, let alone in 5 years' time. And that's just on the technical side rather than the physical side. But I'd be happy to take that discussion forward, not from this particular platform.
Right. Okay. Thanks. Anybody else? There were 2 hands before that. I saw 2 ones. Okay. Maybe you answered both of the questions simultaneously. Now, and some of the things could be even more secure if the people wouldn't let deliberately some holes in the encryption algorithms, etc.
And backdoors and
yeah. And final thing, coming back to one of your slides where you spoke about the culture of the citizens of a certain country or of a certain region, there is a term which you probably know, which is security culture. And let me give you an example. Let us take the same United States. And there are some things about citizens that are different from anywhere else in the world. For example, if you cross the street illegally, people will literally come to you, grab you, and say, "Hey, what are you doing? You're not supposed to do that." And if they see somebody stealing woman's purse, people will not sit. They will get up, run, and catch this guy. Nobody asks them. They just know it has to be done. So there were some reasons why the citizens of states behaving in this way, in the correct manner, not allowing other citizens to cross the street illegally, etc., etc. Now, are there some things from the cultural level, behavioral level, that can be applied also to the security culture? Because I believe it's not just the knowledge in this case. Everybody knows it's bad to steal a purse, right?
I'm not sure everyone knows it's bad to steal, but I'll try and answer the question. It's a huge question. I'll make 3 or 4 points. One is there's nothing universal in culture. So actually, it's impossible to have a universal declaration of human rights. But again, that's a big question. If you're a cannibal, for example, I don't think there are any cannibals in this room, but a cannibal would believe she or he has a right to eat another human being, but then that other human being has a right not to. So there's an interesting problem around universals in terms of human rights. But secondly, I think that in culture, it's possible to argue that there are broadly individualistic cultures and broadly communal cultures. The apogee of individualistic cultures is, of course, the USA, the example you gave. And it's really interesting to see part of the tension in terms of this privacy debate and security debate between Europe and the USA is that Europe has generally a more communal culture, although it is being increasingly dominated by USA ideology. But the culture of Islamic countries, the culture of China, the cultures of India are all very different and do have different implications for security. And the third point I'd go back to is that I think much of this is driven by the poverty agenda and the example I gave. I should have done, I'd never thought of it quite in this way previously, that poor people never have privacy. So privacy has very much been a kind of bourgeois intellectual concept that has emerged in Europe and European former colonies such as the USA, where it's been taken to extreme. But I think, going back to the beginning, it is fundamentally this thing about individual rights as against communal ones. And if we want to move towards, I think, a more sensitive approach to these issues, it is coming back to those more communal things that we can share in common interests, rather than letting rampant US ideological individualistic capitalism try and dominate the world. I think, actually, there are those who would say, in imperial cultural times, the US time is already over, and they're a failing state, wishing to maintain their hegemony, just as the British did when they lost their empire. And we do need to look to ideas coming out of China and India for actually where this is going to be in the future. I think if you look at the debates in international meetings between an essentially Chinese, Russian, Indian view of the world and a US-European view of the world, the numbers game is a little bit up against the European US view of the world, and I think we need to find ways of having a dialogue. People don't trust China, as shown in their increasing role in the UK's nuclear industry and all the arguments about cybersecurity that have come around that. But we have to learn to trust, or otherwise the world is become a much less safe place.
Okay. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
A warm applause. Thank you. Tim?
Oh.
And, yeah, here's a nice little souvenir from Latvia and from the conference.
I won't drink it all at once.
You will have your time. Right. Okay. By the way, you can follow the topics on the Twitter as well. The hashtag, if you tweet or if you just want to follow what's happening and what's important, is DSS ITSEC 2015. And the hashtag before that, of course. Now, we have a little changes in our presentations order. Now, this is the second time in my professional career as a moderator that somebody is not available and cannot attend and cannot speak because of a broken arm. The previous one was our Commissioner Ansip, that broke an arm driving bicycle. So instead of Natalia Kaspersky, now I welcome to the stage Vytautas Butrimas from National Security International Policy Challenges, will be his subject in a post-Stuxnet world. And he's a current advisor cybersecurity and IT management, and he represents Ministry of National Defense of the Republic of Lithuania. Please welcome. Warm applause.
Thank you very much. I'm a little bit disappointed. I was hoping to see Mrs. Kaspersky's presentation as well. I follow Kaspersky and the director. By the way, he gave a very good presentation to the Australian Press Club in 2013 about cyber threats, which I'll refer to in my presentation later. Very impressed with this library. Latvia is really making a statement about its commitment to education. Wow, for Latvia, for this beautiful facility. Wonderful, and I'm really honored to speak here. This presentation was originally planned a little bit further down the list, but now I've been bumped up, so it's the same presentation, basically. I'm going to talk about a few things that, let's see, this is my 9th presentation at the 7th IT conference since September. And it's usually news for people in IT, some of the things I'm going to say, so I'm going to be a little challenging, a little bit provocative to some of your assumptions. Security policy challenges in a post-Stuxnet world. Okay, after World War II, Hiroshima, how many of you have heard of Hiroshima? Changed the way the world looked at conflict. And how many of you have heard of the word Stuxnet before this morning? Okay, well, yeah, not bad. This has changed cyberspace policy, and some people don't even realize how much it has changed. Let's see, which one is this?
Okay, is it working? No?
Left or right or?
You know, it's always like that.
Or
you press
what do
all the
I
buttons
point
until
to?
something starts to happen.
Which is this? It's a compatibility issue. This is the 9th remote control that I've been...
Yeah, you're so right.
Or should I do my own manual changes?
Okay, I think if it doesn't come alive, then... now it's working. Please,
Okay.
so up and down.
Okay, it's flashing though. Okay. There was an article in Forbes magazine. Oh, one thing I forgot. I only have 30 minutes, so I made a timer. And just excuse me, I want to make sure that I'm on the target.
Don't worry, I can remind you. Don't waste
You
your time.
remind me? Because I have the beeper. Those people that know me, once I get going on these things, okay. Forbes magazine published an article about one of the biggest cyber attacks in history. It was a demonstration in Hong Kong was going on at the time, democracy type demonstration, and big cyber attack, you know, like 300 gigabytes per second denial of service on websites in the Hong Kong government. And wow, this is what we hear. The biggest cyber attack, cyber bunker a couple years back, Olaf Kamfwist, 300 gigabytes, biggest cyber attack in history. Something serious has happened, right? Really? What's wrong with this picture? This is a picture from the demonstration while the largest cyber attack in history has been going on. Anybody idea? What's wrong? How many of you are into defense strategy policy making? Yes? They have nothing to do with Uganda.
So the point is that it's a riot, and that has nothing to do with cyber attack.
Well, a little bit. To save time, know what's wrong? The lights are on. Imagine, this is Hong Kong. It's a hot climate. Imagine if there were no lights. Would there be a riot? People would be traveling by the millions trying to find their way home. Subways don't work. When they go home to their apartment, if they can find it, if the elevators work, which they don't if there's no electricity, they go up 20 flights of stairs, the food is spoiled. The refrigerator is down. Now, if there was a cyber attack on the electric grid of Hong Kong, that would really be something to talk about. And that's what I'm going to talk about here. I'm not going to talk about denial of service where a couple of people wait for a website to open for a couple of minutes, botnet. I'm talking about things that can hurt people. Caused by nature or caused by cyber? Results are the same. Okay? How many of you have been watching this on YouTube? It's called the Aurora. It's not the one with Google in China. It's called the Aurora vulnerability demonstrated by Idaho National Labs. This is a 400 kilowatt diesel generator. Someone was sitting with a notebook 11 kilometers away and destroyed this through cyberspace, changed the phases of this device and ruined it. When you ruin something, that's it. There's no spare parts. You can't go to the store and buy a new 400 kilowatt generator. You wait 6 months for the manufacturer to make a new one for you. Aurora vulnerability, it's in every rotating electric device, the same vulnerability all over the world. Costs 100 euros to fix. Nobody has spent that much because you have to spend on all the generators in the world. It's too much money. Aurora, they're still talking about it. What happened here? DC Metro train. A moving train ran into a standing train, standing still. It couldn't have happened. There are control systems, sensors, networks at the control room. They see what's happening on the tracks. Unfortunately, one sensor that was designed to build for 40 years did not say there was a train coming on the track, and it said everything is clear. They let the train through, 7 people were killed. They did an investigation. Why did this sensor fail? Nobody knows. Was it accident or was it intentional? Nobody knows, because in critical infrastructure, you don't have much capability for forensic investigation. Was anybody intruding on the network? They don't do this. What's this? This is what happens when 200,000 gallons of gasoline is emptied into a river from a pipeline. An IT guy working on this system decided to do some data development work on a supervisory control and data acquisition system that runs these pipelines, like hundreds of miles long pipeline of gasoline. There was an emergency problem in the pipeline, but the data development work interfered with the SCADA system, and the operator couldn't get the information he needed. He pressed the wrong buttons and resulted in this kind of event. Somebody threw a cigarette into the river, and this is what happened. And the water treatment plant next by, that was also down. So the whole community was dealing with this, and they had no water because an IT guy wanted to do data development work on a critical process. What's this? Fukushima. Earthquake, tsunami, power station, natural event. How many of you have heard of the German federal... one guy is informed. While we were watching the cyber attack on Sony Pictures happening, was the biggest event in the world at that time. Vice President's emails were being exposed, what they were writing about Hollywood starlets. The German Federal IT Department issued a report for 2014, and they publicly announced that there was a cyber intrusion at a steel mill. They entered the administration part of the plant where the IT guys know really well to protect the servers and the LANs. But they knew what they were doing. They knew about steel mill operations. They went to the production floor and they caused breakdowns, took away the control and the view of what was happening in the smelter from the operators, and they couldn't shut it down. Resulted in massive damage. Wow. But everybody was paying attention to Sony Pictures. Nobody heard about this. You can find this on the internet. or send me an email. I'll send you the report in English or in German. Borrowed a slide from Professor Unwin here, I think. Like your presentation very much, by the way. We don't know what's going on below the surface. I mentioned Stuxnet. We first heard about it in the IT world in 2010 through an antivirus company in Belarus. People who have analyzed the code, they say it's been around since 2006. It just showed up above the iceberg. It's been down here all these years. Bash, okay, it's an interface to work with servers, shell. We first heard about it in 2014, but the programming mistake in the code was done in 1992. Anybody, a bad guy, knew about this, could have taken advantage of this for 20 years, 30 years. Another thing that happened in December of 2014 while we were all watching what was happening to that movie in Sony Pictures, sandworm was discovered. What's it doing? It's looking all over the world for places that have Siemens and General Electric control systems. It's been around for about 4 or 5 years. So we don't know what's happening today, what's here. Maybe tomorrow we'll find out something, what's going on. We don't know what's going on. The dark net, as the professor mentioned. What do we need to protect him from what? I've worked on 2 or 3 strategy documents. First military defense strategy of Lithuania, first cybersecurity strategy of the Ministry of Defense. And the question is, what do we need to protect and from what? And also the cybersecurity law that was passed in December of last year. Big question, what do we need to protect? Big arguments. And from what? Very critical. If you're going to save your society, make it more secure. Here's our digital fortress that we're talking about, the cyber fortress, the IT people working in their servers. But all the people, the poor people that Professor talked about, the common people live out here, and there's nobody to protect them. This is the critical infrastructure, power grids, pipeline control system, air traffic control system, train systems. There's no knight out there, St. George, to try to defeat this threat. This is what we're talking about. What is under threat? What does it mean when we talk about critical infrastructure? A news portal that gets DDoSed for a week and makes a big hue and cry that, look, we're under cyber attack? Does this have anything to do with the functions and processes vital to economies and well-being of citizens? You know, a hospital, operating room, without power, all of a sudden. A big section of a country going dark. This is what happened in Turkey, by the way. In March of this year, over half of the regions of Turkey were without power, no mobile phones, no trains, no gas pumps working, no money from the ATM machines. Okay, this is what we're talking about. And a couple weeks before, it happened in Amsterdam, around Schiphol Airport. The disruptions that can put national security, economy, and people's lives at risk. Your life stops. Okay, the power goes out of this building, you're going to have a hard time finding your way out of here. Okay? And thank God it's daytime. What is under threat? We're talking about loss of information, classified documents, databases, corrupted. What we're really talking about, if you're talking about critical infrastructure, pipelines, transportation systems, is losing the view and control of a critical processes. You're in a control room and you're watching how a generator is running or how the trains are running. All of a sudden you can't see. This is the Fukushima reactor control room. A power station designed to produce electric power. 4 reactors to produce electric power. It has no power. Here, flashlights. All the safety systems don't work because there's no power to run them. That's really big news. And they can't see. They lost the view. They have to send people into a radioactive area. Later they took robots. And they don't have control of the process. There's a meltdown going on. They can't do anything about it. They can't see and they can't control it. That's what we're talking about. This is the 6-kilometer-long Carmel Tunnel in Israel in fall of last year, or the year before, I can't remember now. All of a sudden, operators 6 kilometers long, imagine, leading to Haifa, seaport. All of a sudden, video camera system goes black. All of a sudden, air conditioning, ventilation system goes blank. All of a sudden, fire control goes back. In a tunnel, you need to see what's going on, video, you need to be able to react quickly to fires, and you need to make sure that people don't die from gas asphyxiation. All systems were down. What's going on? They closed this tunnel, big tunnel, with lots of lanes of highways for 2 days. Did they call the national CERT, CERT LV, or CERT LT, the equivalent in Israel? No, because the national CERTs only know Windows, Cisco, and Linux. They don't know video camera systems. They don't know fire control systems, the control system, ABB, Schneider Electric, not Microsoft, not Symantec. They luckily had a company called CyberGym that just does this kind of work, experiments with control systems. They came, and it was they, not the national CERT, that determined that they were under cyber attack. True story. Impact of IT on industrial control system environments. Big things have happened. IT world is not even aware. In 1971, in the 70s, you had lots of employees pressing buttons, they're controlling a process. They're right where the smelter is, the boiler is, the generator is. But IT came in and says, you can do this all by remote control. You can get rid of a lot of staff. You don't need to go out people checking things. You can check it remotely. This is like what a national grid looks like, the control room for a country like Latvia looks like. And it's one guy. But it did some great things. You could remotely monitor and control critical systems, and it made our modern world. Unfortunately, it introduced new possibilities for danger. Nobody thought when they were designing these wonderful systems to save money and make things more efficient that somebody was going to attack them. Nobody, why would you want to attack a power plant? And it introduced a problem of applying IT security practices on unknown control system environments. Joe Weiss, look him up. He's a very good person to exchange emails with. He's an opinion leader in industrial control system, nuclear engineer by profession. This is a quote that I like from him. The IT community views control systems as just another computer. They don't see all of the devices in the field that sense, measure, control, and monitor physical processes. These devices don't look like a computer, and they don't use Windows. They use either proprietary real-time operating systems or fully embedded. There is no security at this level. Okay, call your national CERT. Fix this. You know what they'll say? What is that? And I saw a documentary on Stuxnet. They talked about Symantec, one of the first companies to analyze the code, and they said, boy, this is really bad. This is something else. Windows 0 days, but there's this other part, program logic controllers. First thing we did, we need to go look up what a program logic controller was. New for IT people making antivirus software for Windows type products. This is stuff that's being connected to networks. And there's been some examples publicly known. Usually in the nuclear industry, everything is publicly available if you have an incident. Nuclear power plant in the United States, Hatch Nuclear Power. A guy like me gets a job as an IT guy working for 25 years in IT security and defense policy. I'm going to work for your power plant. I'm going to improve your IT security. And look, there is a computer that needs a Windows update. How dare you? How could you have this? This is a security breach. This is a vulnerability. I'm going to go in and perform the update. He did that. But he didn't understand what that computer was connected to. The control systems, the pumping systems for a nuclear reactor. The safety systems interpreted that update as an adverse event, and it was an automatic scram shutdown of the reactor. What does scram mean? Don't pass go, don't collect $200, shut down the reactor at once. Just trying to be a good IT security guy, implement the IT security policy on a Windows computer. Shut down the reactor for 2 days. How much money did that cost to buy the power? Same thing happened here at another power station. Bad Ethernet card connected to the network that has ABB, Schneider Electric, remote terminal users, program logic controllers. It caused a broadcast scan. It was a bad Ethernet card. And safety system said, scram, shut down the reactor. These vulnerabilities are accidents, that are being exposed, but a bad guy can use them for intentional attacks. And who might be using them? I'll talk about that. This is a slide I made impromptu for a different conference on privacy that I was at last week. And I said I tried to illustrate what's happened to cyberspace. When I started my career, it was called the Information Highway. In the United States, there was the President Clinton, Al Gore presidential campaign. One of their promises was, we're going to do something about the internet. Al Gore, by the way, you might think of as a climate change person, won the Nobel Prize. He's also one of the fathers of the internet. He put money through Congress and programs to fund the infrastructure needed to make the internet that we have come today. But this is what it looked like, the promise of the information highway. The world is going to get together, we're going to brotherhood and information, we're going to do wonderful things. But what happened since then? Cybercrime. All right? Nobody expected it, but wow. You're driving along the information highway and all of a sudden you're stopped, there's a roadblock. Anonymous social activists are blocking the highway, DDoSing, slowing things down, attacking a company, getting a little targeted. Cybercrime, they don't care who they target. And then, we have the Snowden searching us, looking for suspects, bad people. That's something to deal with. And now what do we have? Governments coming down the information highway with their tanks and just pushing everybody, all of us civilians with our families driving, benefiting from the information society, pushing us off the road. They don't have any rules. Nobody cares. I do what I want. I'm a state. That's what we're dealing with. And then in a few weeks, I'm going to add another picture. It's going to be terrorists. They're going to start thinking, gee, I don't need to blow myself up. I can use this and get the same result. A cyber physical attack is a new term coming out. Who is this guy? Well, I guess the younger people don't know this guy too much, but I remember Sean Connery coming out as the first James Bond, 007 in the 1960s. So this is a big thing for my generation. Oh, I recognize this guy. Okay, what does he have a license to do from his government? License to kill. Okay? If he needs technical help, who does he ask for technical help? Some kind of gadget. Q. Okay? And has James Bond, if you watch any James Bond movie, did he ever fail in achieving his mission? No. If James Bond failed, there would be no more James Bond movies. James Bond is an advanced persistent threat, high-tech. He gets the order, he can do what he wants, he will get you. If he gets the order to get you, he will get you. Doesn't matter if you have unhackable equipment, that's just another problem to solve. Oh, they don't use Wi-Fi? Okay, we'll do it this way. Oh, they don't use Bluetooth? Okay, we'll do it this way. He's going to get you. If you get targeted, they're going to get you. If it's government because they have the resources, the time, and perhaps motive to do something. Some comment? Yeah, and okay, I'll try not to. Thank you. I'll try to lower my scariness. Okay. Malicious activities of states. What's been going on? Well, we saw something, the Georgian-Russian war in 2008. We had a coordinated military operation with the tanks and the planes. And at the same time, cyber. And it's hard to make the connection, attribution, But it was an interesting thing. There's been several studies of this, but things like all the preparation that was done. The cyber people knew exactly what to do. When the time said do it, they did it. But you can't do it just right now. I'm going to attack Georgia. You do reconnaissance, you do research. I mean, they did research like when they were out of power in Georgia because of the military operation, there was a big demand to get diesel generators. All those generator websites were blocked with DDoS. I mean, it was a nicely planned. That's the war of the future. There'll be tanks and planes and bombs, but at the same time will be a cyber element to deal with. Iranian nuclear and oil facilities from 2009. I'll talk about one attack. Oil facility took place, oil platform, later. One day, Saudi Aramco, biggest oil company in the world, came to work, and 30,000 computers, all the hard drives, everything erased. Backups, servers, the whole thing. Belgian Telecom supplies telecommunications services to NATO and European Union headquarters in Brussels, part of the submarine cable network. They were intruded like you don't believe. They had the administrative rights to go into it. Okay, they did some research. Who are the suspects? Russia, China? No. Apparently, allies of Belgium were doing this. US financial institutions, maybe retribution for what was happening to Iran, who knows? Snowden and the energy sector events happening, the sandworm, black energy, and so forth. All smell of work of this guy with state resources behind him. One case of Stuxnet. Stuxnet came out in the US. It was a science program, PBS. They spent time on this. It's a big deal. It's still 2010. They're still talking about it. Why are they talking about it? Why? Because the first cyber weapon used by one state against the critical infrastructure of another. It destroyed physical critical infrastructure through loss of view and loss of control. Forget about the Windows 0 days. Look at the industrial control system side of Stuxnet, the second warhead. It fed in false data to the operators that everything was fine. Everything's turning, centrifuges are normal, everything's fine. And they were not. They were malfunctioning, but Stuxnet was sending them like a videotape, security camera, you're sending them, everything is clear. It was high-tech, cheap, and effective and deniable. Cost about $10 million, 50 meters underground facility, disconnected from the internet. We're safe, we're not connected to the internet. Well, not really. Yeah, not if you have a USB. Okay, not cool. And they thought, people said, well, maybe it's not so bad that Iran's program, that nuclear, was better for the world, that they were slowed down, that they couldn't do this. But few people talk about the targets are in US and Europe, not in Middle East for these kind of operations. Still not convinced of the danger. How many of you have heard of Project Shine? Okay, two industrial control system people who decided to use a Shodan search engine to see, are there critical infrastructure connected? They found 2 million in 211 countries. Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, they found 2,000 open windows into critical infrastructure. This guy is a hacker. He used Shodan and he said, look, I found a 400 kilowatt generator. So regular hackers can do. Think what a government can do. The challenge, defense understands and is scared to death. Offense sees an opportunity, but does not understand the implications, and politicians don't create. Got that from Eugene Kaspersky's. And I've been to a lot of IT conferences, and these things aren't talked about. But I went to one conference where there were militaries from 17 countries in Europe and North America, and they are talking about it. They're talking about defense, and they're also talking about an opportunity. This is a military domain. Okay, the information highway that we grew up with is not what it used to be. Okay, great movie, 1951. Michael Rennie The Day the Earth Stood Still, not the one with Keanu Reeves. Don't watch that. This is a good movie. Whenever Gort the robot saw something threatening, he responded. And it was like world destruction. We're at a moment in cyberspace like August 1914 when World War I started. Very close to something. Proposals for cyber peace. And it's my last slide. Okay? Anybody want to know about cyber peace? We have time to talk about cyber peace among states? No? Okay. Minute. 1. Refrain from malicious cyber activities directed against critical civilian infrastructure. In peacetime, wartime is war, but in peacetime, stay out of each other's financial systems. If you attack Wall Street, you're going to attack yourself in the wallet. Stay out of energy sector. Okay, they're all connected. Pipelines, electric grids. Don't play games. And plus, we all use the same equipment. If you attack one piece of equipment, who knows, it may affect us too. Responsibility. Don't say, this is not my jurisdiction, I don't know my citizens, I can't control them. Take the responsibility. You may be held liable. Monitoring and reporting of execution 1 and 2. Idealistic? No. Where countries really agree that something is really serious to do something about it, they do something. In chemical warfare, yes. 1997 Convention prohibiting use of chemical weapons. 99% of the world's population, the countries, have signed this. And it's enforced by an organization, the Organization for the Prohibition of Conventional Weapons. So, and they won the Nobel Peace Prize a couple years back for their help in Syria at that time. So it is possible to try to lower the level of tension, the mistrust among states. Why are you creating a cyber command? Maybe I should do that too. Mistrust. There's time to do something. You can read the article based on my presentation to find out more about it. I'm on the net. And thank you very much. Are there any questions?
A nice applause. Yeah, okay. Who goes first with the questions? We have only time for 2. Yeah.
What are the officials doing about this? Because mostly these issues.
Could you give him a microphone? I can't hear.
Okay, I'm very sorry. You have to get up and come to this.
And my timer
this
just went
microphone.
off. Okay, 29
hurry
minutes.
Hurry up. Thank you.
I want to hear him because he has some very good questions.
So, what are the officials doing about this? Because this is a system building problem. And what kind of legislation, have you planned anything? Or what are, think about, for buildings we have building code. You're not allowed to build a system just like any way. So what are the officials doing about it?
Okay. I think Eugene Kaspersky, I quote him, I love this quote. This is, I think, what the government officials are doing, okay? Defense understands and they're scared to death. How are we going to defend against these threats? Offense sees a wonderful possibility here. Wow, this is cool. Look what they did with Stuxnet. Nobody got sent to trial for that. They did it. This is cool. But they don't understand the implications of doing something like that. They can kill people. Okay? And the last group, the politicians don't care. I've been working in government IT, security and defense policy. The more I read this statement, the more it rings true to me. It resonates with my experience. What is a process? What is a control system? No, we can't do this in an exercise. This system is not connected to the internet. Believe me, if you hear somebody saying we're safe, we're not connected to the internet, they don't know what they're talking about. Okay? This device here, you think this is a watch? It's a secondary function. It's connected to GPS. It measures my heart rate when I go jogging, and it's connected to maps. It's connected to the internet. I have a little, Okay, this is one of those strange USB devices for Apple. This is not connected to the internet. Now it is. Okay, Andy Warhol, big artist in the United States in the 50s, once made a prediction that everybody in the world will be famous for 15 minutes. You hear it from me for the first time. I think that prediction is everything in the world. We're talking about Internet of Things and industrial Internet of Things. Everything in the world will be connected for 15 minutes at one time or another to the Internet. Okay, this is just connected for 2 minutes. Okay, now it's not connected. Okay, I can go now and connect here. It'll connect to the Internet again. Everything is connected to the Internet. When I went to the hotel here across the street, they knew that I was there 10 years ago, in April of 2005 for a DT Media conference. Don't tell me there is nothing connected to the Internet. It's one of the biggest cyber myths. And I'm going to write an article about this, the 10 cyber myths. Thank you very much for your excellent question. I wish I had a prize to give you, sir. Okay.
Okay. Right. Any more questions? Right, there is one. Okay, please come up in front. Here's the microphone.
Hi. You mentioned that the critical infrastructure, the SCADA systems, the industrial control systems, are so much critical. And you cannot just go and update the server. You cannot install updates there. And on the other side, the impact of those systems is so much critical that you need to actually keep those systems secure.
Yeah.
I believe there's a conflict here, and the conflict is programmed into this dilemma. Because, for example, if you have those systems, if you have those SCADA systems running electrical grid control and so on, everybody is buzzing that those systems are so much critical, you can't touch those, you can't update those, you can't do anything those, you can't even breathe near
It's
those.
very frustrating if you're an IT guy going to work over there.
Yeah, I actually am.
Uh-huh.
That's
Okay,
my
so
problem.
you know. Okay.
But yeah, but from the other side, you cannot update those, you cannot touch those systems, but these systems are actually the biggest value of your company. Not those portals, not those websites, but those systems. And the only thing, as an IT guy, you're left with is that you build a fence as high as you can and as fat as you can around that stuff, and you just pray that these systems are safe behind that fence. And by yourself, you actually do understand that they are not. Okay. And I can bring you a sample that, for example, in our company, we have a tier 3+ data center with electromagnetic defense and everything you can imagine. And we host websites there, we host CRM there, and we have systems controlling gas concentration in oxygen in mines.
Are you an engineer, by the way?
Yeah.
Are you an engineer by training?
I'm an IT guy, sorry.
Okay, because you talk like an engineer. How many engineers are in the audience with an engineer in electricity okay. We need more engineers in this discussion group. How many think themselves as IT people? Raise your hand. Okay? You need to do what I did. Go visit your electric company and talk to their engineers. And they'll illustrate what you're saying. They'll tell you why we can't shut down our system, because we have to shut down the whole plant. Our systems are real time. If you do something to the timing, a millisecond, you cause a security incident. Okay? Don't tell me I need to have a 12-letter character password. I want 1, 2, 3, 4. And I know why as an engineer, because if I have an emergency, I can't look to see who changed the password to 12 lines. We might have an explosion. And that's why not only I know the password 1, 2, 3, 4, but my 12 other colleagues have the same password. But you know, it's impossible, sir, to conduct an investigation because we don't know who was at the control station if you all have the same password. Sorry, we have to have a reliable system. If we don't have it, we have no power, no water. That's what I call a denial of service attack. Not to DDoS on a website. It's no electricity, denial of service, no water, no gas in the furnace, in the radiator in wintertime. Okay.
Okay.
Additionally, you mentioned that those systems mostly don't run Windows, and I'd say that those systems mostly do run Windows, and it's not only Windows 7 or Windows 8.
Yeah.
Not even Windows Server, it's like Windows NT4.
Yeah.
And you don't have to actually execute any
Well, I've
Stuxnet.
seen a Windows 2000 SCADA workstation in charge of a major capital of Europe. And I say, oh, why are you using Windows 2000? They say, it works just fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Nothing happens. I go, but do you know that Microsoft no longer supports it? I mean, there's all these security vulnerabilities. Oh, yeah, to make it run with our 30-year-old equipment, we had to remove those security. Okay? That's what we're talking about. They think it's okay. And many people in government say private industry, critical infrastructure, they should decide for themselves what is secure. Okay, sounds very democratic. But if they think Windows 2000 is okay, shouldn't they hear something from the government saying, you know, it's not okay, and this is why. Come to our presentation lecture. We'll send Mr. Butrimas out to you. No, we heard about him. Don't send him. He'll give us too many problems to think about.
Vytautas, thank you very much. I'm very sorry. I'm tied to the timing. It's a very interesting subject.
Okay.
Yeah, some national souvenir. Thank you very much. Now, without hesitation, next speaker is Zoltan Prescenyi, and I have an honor to host him for the second time in my career. So, Senior General Government Management in Government Affairs from Symantec. And yes, and we already heard that word in the previous presentations, resilience. So we're going to talk about that. Okay. Let's find your presentation. Okay, which one is it?
I even wrote an article for UNESCO's publishing orbit about information society and the internet.
Okay, we launched one more time. Yeah, okay. Right.
Yes,
okay.
Good morning, everyone. I feel extremely honored and at the same time terribly challenged because the two previous speakers were so compelling and so interesting, and they covered so much ground that it is going to be very difficult for me to look relevant or interesting or sound as amazing as the James Bonds and other cool stuff that was up there. Moreover, I'm by no means an IT expert. I actually work in the government affairs space, which means that I am the Symantec man sitting in front of all those politicians who don't care, says Eugene Kaspersky, and all those officials who don't know what to do, and those who are scared and don't know how to defend themselves, and those who are thrilled by how they could attack, but they don't really know what will happen afterwards. So I'm in a bit of a tight spot also because I have to start by challenging the very title of the event itself, the Digital Fortress. Both of the previous speakers have hinted to this, but I don't think we're building digital fortresses anymore, or that we're defending fortresses with dragons and moats and that kind of stuff. Because what we're actually doing, if and when this...
You have the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, last time we
Going
did
on, yeah. Okay.
It's okay.
So what we're actually talking about is not just a fort here, a castle there, and some fortifications here and there. It's the internet of absolutely everything. And I almost put the F word in that. We are talking about all systems going digital, all systems, legacy systems designed without any connectivity capability, being eventually connected to things which were never designed to be secure, connected to things which are notoriously vulnerable, and I'll talk about that. Of course, the most exciting in all of this is always the part of the iceberg that is underneath, but I think where we are actually starting from is way above the vision line, because there is so much wrong in the visible part already that we can't even start to discuss what's underneath because people up there won't even understand what we're talking about. And this is kind of the situation I'm facing when talking to a number of policymakers who will tell me that critical infrastructure protection is about me being able to access Facebook on Sunday afternoon because if it goes down, it's a massive problem for me. Sorry, that's not what critical infrastructure protection is about. That's not what cybersecurity, cyber defense is about. So I'm going to talk more about the vast range of issues that we're seeing in the upper level of the iceberg. And I'm going to try to make this really simple to remember, in the sense that basically, in our approach, we consider there is a model of a cyber cube which can describe the 6 elements to be aware of, the 5 steps in which a cyber attack can happen, the 4 phases of how you do cyber risk management, the 3 dimensions you need to address in your cyber defense, the 2 basic processes to implement, and ultimately the 1 goal you will achieve through all of that. So let's start with the cube model. This is from a colleague of mine who works at the Paris office, who's a great security strategist, and he came up with this. I'm using it courtesy of him. So basically, let's say that our cube has, when the cube moves, 6 faces. These are the first 3. We have the attackers, the targets, and the objectives of the attackers. Each of these can be subdivided into 3 categories. In the attackers, we have, of course, the hackers, the guys who do it for fun and leisure. I think there might be a few in this room. Then we have the cyber criminals who do it professionally and essentially for money. We are seeing a lot of those as well, and sometimes there is slight overlap between those categories. And of course, there are the cyber aggressors, or shall we call them, well, no, I won't call them any names because they can be many things. They can be hacktivists, they can be terrorists, and most of all, they can be state-sponsored agents. Recruited among the other 2 categories, but that is just an accident, I would say. So we have 3 types of attackers targeting 3 types of targets. Individuals, typically this will be the easier entry point into any system, the weak individual, the human component. I'll come back to it later. Then, of course, they are attacking enterprises for all sorts of purposes, espionage, for intellectual property, then pure theft, or other kind of espionage and intelligence collection, business intelligence about things like mergers and acquisition plans, credit arrangements, all that sort of thing. And of course, who's another target? Ever bigger, the public sector. For many reasons. Because first of all, we talk a lot about e-government all over the place, and we say that we need to bring all our governments into the cyberspace. But to a certain degree, they're all already in cyberspace because there is no government office, even local, without a computer with internet connectivity. The only thing is that they have brought in all the vulnerabilities and they're not actually using it for much good in many ways. And then there are the motives of the attackers. Motive is often compromise or disruption, and it's going to be against infrastructure. All the examples we've seen in the previous presentations. Also, information. If we listen to what Mr. Snowden is telling us, then information is a bit of the crown jewel. And this has been so for 5,000 years, so I wonder why we are so amazed today that intelligence agencies collect intelligence. That's what they're paid for. And I'm also amazed to hear that people would expect intelligence agencies not to use a technology that is available for them to seize and to use. When has any intelligence agency in the world refused on ethical grounds to use any means it had to access information? It's just not how they work. This is not their purpose in life. If there's a way to get the information, they'll find it. This is absolutely the true story about James Bond. And then, of course, there is another subset of the information piece there, which is identities. Identities, as we heard from Tim, we have plenty of them, each of us. And identities increasingly command our access to both infrastructure and information, and it suffices to compromise an identity to gain access to all the other layers of the stack. So again, that is a very easy thing to penetrate in many cases, and a very powerful leverage in the hands of the attackers. So now let's look at the other side of the cube. We have on the other side the vulnerabilities, the impacts, and the consequences. This is the side that the organization who's defending needs to, let's say, build up their defenses on. In the vulnerability space, and all of these subdivide into 3 categories again. So in the vulnerability space, we have the notorious human vulnerability. Typical thing we do when we do penetration testing with customers. We drop USB sticks a bit here and there and see what happens. What happens is that most of these will end up plugged into machines, reporting back home to us. This, of course, is staged, and this is the purpose of the whole exercise, but people will plug things in just in case. They are told every year they click through the presentations and the trainings, you don't plug unknown devices into your laptops, and every year people do it all over again. Then, of course, we have the not sufficiently cautious employee who will take for granted that the email he or she has received is legit, and will, of course, double-click on the attachment because it looks so nice and it promises money or anything of that sort. Then we have these kinds of very reckless or just simply negligent people who put up their passwords in clear on TV footage. That's clever, isn't it? Or people who will actually fall for that kind of hack. Oh, look, there's been a big breach. Check if your card has been breached. Put in the number here, put in the security code there, put in the expiry date there, the name on the card here, the security code, the other security code here, and based on that, I will tell you, oh, good news for you, your card wasn't hacked. Guess what? Yes, it just got hacked. Then, of course, we have improperly implemented or even outright badly designed processes. This is a very interesting study we did in the United States, but there's no reason to believe that it's any better in Europe. Over 50% of employees who are discontinued in a company will leave with devices of the company and information from the company, including contact lists, including non-financial business information, and all sorts of data sets. And nothing is done about that. This is one of the biggest cases of data leakage, structural data leakage in the labor market. And nothing is really done about this because it's not perceived as a threat. Whereas everybody knows, every hiring manager knows that the reason why they're hiring a particular individual is because of what he knows. So of course he's going to bring away what he knows. Then, oh, I'm going the wrong way. I'm sorry. Yeah, processes. Oh, that's another one. That was taken at a customer's. This is the shredder box with the key on it. Dispose your confidential information in it. Anybody can actually pick it up because somebody has thought that would be a good idea, very convenient, to leave the key on the shredder box. And then, of course, we have the technology vulnerabilities, which are ever increasing. Every year we put out stats of how many new vulnerabilities we've seen, how many 0 days in what sorts of technologies. And there is something that is actually quite terrible about these technological vulnerabilities. It is that for most of them, they're known. They have been known for ages, and they're still out there for a number of reasons. Sloppiness is one reason. Lack of policy enforcement is another. But I think these are not the worst cases. The worst cases are actually those that are hard-coded in our legislation. And I'll give an example right away. There is something, for example, called the legislation on medical devices. A medical device, to be used, to be marketed and to be actually used in hospitals, needs to undergo a certain series of certification processes. And as part of that, they also vet the software components of the medical device. So what's the problem? Well, the problem is that the certified status of the medical device depends on the absolute and total integrity of the product as compared to the state in which it was certified. Which means what? It does incorporate a vulnerability at the start. The vulnerability gets discovered, a patch gets developed, but it cannot be deployed for legal reasons. Because if I deploy the patch on the device, I will lose the certification. If I lose the certification, I cannot use the device in the hospital. So this is how we end up with pumps in hospitals mixing and pumping drugs into people's bodies, having vulnerabilities of 10 years old in their software, and they can't be patched because the hospital cannot afford to recertify the equipment. And this is hard-coded in legislation, and the legislation in Europe on medical devices is going through Parliament right now, and I'm not aware that this issue is going to be addressed for yet another generation of legislation. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I have read the proposals and I haven't seen anything to that effect. Okay, moving on then to the next aspect, which is what it is that you're protecting, actually. You're protecting the confidentiality of your information. How well is this done in most companies? In that kind of way. You have nice Excel spreadsheets with everybody's passwords in there, and it is labeled passwords. Somebody gets in there, they just have to look. Or this is how HR data, in one well-known consultant who's also dealing with cybersecurity, this is how they store their payroll information. Absolutely unencrypted, clear Excel spreadsheet. Then, of course, there's also the integrity of your networks and information that you're trying to protect. And this is what we have heard from the previous speakers. You're not protecting just the computer on the desk. You're not just protecting the phone in the pocket. What you're actually protecting is the integrity of all the underlying infrastructure, which at the end of the day will determine whether or not you will have electricity or water or gas or any of that. And you're also, of course, protecting availability, meaning the ability to access the information and the infrastructure and the identities whenever needed. And there, of course, the typical example that comes to mind of most is the overall not too serious, not too problematic DDoS attack we have heard about. But there are much bigger issues behind availability. Let's imagine, for example, that the engineer who has to run the emergency process in the power plant, when they have to authenticate to access to the control system, and they manage to memorize the 12-character password, including capital letters, special characters, numbers, and etc. They log in, but through lack of connectivity, the machine is actually unable to resolve the server where the public infrastructure is hosted, and the authentication fails. There is no issue of confidentiality of information. There is no issue of integrity of information. There is an issue of connectivity and availability of the information, which has massive cascading effects in terms, for example, of not being able to avert an emergency situation. And then there is this new trend, relatively new trend, which is growing in proportions since last year. It's the ransomware and crypto ransomware, where basically your device gets hacked, some form of encryption is installed on it, and you are advised to pay a certain amount to the cybercriminal for them to restore the data. It's very embarrassing when it happens on your phone or on your computer. It can be terrible for your holiday pictures and that kind of stuff. But the reality is that these are, again, not the biggest problems. Because crypto ransomware is also hitting organizations, enterprises, public and private. And I have had one example in a large Western European member state, where the country's biggest public hospital got ransomware on some of their systems. And you know what their biggest problem was at that point? Their biggest problem at that point was that they had to pay 600,000 euros of ransom to a cyber criminal, and they couldn't run it through regular budgetary procedure. There were people who were not getting operations, there were people who were not getting treatment because of this, and the problem was, again, how do we pay 600,000 without a public tender? We do have a certain number of problems to solve before we actually address the cybersecurity problem. And this is where we come into the discussion on what it is that we're looking at in terms of consequences. Interestingly, the intangible aspect, things like reputation, things like image, brand, things like social relations tend to be very strong motivations for people to up their cyber defenses, but always only once something terrible has happened. Financial loss is another powerful driver, because at one point, every chief operating or chief financial officer of organizations has to realize that, you know what, when the Symantec guy came in and told me that building up my protection would cost that much, I said it's too much. But now what I have to pay for remediation and damages and restoration of systems and all the financial loss incurred because of a successful cyber attack, it's tenfold that amount. So the financial implications of breaches can be tremendous, and probably you have seen that the Sony breach is leading into litigation and is leading into massive damages being paid to people whose data have been compromised. All this is only in the process of being understood, and all this is only in the process of making the case of why cybersecurity upfront would be a better option than praying and trusting that nothing bad will happen. And then at the most serious level of consequences, we have the concrete consequences. We have the generator blowing up. We have the uranium centrifuge going down. And we have all these very physical, material damages that can be caused simply through the use of cyber tools. So this is where we stop talking about just cybersecurity or cyber protection, and this is actual cyber defense. This is what this is really about, and not as some have proposed, things like World of Warcraft or other online games. So now, probably none of you is new to how generally targeted attacks happen. They happen through 5 stages. Reconnaissance, which is sometimes imagined by many as something very covered, very difficult. It's not. You go on the internet, you find somebody on LinkedIn who's working in a company, you find their name, you go on Facebook, you find them, you go on Google, you profile them. Suddenly, in 5 minutes, you know who they are, where they live, what they're interested in, etc., etc. You have every information you need to send something that looks very appealing. For example, I very much like electric guitars, and if tomorrow you send me an email with a cool electric guitar, there are chances that I might click on it. Please don't. Then there is the incursion part. This is where you send me the guitar picture. I click on it. It looks cool. But what happens in the background, I have no idea. It installs a remote access tool. It installs a Trojan. It installs some form of access to my computer, which I'm not aware of. Then you get in. Once you're in, you basically, hang on, what do you do? From me, you will start exploring the network of the company. You will find out who my manager is, which networks I connect to. You will map out our infrastructure, find my confidential information, all of that. Flag for yourself everything that's of interest, and simply exfiltrate it. There is a range of security solutions to protect against that kind of workflow, if you will. But you know what's the difficult thing in this increasingly? Is that the bad stuff that is coming in, that is investigating my network, that is flagging what's important to me, and that is exporting it, tends to be very minute, very small, very tiny traffic in the overall traffic of the corporate network, because, frankly, you load a simple web page or you download videos or that kind of stuff, it's going to be megabytes and megabytes of data, whereas very effective stealthy malware is just a couple of kilobytes. So it's becoming increasingly difficult in cleverly built targeted attacks to actually find the tiny bit of malware that is actually the problem. And they are very good at disguising themselves as legitimate flows, legitimate processes, legitimate applications. So it becomes increasingly difficult to detect incidents, and it becomes increasingly difficult to do it in a lawful way for a number of reasons, chiefly because any information transiting through a network could qualify under European data protection law as personal data, and as soon as it does, there is a whole host of restrictions applied to what you can do with that data in terms of exporting it, processing it, investigating it, or even just storing it, collecting it. And this is something I'm going to talk about later today in one of the side sessions, so I'm not going to deal with it in more depth now. But basically, I think one of the biggest challenges of the cybersecurity space moving forward will be that there's going to be an increasing amount of traffic. All of it will be, let's say, well, necessary or legit or important for those using it. And in the midst of all of that, there's going to be a lot of malware that's going to be so tiny and so far apart that we won't actually be able to know exactly what is bad from what is good. This will challenge the whole way we do cybersecurity, and we in Symantec are currently reforming the whole way of how we do cybersecurity, moving from a number of, let's say, legacy solutions like signature-based detection to a whole new host of approaches, mainly hosted services. Because again, we're no longer defending a fort, we're no longer defending a perimeter, we're defending the entire realm. We're defending the entire empire. And even your own soldiers are not in the fort. They're out there, at sea, on the land, everywhere. And this is the kind of visibility you will need into not just the fortress, but the entire system. And I think that with that, my time is up, so I won't cover the second set of slides in this presentation. Thank you very much.
Right, okay. We really need to go to the break and so on, so people have time to split by the sessions and so find their badges if somebody hasn't taken one. But we have time for one question, if anybody goes. Okay, then you will have the chance to see Zoltan in one of the sessions, and you can ask him direct questions. Thank you very much. This first part is over now. You have now a little less than 20 minutes to go grab a coffee, grab your badge if you haven't done so, and find your next session venue room. You can ask for that information in the reception as well. And of course, after your sessions are done, we meet here back again at this room for the final ones. We will have a discussion and a prize draw. So when you are speaking to some representatives within the expo hall or so, please to scan your badge. That way you enroll into the prize draw. Thank you very much. hosts, venue number 1. And our first speaker is Vladan Nikolic, security consultant from IBM Global. And we will touch the first interesting thing, the Internet of Things, right? So
Yes.
your subject is my fridge spying on me? So is it hacking me maybe already? So there is a story of fridge hacking a bank account. You know, it's a processor.
Yes, let's just not jump in front of the plane. So for now, fridges are pretty tame. They can be a little bit mad if toasters stop following them on the Twitter or something. But for now, we are pretty much okay. But that might change very soon in the future.
Yes. Okay, the stage is yours. Please, warm applause, and we should kick off.
Okay. Thank you. So today I'm going to cover a couple of interesting topics related to Internet of Things, and that will actually touch some of the points that were mentioned before during the previous presentations. So we are going to see how our threat landscape is modifying itself through time and how that impacts our day-to-day life. And after that, we are going to see how and what we can do actually to help ourselves to be in a better position toward the new threats that are emerging. So what is the problem in the world today? We saw that multiple times people mentioned digital fortress, that you are fortress. Unfortunately, there is fortress no more. When I started working in IT a long, long time ago, it was simple. We have our internal network, then we have big firewall, and then we have external network. So we did have concept of our fortress there. So we know what is to protect, we know where is the enemy, and we have big wall and trenches and cannons and everything to protect our fortress, which was inside of our perimeter. Today, we see that things are getting a little bit different. First, it starts in our work. So we now have a lot of devices everywhere. People are no longer working from the offices, but from around the world, from their homes, from the planes, from the trains, wherever they are traveling. And that is penetrating through our defenses. So we need to open up people from outside to be able to access services that are normally provided only for the insiders. And on the other side, we see bring your own devices. We have employees with powerful phones which are trying to access services which are no longer inside. Then we see this integration from our business to the social networks. So everybody wants to be there on LinkedIn, everybody wants to be on Facebook, to advertise, to tweet, to do whatever they want. So we are seeing change in our security landscape. But following that change, we see that number of attacks are suddenly increasing through time. And it is not something that is happening only to somebody else, it is happening to all of us all the time. So we can see that on 2011 we have very small number of breaches, which were mostly specialized breaches targeted toward the companies. Then we see that 2012 bring a big increase in size, number, and impact of those vulnerabilities. And today we are heading toward the continuous attacks. We know that as advanced persistent threats are everywhere, and they are targeting everything and everybody. We see corporate and government-sponsored attacks on different levels and size. We see terrorists, we see industrial espionage, everything is happening online, and we need to be ready for that. So why does it matter? Long, long time ago, in time of Philippides, who ran to whisper to his king that they won the war, we see that the threat landscape was pretty much the same. We have courier transferring message to somebody on the other side. So from attacker perspective, we had a wide range of possibility to attack that carrier. It was just problem finding it in the world. So we changed a little bit. Our carrier was no longer running through the fields. We introduced pigeons. We introduced snail mail. We introduced different stuff. But somewhere toward the end of 19th century, our threat landscape started to change a little bit with the introduction of first electric-based devices for communications, like first telegraph, and in beginning early 20th century, first telephone. How this started to change stuff? Now we no longer have a wide range of period from the generation of message until the message is delivered. Now it can happen almost at the same time. So just somebody needs to go to telegraph, type the message, and the electronic currents will transfer the message to the other hand. That's changed the threat landscape. So for attacker to intercept this message, he don't have anymore a large amount of time to intervene, but message is sent at the moment. Again, on the other side, now we know where is our carrier. It is in the wires, so it is enough to sit on the wires, put up the spy phone, and hear the message that is happening. And that was running well until the 80s, when threat started to evolve. Phones started to evolve, and we have entered into digital era, which started to introduce a little bit. It was not longer enough for us to just connect to the wires. We needed to do some decoding and encoding and stuff like that. So digital signal was multiplexed. It was a little bit different in nature, but again, it was again in the wires. Somewhere toward the mid of 90s, we have a new things that started to emerge. So something that was previously reserved only for research facilities and universities started to enter our home, and we gained access to first internet connections. And from that point, everything is starting to change very rapidly. With the evolution of our mobile phones, which started as a very big and bulky devices, until the current very small devices and very powerful devices, which has more power than the supercomputers of the early internet era, and integrate internet to it, and that is exposing us to, from day to day to new threats. And it begins to become really, really worse. I already mentioned that there is no longer fortress, but for now, until the last couple of years, it was mostly oriented toward our work. At our home, we can say we have our fortress there. We know what is inside, what is outside. So we were pretty much safe. But today, with our devices and appliances being exposed to the internet, we are now opening ourselves to those attacks that I mentioned in the second or third slide, which are evolving continuously. So we are starting to experience a lot of attacks toward the persons in different forms that I will discuss a little bit later. But important is to know that this trend is started and it is not going to stop. It is going to start to penetrate all parts of our life sooner or later, and before you know, everybody can get attacked. So bad things are happening to everybody. It is not just you and me, it is everybody. We see a large military installation that are attacked by the corporate or government. So be aware, there is not just the people in black who are maybe obvious, but there are people who are not in black and who can attack you anytime without any notice. So how we are come to this point? So where are the attacks? So first problem is that data become actual currency. So those guys in black are actually trying to find our own data, which can be sold on the black market, on that dark net that we also heard about mentioned before. So those guys are from darknet, as you can see, they are everywhere. We just came not to notice them. We can trip over them, but not be aware that they are around. So they are targeting our personal data, and our personal data is disseminated everywhere. We can find personal data on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, a lot of social networks. They offer us service in exchange for our data. Also, this data is very interesting for identity theft. We know that in the black market you can buy credit card numbers for like $10, and that is a working account. But for complete identity, which includes social security number, name, last name, family names, everything that you actually need to model a person, you can buy for about a couple $100. So complete identity can be bought for a low amount of money on the black market. So this is why it is really important to be aware that everybody can get attacked every time. Problem that we are seeing every day is that very small number of attacks are actually detected. So most successful attacks are actually not detected sitting somewhere. You remember Stuxnet, which was already mentioned before. Nobody knows for how long it actually runs in Iranian nuclear enriching factory before it was discovered. And it was discovered by accident when it escaped from that environment in the wild. So they noticed that aftermath showed that for 6 months before they actually detected Stuxnet, they had the number of centrifuge going offline from a couple of hundred per month to 1,000 per month. So it was running a long time in the background before it was actually identified. So a lot of threats are not visible and not known to us. It happened from us when we go to customer site. We connected some device to sniff the traffic, and we started to see something and asked customer, sorry, do you know what is this? Oh, this shouldn't be happening. And we discovered that they have some malicious software running in their network, something that is exfiltrating the data from their infrastructure. So that is the point. There is no fortress anymore anywhere, and even our homes are not safe. So we see that the number of incidents are growing constantly, and currently single loss of data is about $150 for company that lost data. So it is a big impact to your financial bottom line in the end. And as I mentioned, we are no more secure at our homes than we are in our workplaces. We want to integrate our homes to have a optimized efficiency, to better use electricity, to better use our time, so we program our lights to go up when we are awake and to go down. We program our AC control to do what it needs to do to lower or to warmer our home when we are there. We have lights control, and what is the problem in this setup? These new technologies are mostly focused toward convenience. And we know that convenience and security are not always aligned. So that big problem is not addressed properly currently because all companies are mostly covering convenience part. So we saw different products. For example, we were analyzing a product which was brought by the big company that controls your light in the house. And although the product itself was nice and easy and have some basic security implemented in it, it offered capability to integrate with your Facebook account. So you can set it up in such a way that when you are tagged in a photo in Facebook, your lights go blinking. No problem there. But also you can change this setting, not to blink, but to change to the dominant color of the picture you were tagged in. So if you are somewhere in the nature, everything is green, somebody tags you on such picture and your lights in house goes green. Problem here was what we did. We created completely black pictures, uploaded to Facebook and started tagging the target, and house was completely in dark with this setting. So even if you have two technologies which are fairly secure from our point of view, so integration between them offers a new threats to ours. So we could put a house in complete lights out mode just by doing something on the Facebook. And to be honest, it is easy to target anybody on the Facebook. You just need a couple of keywords entered into the Facebook, LinkedIn, or any other social network, and we will get a lot of data about the target, and we will know everything. It just enables us also to do password resets to gain access to financial data. Why? Because you often see there are some security questions on the banking sites that allows you to retrieve the data from the account. So you just go research this person on the internet, call the bank, they will ask you questions. You might not know answers at the beginning. You go back, research a little bit more, find concrete answers. What is your first pet? And you find on the Instagram picture of your first pet and everything about it. So you come back to, now I know. Okay, what is the next question? Oh, that I have from Facebook. Oh, that I have from LinkedIn. Excellent. I gain access to your financial data. I can get access to your medical data. I can get access to any kind of data because of this integration with social networks. The other problem is, okay, you're not safe in the work, you're not safe in your home, but problem is that as time goes, you're not safe in your cars anymore. We see a trend toward connectivity in car. Your car become actually moving internet access point. So it is just one more endpoint in Internet of Things. Your car is a small computer, not so small actually, computer, which have some internal connectivity to offer you convenience. So you have infotainment system in your cars where you put your phone, it will automatically associate itself via Bluetooth to enable you to have hands-on, to call. Then you will have GPS connectivity. So you will have a lot of connectivity in your car. You will have connectivity for your tire pressure sensors, which are usually wireless. And we did some research in this area before. In 2011, we found out that one of the manufacturers was so good done that as soon as we associated phone, we were able to control the engine of the car. Luckily, at this time, we still don't have fully automated car controls. And we were not able to impact the steering or to remove the brakes, but we could brake, we could disrupt ABS system, we could play with your servo, so we put it on high mode, so you're not possible to, very difficult to steer. Then we just change this to very low settings, and from this, you go to this. And we can brake, we can change the brake intensity different wheels, thanks to ABS system. So we could play a lot of parameters there. Second time, we did 2 years after that, new research, it was a lot better. So still possible to impact the car, but not so easily and not so completely. Problem is that we are heading into the world of self-driving cars. So for now, I already saw some of the cars that can be automatically parked. So you just, I want to park, remove your hands, remove your legs from controls, and just let car do the job for you. And that means that some computer inside your car have full control of that car. Acceleration, brake, steering. That scares a lot. For me, I don't know if you feel confident, but I certainly don't. So the third part is our bodies themselves. We see progress of medical devices, which are really life-saving, and they are impacted in us. So to be able to control them and to change settings in them without going through expensive surgeries, they introduce Bluetooth and wireless connectivity, and you can control it over your phone. And that is the source, root cause of all our problems are actually that everything we want to do, there is an app for our phone for that. And those apps are not really secure because some of our research showed that number of malware distributed in all major markets that distribute applications to Apple, to Android, and to Windows are actually spiking up. So through time, they are not more secure, but there is more attacks through that. So malicious application, which can do a lot of bad stuff to your heart pump, insulin pump, to your car, to your home, to your work, are actually distributing themselves very efficiently over those markets. And what will future bring? You know that yesterday was Back to the Future Day. Dave and Marty McFly from end of 80s flew back in the future into 21st October 2015 to meet with flying cars, flying hoverboards, self-adjusting clothes which will dry itself up. So in 1890s, when this movie was out, it seemed like a far, far, far future, but we are now living in future, and we already see that even our perception of the world is changing. So we are becoming more digital humans than humans. When I was young, when I wanted to play football, I need to take a ball, go outside, find a couple of kids from the neighborhood, then go kick the balls around, go back home all dirty with grass stains, which my mother always explained that they are very difficult to wash. Today's kids will just pop up the phone, call, connect to the internet and play football over some console or their PCs or whatever to be able to do whatever. They will never get dirty, so their mothers must be much more happier than mine. So what to do? IBM is offering some services in regarding to this area, specifically related to applications and device testing. So we are working a lot and hard to keep those bad black people out of our mind and out of our homes and our phones and our everything. So whenever you need help, there is emergency response service. You can call, and a number of white hat guys will come and save you from the threat that you are experiencing. We also have specific services related to devices, so we can test all these devices that I mentioned, and we are doing that actively, so there is a big chance that phone that you are having in your hands was tested by IBM services before. So, final answer to my question, is my fridge spying on me? Is, unfortunately, if not yet, it will be doing that soon. So that's it, thank you. I hope we are on time.
Right. Thank you very much for the performance as well. Now, this reminds me some things that happen actually in the nature. You know, when you want to eliminate some pest or so, you introduce some Australian species of some deadly wasps or whatever, so they kill the malicious wasps you have a problem with. So in this case, white software comes in, catches malicious software. So, but the size is similar. Now we are used to a huge software to fight some malicious code, to look for the viruses, etc., etc. It's usually huge. It's so a malicious code is usually small, tiny, knows how to hide, etc. Now this scenario introduces something rather new, that you also use some tiny bits of software to discover some strange behavior in the network.
Yes, there are a lot of actually techniques. First off, there is not always that malware is small. We saw the Stuxnet was about 10 to 100 times larger than threats you're usually seeing, because it involved a lot of coding inside it, and it was really sophisticated threat. But you're right, usually attacking code is small. So IBM is having these services which are using something that we call the key compromise indicators that are checked and analyzed. So this is just small pieces of your system that are checked for those key. And if we saw that some of those key indicators indicates possibility that you are penetrated or having some issues with bugs, we can do something to help it. And actually, security is not one big product that you need to install. Our approach is in layers. So you have small layer that protects one part. For example, we have human, we need to interact with human. Human is the root cause of all problems related to security. So we have social engineering, that is attack, and we have education that will help. That is on one layer. Then you need to enforce people to not divulge their passwords easily. Then we need to educate people what kind of information they need to provide online. So it is a lot of small steps that you need to do to be secure. It is not enough to buy one big product. From IBM sales, they will be lucky if I say, you need to buy a lot of big IBM products to be secure. But actually, that is part of the truth. You need some big products, but you need a lot of small steps that must be implemented to be not secure, but in control. That is the more correct.
Right. We have time for one tiny question. Anybody wants to shoot? Ooh. Okay. You see the audience, these are IT professionals, and even if they buy some electronic gadgets that could spy on them, so they are clever enough to turn off maybe some missing features, etc., not to leave their voice track in the
or they are sleeping. So
So anyway, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And thank you for the show. We loved watching some action on the stage. The action on the stage is always the right thing. Okay, a warm applause. Thank you very much. And I'm inviting our next speaker. Yes, please come up on stage. Patrick McCloughan. Okay, you need to help me with the surname. Is it the Irish one? Okay, so how do... McCloughan. Yes. Okay, Oracle Server Fellow Security Expert. And yes, I will keep timing. You have to finish by 12:25 since you have a next session downstairs, right? After that in 5 minutes. Right, let's open the presentation.
Which one? I don't recognize it.
Is it? Is it now somewhere? Okay. Which one?
That's it, yeah, yeah.
The first one?
No, the third.
The third one.
Yeah.
Okay, run.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Patrick McLaughlin, coming from Ireland. I have to present downstairs in 25 minutes, so I'll try to be efficient here. If I can master this up and down thing.
You push it up and down, and eventually it comes to life. Okay, but we can try it
That's too advanced.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I press forward and back, and
Yeah,
maybe
just
then
arrow,
it
yeah,
comes
yeah.
to life. Now try.
This one,
Yeah. It sometimes needs some.
Well-
Oh, now it works.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So up and
I
down.
can always use this. Okay, so firstly, anything I say about products, you shouldn't fully believe, because we're being a product and services company, things can change. So there's a safe harbor statement here. Oops. So I have a very simple agenda. What is digital about? What we can offer in Oracle to secure digital, and a couple of customer cases at the end. So something about digital business. Well, hopefully you are aware of this. So there's a big push on the other side of security, which is to get as many people online for as often as possible, and to service their needs very well, and to deliver a great customer experience. On mobile devices, taking into account social networks, leveraging big data and analytics about the people, their background, their behavior, so you can serve them well. And that doesn't sit so well with security, but somehow we have to reconcile digital and security and fit them together. Just some more points on digital. So firstly, digital assumes everyone is connected. So all people, all things, all businesses are connected is an assumption. It assumes a great degree of integration. So we have seamless process integration across every channel, across networks, applications, services as part of the vision. The intelligent bit is interesting. So we assume continuous analysis of raw data to provide real-time insights and decision-making as part of digital. Context, very, very important in digital, so that you can serve your users as well as possible. And personalization or people-centric, depending on if you're a consumer or an employee or whomever. Here's maybe a more simple picture around digital. On the right-hand side, you see that digital is trying to leverage social, mobile, cloud, and indeed big data, probably non-big data as well, relational data and traditional unstructured data. And in the middle, and we've heard quite a bit today already about the Internet of Things. So those things should be leveraged in a good way and an innovative way by companies to deliver a great customer experience, to improve the efficiencies of companies, and perhaps to deliver completely new business models. For example, like Uber in the taxi business or Airbnb in the hotel business, let's say. So you might get completely new disruptive players coming into the digital space. Most people are not going to be disruptive. They will instead try to use digital to transform their existing company, to make it more meaningful to young users in particular. So digital is here to stay, so we need to do something about security. Before I go into what it is we do about security, downstairs in 20 minutes, I guess, I will talk about the European Union forthcoming regulation on data security, which we expect in the spring, so sometime January, February, March 2016. This particular regulation applies to all data processing systems about all EU citizen data, regardless of where that data is held. It doesn't have to be held in the EU, it could be in the US, it could be in South America. And what is interesting, and maybe that's not the right word, is to encourage companies to really avoid data breaches in the next 10 years. There will be very high fines. So it's still being negotiated, but companies may have to pay up to 100 million or even 2%, and some are saying 5% of global revenue, not global profits, global revenue, which for someone, let's say, like Oracle would be a very large number. 2% or even 1% of global revenue would be a very significant amount of money. So there's strong encouragement within the EU, and we're in the EU here in Latvia, to get it right, or to make a great effort to get it right. I should say there's no such thing as 100% security, and indeed what I'm going to present from Oracle has to be added to by companies like Symantec, who have anti-malware, antivirus type solutions and network security type solutions. But I believe we can go a long way using traditional, quite well proven methods in the enterprise world. So here's a very simple picture. We have some people on the top left, we have some devices, we have some mobile devices, tablets, and on the bottom part of the picture we have on the left we have on-premise IT systems, and on the right we have cloud systems, perhaps from Microsoft, from Google, from IBM, from Oracle, whoever. So we are going to have people and indeed devices accessing and using applications and getting information from these other back-end systems, if I call them that, so both on-premise and off-premise. And we need some kind of security architecture to cope with this. So what do we need to do? Some of the things we need to do is start by managing these users in a good way, managing devices in a good way. If some device is no longer working or no longer in service, it needs to be taken off the network, so deregistered or revoked in certificate terms. What else do we need to do? All devices and all people would need to authenticate and strongly authenticate, in fact, before being granted access to any services. One of the major elements in data breaches, as reported by Verizon, is the use of stolen credentials, stealing people's passwords. Passwords, the world runs on passwords, in some ways unfortunately, but it really does. But we can, as you'll see in a moment, we can add to the password world and build a stronger authentication model to help prevent attacks using stolen credentials. So after authenticating people, one needs to authorize them, either devices or people, and of course keep a log or audit what they've been doing. So nothing very radical or new, in fact. Between cloud and the on-premise world, you may need to integrate user accounts across there. You have to do user management across both the on-premise and the off-premise worlds. What else do we need? And also there are entitlements. We should always protect data at rest, and I'll say on the next slide how we should do this. Again, it's known how to do this. It's not something impossible. Next, we need to also protect data in motion. Again, not something that's impossible. It can get a little bit harder with some people who are trying to insert Trojans into browsers, etc., in order to prevent, in order to get at the information before it gets protected, for example, encrypted. If we do these kind of things, we have some kind of end-to-end architecture. What is interesting in this picture, before I go into some more detail, is there isn't a single measure. So at Oracle, and indeed in the wider industry, we talk about two major things. One is defense in depth. So you need multiple layers of security, not just one. So this is at the application level and the data level and the people level. You need many measures across your architecture. And the second one is the idea of least privilege. People or devices should only need to be given the minimum amount of access to do their jobs, or in the case of devices, to function properly. So least privilege and defense in depth are still valid in the digital world and indeed in the cloud mobile type landscape. So this picture is going to try to be, as Oracle does sell product solutions. We don't just talk about the problem, we try to provide solutions. So this picture is I'm going to walk through and talk a little bit more about the functionality of the solutions very briefly, and point on the right-hand side which product that maps to. So for both people and things, you need a directory. So you need an LDAP repository for storing information about the thing or the people. Something not new either. So we have one of those, and indeed many other suppliers do as well. Access control, very important. So we have to have single sign-on and strong authentication across both the on-premise or private cloud part and the public cloud part. So we need to support strong authentication and federated single sign-on. And I don't have time to go into that, but you have to allow a user to be able to log into both on-premise and off-premise worlds transparently. And when you do that, you still do your auditing and logging. The bottom box, the bottom gray box, you need to protect APIs, so application programming interfaces. Most commonly now, those are presented with REST, but of course we have SOAP still around and will be around for many years. So we need to protect APIs. So that's kind of application level firewalling. That kind of happens at the outer perimeter. And that's from Oracle is something called an API gateway, but I don't want to focus on solution names. User lifecycle management. So if someone joins an organization, they have to be given access to the right things, the on-premise things to do their job, and the off-premise things. When they leave or when they change role, you need to revoke those rights and take away those rights. The same is true for devices. You need to give them minimum access, the least privilege idea. And that's essential. I mentioned EU data protection. That's essential clearly for compliance with laws. If you want to have a reasonable shot at complying with regulations, you need to manage users properly. And that's a whole area I could talk for an hour on identity governance, but just to give you an overview. Mobile devices need to be secured. I mentioned protecting data at rest, so you need to protect data at rest. You need to strongly authenticate the user and the device. So we can strongly authenticate the user and the device, and even the app that is connecting back to the enterprise is digitally signed so that you can recognize it's a trusted app connecting to the enterprise. And of course, data encryption on the wire. Protecting data in motion is normally done with data encryption, by the way, I didn't mention. So lastly, all I'm going to say in this picture is we have a whole range of database security add-on tools to help protect data in the database. And that's aimed at protecting against potentially malicious insiders or somebody who has acquired the username and password of an insider, such as a database administrator or a systems administrator, and wants to take on their privileges and do some nasty stuff, either deleting information, changing information, or copying information. So we can encrypt data, we can mask data before moving it out of production into test and development. The key thing is not to be using production live data in test environments, otherwise it can escape from there. So you should mask it first. We have a key management solution for managing in keys that are there for encryption. We have a SQL-type firewall protecting against things like SQL injection attacks. Very relevant for cybersecurity. It and the API gateway will stand out as firewalling type, higher-level firewall-type solutions. You need to do a lot of monitoring and auditing. So it's not just enough to collect log information. You have to aggregate that and sift through it and be able to recognize bad events, bad type events, security events. And we have tooling for that. That all fits under our database security options. I do have the small yellow elephant, the Hadoop system here. And again, I could talk for 1 hour about what we have in the area of Hadoop security or big data security. So we have what comes from Cloudera and some things on top of that, for those of you who know about big data. So just watching my clock a little bit. It's kind of okay. So 2 customer cases in digital. One is Electrabel in Belgium. They're a power company, which is in keeping with the theme of the keynotes about power companies and SCADA systems, etc. They have a goal of getting people to consume less power, which is an interesting idea. Good for the environment, means they don't have to build more power stations. So what they've done is they've built an app for mobile devices, tablets and mobile phones, to allow people to control their appliances remotely. And that means there's a home gateway. There's something that you plug your plugs into that goes between the plug and the wall, a device for detecting when something is on or how much current is flowing. And that system is deployed today, and it's using our access management solution. So this particular talk, I'm talking very much focusing on identity and access management. In fact, for digital, out of most of the customers we see are using access management solutions is the core solution for digital. Maybe the summary of my whole talk here is what we see from real customers. They're also protecting web services. So they're protecting web services that I talked about using our API gateway is one of the goals. And I think, as described in many of the talks already, it wouldn't be very good for a power company to get hacked. It wouldn't do much for confidence or trust among their users. Kind of goes without saying here at a security conference. Interestingly, one thing we have in our access management solution is the ability to leverage social networks. Interestingly, even here in this power company case, they do allow people to log in and do certain things with their Facebook identity or their LinkedIn identity or Google or Yahoo identities. I don't have time to go into all of that. So it's using normal traditional access management, but also leveraging social networks. I'd say this OAM thing, Oracle Access Management, is the core piece. And you see this piece of the diagram as well. It's also, there's a whole SOA architecture, service-oriented architecture in there as well. The next case is a mobile banking case. And again, you couldn't really think about mobile banking without having security any more than Internet of Things without security. This happens to be Australian-New Zealand Bank. And they want to offer a secure, trusted experience for users on their devices. And they have used our solution for that. And that's going back 2-3 years by now. That's all I would say. They do, interestingly, when it comes to security, they make a big deal about security, and they highlight security, and they emphasize security to their users, as they would like users to know that there's good security as well as a usable experience. So the challenge of digital is to combine usability and customer experience and security. And the good news is about digital, like cloud, we don't see people trying to build cloud services without security at all. The same is true for mobile. So for digital, security is going to come built in. There'll be some errors, of course, and there'll be things to fix, but it's a more positive situation than we've had in the past, where security kind of gets left until the end or after the system is built. And yeah, here in their frequently asked questions, security is high on the list when they're engaging with the users. And I've said this, trust and confidence of online users being key. Again, the architecture is using federated single sign-on. It's using this, something called mobile and social. So they have a social component within it as well, even though it's in banking. It's using strong authentication, using something called risk-based authentication, where you ask people questions and give them other challenges other than just having usernames and passwords. And there's also protection of APIs, and underneath it, a directory service. So those are two cases. So my conclusion is, why is security essential for digital transformation or even disruption? To build and enable trust, to limit damage to the reputation of the service provider, whoever they are, a bank or a power company in the cases I've cited. Also to improve the customer experience. You can do that by having quite usable security, maybe too much to go into. And last and certainly not least, with the forthcoming EU data protection law to comply with regulations. So these are the reasons why security in digital is really important. And I think we can go a long way, by the way. Other speakers might have said it's maybe implied it's a bit more intractable. I think this is a tractable problem. There'll always be issues. There's no such thing as 100% security, but you can go a long way. And for example, many companies, including Oracle, are offering cloud services today, and so far they haven't been breached. So you can do a lot with traditional understanding of security. That's everything from me.
Yes, thank you, Patrick. Okay, and a nice applause, please. Yeah. We still have 2 minutes until you need to run, so if anybody wants to fire up a question, please do so right now. Okay, so some are preparing for your session downstairs. Nevertheless, a simple question, but a provocative one. Now, especially under the forthcoming EU law, etc., I can be held accountable for releasing a service that uses, for example, some things. Then there's a phones, an app. Then there's my server. There's something in the cloud. Okay, so I made it REST. I made absolutely sure it's encrypted, etc., etc. But the whole infrastructure of the mobile devices is being constructed in a way that apps share information with other apps, and so and so. So question number one, how can I be held accountable in that one thing? Where's the breach? And another thing is, this is the layer that is already being put over the system with almost non-existing standards. So your triangle and the things you describe are almost one of the first times when I see somebody trying to regulate each aspect of the Internet of Things. How should it communicate and be safe? So maybe if you could just elaborate.
Good question.
On that.
How can you be held accountable? Well, the legislation is aiming to reduce the number of data breaches in Europe, but also worldwide. There's cooperation between Europe and other geographic blocks. Most data is stolen from file systems, not from laptops or tablets, because they're typically better protected in many ways than back-end server systems. So most data is stolen from servers. So if the data is stolen either from a database or a file system, forensics will indicate that's where the customer records and the personal information were taken from. It's very unlikely that they'll be taken from an app. Now, it's possible, but in that case, it's more likely to be just a few records. What they're really worried about is millions of records or tens of thousands of records, and that comes from the server side. And we do know how to protect the server-side systems. Whoever's operating those needs to protect them. However, it's the data owner who's responsible, not the person operating the systems. This is a very key point which I need to make downstairs as well. If you own the system and it's your data, you're managing the data, the data owner, you're responsible, not the cloud service provider or somebody else, you. It's you they will come to talk to, and you might say, well, it was so-and-so. Then you need to have a contract to go and sue so-and-so, but you are on the hook, is how it's constructed.
Right, okay. Thank you. Here's a little souvenir, and a nice thank you. It was really, I like this scheme. So maybe if you see him later in the lunch, you could maybe ask for that presentation or do some explanations for that scheme. Thank you very much. Okay, so yes, please come up. I already told you that Natalia will not be present with us today, but as much as I'm aware, there's a video available with her message, and the keynote will be delivered by her colleague, Alexei Kalgin. Yes? And Alexei Kalgin is head of product management within the Ego Secure, the same company Natalia works with, right?
That's right.
Okay. So
I will explain the relations between the companies because this is a group of companies, InfoWatch, and there are many companies there. Yeah.
You know, it's in the title. It doesn't say Kaspersky Lab, so we need to see the landscape and the geography of these companies in that case.
This one. We start with the video.
Yeah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you on the DSS IT Security Conference. I'm sorry for not being able to take this trip to Riga today due to some health problems. I hope you will enjoy the conference, and I really envy you for not being there. I wanted, well, the organizers asked me to make a short video to you, and I would like to use this opportunity to briefly introduce my presentation and my colleague who will be making the presentation on my behalf. In my presentation today, I wanted to tell you about the IT trends in the IT security which we see, and how we consider the enterprises must fight them. Why I choose this topic? Well, our company InfoWatch, actually it's a group of companies, has been working in enterprise security for more than 10 years. And we have a possibility to see what threats our customers meet. And therefore, of course, we would like to create the protection for them. One of the main topics of InfoWatch is data leakages. And my colleague, Alexei Kalgin, will introduce you a brief report of InfoWatch global data leakage, which says where data leaks are coming from, they get into, which channel they use, etc., etc. I hope you find this interesting. And well, now I want to introduce Alexei Kalgin, who is the head of product manager in company Ego Secure GmbH. It's one of the InfoWatch group companies. Alexei has been working in IT security for 20 years. He started at Kaspersky Lab, my previous company, 20 years ago, and since then was always involved in the development of IT security products. I hope he will make it all right, and I wish you the best day and very interesting conference. Good luck.
Yes, a nice video message. Okay, Alexei, the stage is yours.
Thank you. So, as you heard from the video, I'm making this presentation on behalf of Natalia Kaspersky. So actually, she prepared this presentation. I made just minor adjustments, and I will present. And the theme of this conference is about digital fortress, and I tried to reflect it in my presentation the way we see it and the way the changes are happening in nowadays. But just before, to explain the relationships between the companies, to tell you a little bit more about InfoWatch and EgoSecure. InfoWatch was founded as a spin-off of Kaspersky Lab in 2003. So 12 years ago, the first product was released. At that moment, it was founded by Kaspersky Lab. It was a part of the company. But later, it became independent. Starting from 2007, Natalia Kaspersky, she's heading InfoWatch. She's Chief Executive Officer of InfoWatch. And starting from 2010, InfoWatch became completely independent company, completely independent business. And you see here in the portfolio, EgoSecure is just one company, but there are other companies. But what unites them all, they are all working in IT security business. They are all dealing with security, with threats. But different companies are dealing with different things. InfoWatch is mainly concentrating on protection from data loss, from data leakages. Other companies, they are specializing on targeted attacks, other things, data protection. So for example, company I'm working for, EgoSecure, is mainly working with data protection. And I'm presenting this in another venue today. But the main idea, all these products, they are for enterprise, for companies to secure businesses. Nor InfoWatch and any other company in this group of companies, they do not develop any consumer-level products. They are all specially designed for enterprises. They are all specially designed for IT managers, security officers, management of the company, to reflect the workflows happening, etc. And these are software solutions, mainly. Sometimes there are pieces of hardware, but in majority, it's software solution. But as previous presenters mentioned, security is not just a simple piece of software or big piece of software. It always comes with services, consulting services, etc. Returning to the theme of this conference about digital fortress. In the past, when people were thinking about their lives, they first thought about security. So when they need security, they start with building a fortress. So they put a fortress and they put everything inside this fortress. And it was very well controlled. They were towers, gates, bridges, raising bridges, so it wasn't easy to enter from the outside. So they were isolated castles, fortresses, and all valuables and all people, they were living inside. And they were protecting their valuables, they were protecting their lives with these fortresses. Actually, this castle you see here is the closest one to EgoSecure office in Germany. It's just 20 minutes driving from the HQ of EgoSecure. But okay, this was an example how things were constructed in the past. But nowadays, things changed a lot. If we think about the company as a fortress, nowadays there are so many open doors, so many data flows. I will talk about this. But before that, I want to mention, 22 years ago, I was working for one large airline company. And at that time, airline company reminded me the castle, because there was control, all workstations, they had no possibility to copy any data from there. There was no internet. There was even no possibility to copy any data to floppy disk. All floppy drives were removed. And even networks, they were isolated from each other. For example, financial department, they had a separate network. And other people, they were not able. Only financial controllers, they were dealing with financial data. And it was disconnected from the rest for security. So there were walls, there were bridges, things like that. But now it's not the case. So let's think about how to build the digital fortress of the 21st century. When we talk about security, and also not only security, but also the measures which people apply on their systems, what people are usually doing for security. The first things which comes to my mind is antivirus. Antivirus adaptation rate is like 99%. Almost all computers have antiviruses, firewalls, sometimes patch management. Now patch management is introduced on the level of operating systems. But these are traditional security elements. They are important, but not enough. Because they are only protecting from external threats. They are not protecting from internal threats. But internal threats are even more dangerous because employees working for the company, they have access to company data, to all sensitive data of the company. They have access to the data of the customers, to personal data of different records, etc. They simply needed to do their work. It's explainable why they have access. We cannot limit this access. But how employees are using this information, this is a big question. Sometimes they can harm by intent or just by mistake. So InfoWatch and the group of companies, it protects from both internal threats and external threats. And I will talk about this combination today. And you see here there are different products securing data on different levels. So if we consider antivirus as a protection from external threats, the percentage of threats coming from the inside, it's even higher. We rate it by the number of incidents. Virus outbreak is one possibility, but another thing is, which is also a security incident, if the user is simply losing his laptop with sensitive data on it, and there are no preemptive measures to protect against this. This information was not encrypted, it was published, it fell into the wrong hands, etc., etc. So, according to our research, we see that the problems from the inside, they are more serious and happen more often compared to the external things. We cannot exclude them because the external things count to 25%, even more. But still, this is how it is separated. But in reality, many companies, they are closing the red, sometimes partly, but the green one is not always properly protected. So regarding the digital world, in the old times, in these castles and fortresses, all values were locked, and the values, they were physical. It wasn't easy to steal things. Nowadays, all assets are digital. They are in digital form. And the main difference between physical asset and digital asset is that physical asset, it's not easy to replicate, it's not easy to copy. But files, data can now be copied and very fast because everything is digital, stored in digital form. And also, when the digital file is stolen, actually the original file remains in its original location. So the owner of the company, sometimes they will never know that his data appeared somewhere else outside of their companies. So that's one of the problems. Another problem is global internet connectivity. As I mentioned, 22 years ago when I was working for the airline, things were nearly the same. The aircrafts were the same, or almost the same. But there was no internet, there was no mobile phones. And actually, in our airline, there were just 2 laptops. One belonged to the chief executive officer. The second one was used also by the IT team, but still, there were just 2 laptops. And there was a special guard who was carrying this laptop because it was pretty heavy. And he was responsible for this laptop. It was his main responsibility to carry the laptop. So, to some extent, information was secure. But now, mobility. Laptops are everywhere. And not only laptops, smartphones are in each pocket. So, and every user connects to the internet. Even if the owner of the company or the management of the company limit abilities of people to go to the internet through their corporate LAN. Many of them, they have phones in their pockets and they can create a Wi-Fi hotspot. Almost any smartphone can do things like that. Also, another, well, I say problem, is that many companies, not almost all countries, they depend on technologies developed in the United States. Because Apple, Google, and Microsoft, they are there. And there are no alternatives at the moment. So that's another threat and another actually background of threats. Now, as there are new possibilities like cloud services, global internet connectivity, very fast data transfers, etc., new devices. This gives new abilities to people, but also at the same time, this gives additional possibilities for attackers. So it's always a double-edged sword. Better connectivity, but more opportunities for hackers to do things remotely. Also, IT security usually responds to new threats, but this happens with a kind of delay. First, we know about the problem when we start fixing. First, vulnerability appears. After that, the fix happens, and there is always a delay in time. And also, lack of qualified staff is also a problem, because I will show you the example where the problem originates exactly from this fact. So today I will talk about data loss, about evolution of targeted attacks, about software vulnerabilities, a little bit about social networks, and functionality, data collecting functionality of modern IT systems. The number of leaks is growing, and each year it's high compared to the previous year. So there is a trend here. Also, the quantity of records is also growing, and it's growing very fast. It's simply explained by better transfer rates, better capacity of storages, etc. So this is how the number of leaks is growing. On this slide, you can see which data is actually usually stolen. Hackers, they are trying to find data where they can generate some profit. And personal data and payment information is the primary thing which is interested for them. But also, commercial secrets or even government secrets are in this scope of data loss, data leakage. Also, how these leakages happen. Sometimes it's intended activity. Sometimes it's deliberate. But quite often it's occasional. The user simply wants to work from home. He copies some sensitive data to his USB stick. And he can easily lose this USB stick on his way back home. They are so small. And information will fall into the wrong hands. So this happens by mistake. Or the user tries to send some internal document for review to his colleague before sending it out to the partner. But in Outlook, sometimes when you type the name, it replaces with the address from your contact list. And quite often, by mistake, people are sending confidential, sensitive data outside of the company when they shouldn't do this. So, or simply people saving files to OneDrive or Google Drive, some sensitive files, and they are leaving the company this way. So there are so many ways how data can leave the castle, the fortress nowadays, and we need to control them all. Regarding the ways how data is leaving, it's always changing, and you see the green, the biggest one, it's network, means internet, browser, cloud, etc. So cloud storages, this is now the most popular way how files are leaving the companies, how data is leaving the companies. Microsoft Office, by default, the newest versions, proposes users to save files not on the local storage, not on the file server, but it proposes to save files in the cloud. So just employees working for the companies, they are simply transferring some assets without any malicious intention. They simply transfer it to the cloud. If these assets are protected when they are inside the company, they are not as well protected when it's outside, because OneDrive or Google Drive, they are simply protected with username and password. And they are accessible from any computer in the world. So it's now the case just to steal credentials of people. So this simplifies the life of attackers. You see here the yellow one, paper documents. They are constantly shrinking, just because everything is becoming digital. Why users should print some secret document and with the possibility to be caught in the office for printing some sensitive data? It's easier to transfer file to USB stick or send it to the cloud and print it from home. Anyone has a printer at home now. So this is changing. Also, loss or theft of the equipment, smartphones, tablets. I will make another presentation of EduSecure today, and I will tell you how many devices are lost. But it actually represents about 20% of all security cases. And in majority of cases, information was not encrypted, it was plain text, and it was accessible. I met many people, well-educated company owners, which were absolutely sure that if they have a password on their laptop, data is not accessible, unless someone will guess the password, which is long. They were not aware that it's possible to boot from the USB stick and get access. They were not aware that it's possible just simply to copy the hard drive, just to take it, to connect it to another system. So education is also a problem about security. Also, portable devices, USB sticks, represents the second amount of problems, because they are very cheap. Their capacity is really huge. I recall the time 22 years ago when I was working for airline. The server, the big server at that time, the capacity of all storages combined, which was huge at that moment, was 1 gigabyte. Now each phone in your pocket has more storage than that. And so any user can copy any data with him. And we need to understand this. I will talk about targeted attacks. Unlike virus outbreaks of the past, like 10 years ago or something, targeted attack, they are not massive. They are specially targeting this or that company or something like that. And there are usually some serious reasons for that. They are usually financially motivated. And I will take an example of dark hotel targeted attack. Well, duration written here starting from 2014, but actually this is the time when it was discovered, but it started long time before. How this targeted attack happened? Business people, owners of the companies, they travel a lot. And when they are on a business trip, still they need to deal with their businesses. They need connectivity. They need to connect with their colleagues, respond to urgent emails, etc. So they contacted internet using public services like Wi-Fi. That's the regular habit of people. Oh, there is a Wi-Fi here. Let's connect. Who knows the origin of this hotspot? Also, when I was talking about education and the level of professionals, this problem, why it's called dark hotel problem, dark hotel targeted attack, it comes from the problem that people were connecting to the hotel networks. And hotel networks, there are no dedicated IT people there. Sometimes they come, they fix something, but they are not always there. They don't always patch the systems. So the attack started with compromised hotel networks. And through these hotel networks, people, they were receiving pieces of malware, zero-day attacks, etc. But it was done selectively. They were not infecting all people coming to the hotel. They were infecting just dedicated people. And once they managed to get access to one of the computers, they used social engineering to penetrate to the corporate networks, etc. But it was hidden, it was very silent. And samples of these attacks, they were not available to antivirus companies, simply because the quantity of them was very small. only several computers were infected. And there was no thing like bang, etc., or visual effects like viruses of the 90s. They were silently sitting there. And after that, through social networks, they infected the rest. Another example of targeted attack is attack on the German steel plant, where hackers, through the spear attack, they first gained access to the corporate network, and afterwards they issued commands which physically broke the equipment, and there was a massive damage on the plant. But this was an attack. My colleagues before, they spoke about Internet of Things, about cars, also, but what worries me more, like cardio stimulators and other medical equipment can also be a target. So that's another problem. Another thing which also was mentioned today is the growing number of vulnerabilities. And especially serious is not just the number of growing vulnerabilities, but also the fact that people are not patching them in time. Like there was an example with medical certification, etc. But looking at the vulnerabilities, many of them, they are mistakes of the programmers. Some of them, these are the backdoors they left there. So that's another area. And especially if the code is developed for one particular company, unhappy programmers, they can activate backdoors which they left. And afterwards, this can be used for data theft or remote control of the system or any fraudulent transactions, etc. Well, social networks. Now almost everyone is registered in social networks, and bad information spreads across these networks really fast. And this can damage the enterprises, this can damage real people. There is also things like stolen accounts. There are so many keyloggers and other things. People are using simple passwords, etc. Accounts are stolen. On behalf of these people, they send wrong messages to the wrong people. They duplicate this, and the problem grows and grows and grows. And this poses the danger not only to the people, but also to the companies. And also, I want to mention that many products nowadays, they are collecting data. They are doing this with good intent, but still, operating systems, they send the user data to the vendor. Internet browsers, they are doing the same. Search engines, social networks, everything. And for example, smartphones. Smartphones, for example, my smartphone, which one is based on Windows, another one is based on Android, it's always listening. It's always listening and recording what I'm saying. Because when I'm saying, OK, Google, it opens the message. This means that he's listening all the time. And who knows how properly this data is secured. A while ago, it turned out that one of the biggest Russian companies, Yandex, they had a vulnerability for keeping user data on the device's recorded voice data. So what we have to do here? First of all, IT legislation in each country, it's very important because after that, all governments and all companies working with governments, they need to take into consideration the rules which are there. And for example, like Federal Data Protection Act in Europe, where companies must secure sensitive data of their customers. Also, choice of methodologies is important here, implementation of technical measures, and it's not just a piece of software, it's a process where everything must be connected. So for this purpose, there are many products. Majority of them are developed by InfoWatch Group, and such things like targeted attack detection, source code analysis. If this is written by you, or you can find the mistakes inside the source code, etc. Solutions for detection of intrusion prevention, solutions for monitoring social networks, and the main one which we are doing is data leakage prevention, data protection. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Good one. Now, we have really a couple of minutes. So anybody has any question about, it's actually quite well connected to today's topic, because I believe most of us here who are on the payroll of the companies are responsible exactly for that, for keeping the company safe. So you mentioned those products are mostly for the corporate business, and well, in my opinion, you can build it as I don't know, as strong as you want, and so there's always this human factor, and then people they lose their phones and they share data, and they don't even quite understand what this computer asks of them, and they just press yes or no, and next, there's no time, and so. Are you aware of any really reasonable safe by design solutions that could come in the years to come to protect humans from themselves in terms of some stupidity? Because one thing is, okay, we can issue the company information to all the employees, how the data should be treated. We can allow access only from the works IP addresses, But anyway, eventually something will happen, and it's going to be breached.
Yes, there are some changes here. So, for example, when the first iPhone was released, there was no application to lock iPhone remotely. Now any user can do this. So things are improving. Also, when I first used the internet bank, there was a complicated procedure of receiving login and password. But after that, with this login and password, I was able to log in and do whatever I want in my internet bank. Now, majority of banks, they use two-factor authentication.
Yeah.
So it's not just something what I know, my password and my login credentials, but it's also something that I have, like e-token or my smartphone. If I confirm any transaction with SMS, at least without my phone, it's not possible to do things like that. So there are some changes here, and many things they are also secure by design. But anyway, no matter how secure the thing is, there are always things which I slightly mentioned, like vulnerabilities. So there are constant improvement, but still vulnerability, and still people will always be the weakest element of this chain. If the user can do something, sooner or later he will do this. If he can make a good thing or a mistake, sometimes he will do good things, sometimes they will make mistakes. So third-party software, third-party services here, just even if things are implemented properly, even if everything is installed, probably it's misconfigured. So additional services are still required. No matter complicated systems means additional services required for them to function properly.
Yeah, and you have to do that once for all the employees, etc. So they all have to have one software version of something. So if there is a problem in that software version in particular, then everybody has a problem in the company. But it's way much better than if the company doesn't have these rules, and every single one of them has different operating systems, different versions, different etc. So thank you very much. A small souvenir from us, and yes, say hello to Natalia, and so may she get well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on time. Now we all go to lunch. Then you can also mingle downstairs in the expo area and do some business networking and so. So the lunch will be available, as much as I know, downstairs and in the end of the hall of this very floor where the restaurant Cleavers is. I believe there was some issues with the name of that restaurant. So, bon appetit, and we meet here again at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you very much. Okay, it's time. Welcome back to the session 1, and I hope you enjoyed the dinner. You know, always after the dinner we're a little bit more relaxed, if you might say, but nevertheless keep the track of some notes, be active on the social networks, remember the hashtag DSS ITSEC 2015, and by entering this hashtag you also can see what other people are sharing. Nevertheless, we go with the first presentation, risk management, where's the information, and please welcome on the stage Sandra Liepkauns, Nectrus, lecturer, University of Toronto. Please welcome, warm applause. Okay, so this is it, up and down.
Is it going to work?
I hope so. If it doesn't work, you can call me. I can press some button for you. Let's try it. Maybe it just has to wake up.
Yeah.
Okay, forward and back, and now try. Yes, now it's working.
Okay.
Now it's
Start
working.
up. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Svarts. I'm Sandra Liepkauns. I do speak Latvian, but I was told I had to speak in English, and probably my English is better from a technology perspective anyway. So now that we've all eaten lunch, we're probably all going to fall asleep. Hopefully I can keep you awake for a little bit. So we're here to talk about risk management. Where's the information? I've actually been in risk management for several years now, and the presentation is basically a culmination of the research and working with clients over the last 4 years. Not a lot of people talk about where is the information. Today's technology world, we're interconnected with all different types of things. We have online communities, we have integrated e-applications, we have PCI, we have data mining, we have mobile devices, we have all sorts of technology. We have firewalls, IDS, Wi-Fi, VoIP, we have PLCs, we heard all about, programmable logical controllers this morning, and all the security issues surrounding those. In today's application market, we're looking at speed to market. Everybody wants it now. We have to be first out there. And the first thing that people will sacrifice is the security just to get it to speed to market. But we forget about that to make all of these applications work, we need a secure infrastructure in place. We need the transportation to be encrypted. We have to have secure data storage. The applications have to be developed securely as well. One of my favorite organizations is actually OWASP, and I see that they're a sponsor here as well, because OWASP provides a framework to be able to securely develop applications, tools to be able to test those applications that provide best practices. We also need to have full operational support in place as well. We need to have legal and regulatory compliance for these systems as well. And information security and security of data, security of applications. As we're developing these, we have to integrate information security as part of the process up front, not try to retrofit it later, because it doesn't work. We look at the 3 pillars of information security, and we've all seen these. This is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Today we've got technology, social media. I look at technology, it just is. We expect it to work. Just as we have a light switch, you turn it on and off, you expect the internet to be there, you expect your business systems to be there. We also have commentary that's lightning speed. I've worked with organizations and municipalities and cities where you have grassroots organizations that keep a tight eye watch on what's going on. And as soon as they hear about something that they don't like, they start tweeting about it. And our information is everywhere. Information in the internet. And this may sound like apple pie and motherhood to security professionals and IT professionals, but I put these slides up for business people. When's the last time you Googled yourself? When's the last time you looked to see how much information is actually about you on the internet? What is being said? We also find that personal views become very public. All of a sudden, our business lives and our business and our personal lives are crossing. And we need to be careful about what we say out on the internet because those things on the internet are there forever. What happens when you delete information? One of the regulations from a Latvian perspective is that there's also freedom of information requests. So being able to request that information. Once you delete information, is it really deleted? From a government perspective, you need to be able to retain certain information for periods of time. But still, people forget that once you hit delete on the internet, it's still out there, potentially forever. And information, from a corporate perspective, should be destroyed on a records retention perspective. Records retention policy. Electronic mail and the internet. So many people forget that when you're using electronic mail and the internet, it's out there in the free world. Everything that you say is potentially going clear text, unless it's been encrypted. The other thing, when you're sending information from one organization to another, you have no control over the security of the other organization and what they're going to do with the information. You may hold and guard your information very tightly and with great security controls and a great elevation of security consciousness, but who you're sending it to, what are they doing with it? Also, by the time you've actually sent, if I send anyone here an email, how many different gateways does it go through? How many places is it stored? Quite a few. As security professionals, I love this picture because it's the monkey. Historically, all security professionals, when you come, the business comes to them, they stand there and they go, no, 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 we can't do this, we can't do that, it's not secure. The problem when we say it's not secure, what the business does is they go out, and if they have the ability, they will purchase and buy whatever services that they want, and they will traverse the IT department. And now they are introducing risk into the organization. Within your organizations, do you know how many third-party hosted solutions that you potentially have? Things that you would never imagine have been incorporated into certain infrastructures. What we need to do, we need to integrate information security as part of the business and use it as a business enabler. I don't look at security as a separate silo. And I know for a very long time we've had IT departments, they're here, marketing is here, finance is here, whatever else you have. IT spans across everything. It enables an organization to be able to function and do its business. What we need to do is say yes to information security, work proactively with the business, because they're going to do whatever they want anyway, and work with them to understand what the risks are. And that way, we can actually potentially mitigate some of those risks. And also teach the business the risks of information security, good information security practices, and how to implement those. Particularly if and when they do sign contracts for, let's say, software as a service, then they can potentially have a checklist to identify all the questions that they need to ask these providers so you don't end up in hot water later. We have the perfect storm today. With all of the hacktivism that's going on, things have been, there's Ashley Madison, you have Charlie Miller taking over cars, you have various things happening all over the place. In the US, Target's been hacked, so many people have been hacked. Organizations are starting to pay attention, as well as financial organizations in particular, at a board level, are starting to talk about cybersecurity and about information. And it's about taking a risk-based approach, working with senior management, giving them dashboards so they actually understand what an organization, as an organization, what you're doing. And it's taking a proactive business approach so they understand the risk. And in some cases, business may want to accept the risk, but they have to clearly understand what the potential is. My goals from a risk management perspective is that you have information technology information security, and the business working all in partnership and in concert to identify risks, to mitigate them, to manage them, and to report on those. The key thing for risk management is to identify what is high risk to an organization, what is critical, what's personal, what's private, what credit card information you have, what personal health information you have, and securing those appropriately based on legal and regulatory compliance requirements. When's the last time you ever walked by and saw a PC that didn't have a screensaver on it? Saw a PC in a council chamber that was used for presentations or connected to a network? Perused your departmental shared drive. How much confidential information is potentially being stored on there? We trust each other, but should that information reside there? How about USB sticks, CDs, all of those things lying around? What's on them? Symantec talked about people picking up USB sticks and plugging them in. The easiest way to prevent that is to lock down the workstations. Have you ever wondered what's in someone's recycling bin? I have. I used to do this years ago. I was actually the CSO for a multinational packaged goods organization, and I worked in Canada, US, and Europe. And late at night, I would be working 7, 8 o'clock at night because I was away from home, and I would actually go through the office and see what people left on their desks and what they threw out in the garbage. And I actually got janitors to help me go see what was in the dumpsters. It was actually quite interesting and eye-opening. We found marketing plans, we found business plans, we found company financials. I don't think that's information that people actually want out. The other thing that comes up more and more and more, I was working with a client and checking the properties on electronic documents. They're a government organization, and they replied to a Freedom of Information request. It was actually a firefighter. So the superintendent had to provide information regarding this firefighter and why his salary was so high. So he was writing the response in Word, wrote things that he probably shouldn't have written, deleted all of it, but he had revisions set on the document. Sent the document, it went out to the media outlet. As soon as it popped up, everything that he had typed was redlined out. So the person at the media outlet could actually see his thoughts and what he had deleted. So it's always good to check your documents before you send them out. One of the things that I like to do are senior management interviews and understand what senior management is concerned about, having candid discussions with senior managers, management teams. And when I do this type of work, I never take notes of who is actually talking. We always categorize things by a department because we don't want to identify individuals and point people out. But talk about what they're worried about, what are their what types of threats and risks? What's the most critical information that they have? Has anything happened previously that they're concerned about that may happen again, that we need to put processes in place to minimize that risk? Are there any new projects that need information security integrated into it? It's not about saying no, it's not about being the monkey, it's about helping them understand. It's also about thinking and talking about information. What is critical to that organization? Taking a risk-based approach to the information in identifying how much security. Do they have a data classification in place? Is that information being segregated within the network based upon the classification? For highly confidential information, you need to have an extreme amount of security, or for personal health data, personal information, personal data. But if it's public information, does it really need that much? It's putting the controls in place where it's most required. I also look at information security, it's never black and it's never white. We will never have complete perfection. It's shades of gray, and it's managing those shades of gray and understanding where the risks are, trying to minimize it. Also, accepting, avoiding, reducing, or transferring the risk. One of the things from a risk transfer perspective is we can never transfer the risk to an outsourcer. Ultimately, the organization and their senior management are always responsible for the information, the protection of that information, even though it's out of your control. And the number one thing is education and training. We have to train our staff to know what to do. What I found, what senior managers didn't talk about, they never talked about firewalls, they never talked about technology. They always assume that the IT department is working in their best interests and doing whatever they need to do. If there was an incident, they would be notified. One of the things that they did talk about was people, the loss of knowledge and corporate history of how to do things. People are retiring. Are all policies and processes documented? So newer staff, up-and-coming managers can actually take over. Have all of the processes and procedures, are they implemented? Are they documented? Have new systems taken place where automation has happened, but it's not been documented? One example that I had from a client was that prior to every Mother's Day, the municipality cuts all of the cemeteries so they're ready for Mother's Day. The question that the superintendent has was, this is an unwritten rule within the organization. Has that been documented somewhere, or is it because of the long history that this just happens? Information management. How do we handle our information? Governance. Generally, most of the time, there's no clear governing body, no mandate, and no oversight. The weakest link is still our people, our processes. From a risk analysis summary perspective, the yellows are where need work. Senior management thought the technology components were okay. In most cases, we have third-party websites, software as a service. As technology professionals, we know those are areas of risk, but they thought those were left in good hands. Where they were concerned was the portability of data, data leakage, data loss, new technology projects, security and privacy training for staff, not just generic, but specific to certain tasks or certain departments, how human resources handles information. The knowledge level, the corporate consciousness, having information classification strategies in place, records retention. How do you delete that information from all of your information systems that you've had running for the past 10, 15, or 20 years? Or is all the information still there? Moving forward, the road forward. People are a huge factor. If people don't understand how to use technology, don't embrace the technology, don't follow policies and procedures, serious incidents can occur. Threat, data leakage, data theft, misuse. If we don't teach people what to do, you think of a small child, you tell them, and I did this as a child. My mom said, don't put your hand on the stove because it's hot. Okay. Sandra, don't put your hand on the stove. Well, later that evening, my mother found out, because I had a blister on my finger, that I hadn't put my finger on a hot stove. Even though you tell people not to do something, they will still go out and do it. But building a consciousness level from an early onset and integrating it, I find banking environments where people are brought into an organization with formal policies, procedures, structure, it becomes a way of life. So in my case, I never put my finger on a hot element again. I learned my lesson. But we don't want people to learn their lesson by taking information on USB sticks and potentially losing it. So culture is critical. With people retiring over the next several years, it's important for people to pass down the information, to have a security conscious culture, to keep the workforce engaged so they have that trusted relationship within the organization. I also look at it that we're in a 15-year process, and I've been in information security now for 20 years. I was probably one of the first CISOs in North America. And I kind of look at it, in 15 years, we're still doing the same thing over and over again. We had the internet 15 years ago plus. I've been working on the internet since 1994. But then we had firewalls in place. Then we forgot about the firewalls because Y2K happened. We had policies and procedures in place. Back in those days, everybody had documentation on specifically how people had to dress and come to work. We were over-documented. Now we're under-documented. People are creating new policies and procedures based on social media, on cloud computing, PCI, email. What's old is new again. And we need to revisit all of those things to instill that culture of security. All our technology is now being updated. We've got some really cool next-generation firewalls that I just love because they're dealing with level 7 applications. So you can actually figure out what people are doing on your network, where they're going, what information is leaving your network, decrypting SSL, how much time people are spending on social media, and all of the information is there. And as security professionals and as business, it helps us both. We also have access control, information management, systems management, information security awareness training, having a risk management approach. What's old is new again. We're just repackaging it and looking at it from a different perspective. One of my things that I strive to do is to integrate information security, the confidentiality, integrity, availability, as part of every single new project within an organization. And why? Because it's far easier to fix something upfront or create the security, the privacy, the architecture, than trying to retrofit it later when you find a problem, or just as you're about to launch, oh yes, we need to do a security review. It doesn't work because you always find problems. At least by doing the project integration, you can do things like privacy by design, review it as an iterative process to make sure that if there are deficiencies in place, then those can be remediated before the product is actually launched. So my little infographic of how to integrate it. So looking at project initiation, the security requirements, the business risk, the exposure, security and risk analysis, remediation, testing, and then implementation. It's an entire life cycle. So information, where's the risk? I always look at it as doing from a threat risk assessment perspective. You have technology, you have people, you have processes. Where's the information? Sometimes it's not as easy to decipher it. It's understanding how the information is being collected, how is it distributed, who has access to it. What are the safeguards in place? What are the threats? What are the assets? Who has access to it? Making recommendations on how to secure all of those components. That's it. Any questions?
Perfect. You are perfectly on time. Yes, please raise your hands if you have questions. Has anyone done anything like that within their own company, within their own resources, or by outsourcing a security specialist? Or you are yourselves the security specialists? Now, it's a very good thing that you actually put it down like step by step by step, and this is what sometimes companies really need to.
This slide, these two slides, I actually do as a double-sided laminate for IT departments and for business, and that why information security is important. And then actually having the process. So for IT departments and business analysts and business people, having it there for them so they can incorporate that and not forget about information security.
Yeah, my next question is, now one thing is implementing it and showing it, and another thing is to follow it. So once your job is done, you eventually maybe leave as a consultant, and so how do you ensure that these policies, or how the company can ensure that these policies are there to stay, to be followed? So it's, as you said, it's not enough to tell one or even two times, don't touch the stove. So we have to make sure that this work, this investment, by the way, stays there.
Oh, I think that I've personally been very fortunate. When I work with clients, they actually call me in because they want the help.
Yeah.
And it's not writing a report or an audit report that will sit on a shelf. What I try and do is give them tools to be able to integrate it. And ironically enough, the same clients that I've had for the last 15 years, I've been working with them for the last 15 years on various different projects. And so they value these types of things, and they usually somebody within the management group, whether from a business perspective, from an IT or a security, will take charge of this and integrate it into their day-to-day processes and procedures. So it becomes part of their culture.
Yeah, but so it happens when you enter some company. It doesn't matter, is it a software company or a typical company, and you walk through the office and you see immediately the possible breaches and things to be fixed. How do you handle now? It's one thing to see everything of that within a separate company where you are as a consultant. It's a lot easier to communicate, to see it. So when you are within your own organization, and there's of course some politics, and there's departments, and there's some things are allowed and some things are not allowed. So sometimes for the insider, it may become a little harder to push some of these things, even if they are obvious, and if the boss says, yes, I understand your point, but.
Yes. Information security is one of these things that I find it has to come from senior management. There has to be a philosophy overall within the organization. I've seen numerous organizations try to do bottom-up, and they are fairly successful at doing it, but they're more focused on the technological components that people leave them alone with. Trying to integrate it with the business, that's why elevating it to a higher level of talking to business people about what they feel is important to the organization, what risks they have, things that they have had exposure to, things that have gone wrong and their lessons learned. Once they find out those things and they're shared, and risk registers are actually a great way to have those incorporated into the risk plans of the organization, because then the audit committees can take over. So that's one way that it's integrated.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Here's one little nice thank you from the organizers of the conference. A warm applause, please. Thank you. And now it's my joy and pleasure to welcome Jan Togstrom, Chief Technologist in Finland and Baltics from Cisco. Is Victor Varga already present in the audience? Okay, hopefully we see him in this presentation time to handle the microphone and everything. So, did anyone happen to tweet something? Yes?
No,
No? Okay. I understand the security guys are more maybe, how to say, confidential about where they are and their well-beings and thoughts and ideas. But sometimes it's good because, social networks are for sharing the knowledge, and we definitely have it. Okay,
so
the stage
thank
is yours.
you. So it was great to actually follow up Sandra's presentation. And a few reasons. The first one is I came with the USB stick. So I saw a PC that didn't have any protection on it. I've been preparing presentations, sending emails and all that stuff. And I think there was a lot of good things about how we should be actually approaching the network security or information security in overall. I think there's a big problem that most of the organizations have not been actually realizing the changes that they are actually now seeing and actually experiencing. And I have an example. So I'm Janne Tekström, Chief Technologist at the Finland and Baltics and in Cisco. But what I have most is I have 3 global customers that I'm working as an enterprise architect. And one of these customers, they were actually doing, and a senior security guy was doing a new investment. He wanted to buy new sexy firewalls, next generation firewalls. And he was not able to get the budget. And he was like, what actually can I do? And he changed all the next generation firewalls to cybersecurity threat defense project. And he said he can get any and all of the money because the upper management is understanding word cybersecurity. They might not actually understand what it means, what's inside of it, but they understand it's something that they need to be serious and they need to maybe invest money. And sometimes maybe that money is not well spent or rightfully spent actually by the techies, by the nerds, as we want to have the new toys in place. But my discussion today, and I'm hoping we have some clock here. Do we have any clock? Time? No, we don't have any time. So I'm trying to actually explain why we keep failing again and again and again. And I think the reasons are rather simple. And we can start with this one. This is, the world as we knew it. So I had a nice PC. I had some of my offices, my locations. I might have my own data center, or then I had some data center services from one of my providers. And everything was nice. I put firewall in places. I had my, PC, locked. I had the, local firewalls running on the PCs. I had my data storage, and I was actually the one that was managing those data years ago. But now we have seen a big change as we are starting to talk about that it's not about, one cloud, but it's actually most of the time that I'm discussing with the business, it's any device, any cloud. And actually a business is seeing a cloud as something which is magical. They are seeing that all of my problems, all of my challenges, all of my problems and money wasting that I'm spending on my own infrastructure, my own services, is going away because I'm actually buying a cloud service. And the same way what I'm seeing actually is I'm working at Cisco, and Cisco is not actually providing me any more, mobile phone. I need to buy it by myself. I'm waiting a day that they are actually not providing me my laptop anymore, but they are saying, okay, Janne, you have your own laptops. You use them. You like them. And at the end of the day, what I'm seeing most of the time is we are losing a control of the devices. We are losing the control of the data. We are creating a lot of black holes. Because think about, if you have bought any type of cloud service, do you have your own security, your own policies in place on that cloud? No. I'm buying a service. I don't care even. I have not seen a single request from the customer that can I actually implement my own security policies in Azure? Can I implement them on the local service provider side? No. Most of the time, the only thing that we are actually doing is saying, I cannot dictate the provider how to secure my data. And that's something which I really do not understand. If you are buying a service, if you are buying an infrastructure, why you cannot dictate or mandate some of those security services? The same thing applies to the endpoints. Think about how many endpoints we have now in our organizations. I have my laptop. I can manage that one easily. Then I have my iPad. Nobody's actually managing that one. I have a lot of more and more devices which are connected to the network. and nobody's actually managing those ones. They are black holes. And one of the examples that I'm always telling, and I really cannot grasp the idea, think about how many times in your organizations you have had an infected PC or infected endpoint. And the only thing that we are actually doing is we are wiping it off and reinstalling all of the operating system and applications. That's the only thing that we're actually doing. It's like a black hole. It's, I don't care. I need to make it work. I don't care how it got infected. Where did it got infected? Did it actually spread something else? No. It's a black hole to me. The second one, as we saw, I have more and more different kind of devices. My data is in the cloud. I don't have perimeter. And most of the organizations are still relying and thinking, I have a great perimeter that I can actually defend. No, you don't. You have more and more actually collaborators within inside of your network. Your employees and your partners are actually outside of the networks. And still we are buying the next generation firewalls. We are trying to protect the perimeter. And we have lost it. And most of the organizations do not even realize that the security paradigm has changed quite significantly compared to what we had previously. And then I think my favorite topic. We have created so complex environment that we do not even understand what's going on within our own IT infrastructure. How we can protect something which we do not even understand by ourselves. The thing that we are actually trying to do then is we have the complex environment, we bring in the firewalls, we try to direct the traffic to go through these magical boxes that can then create security. But at the end of the day, what they are actually creating is more confusion, more slowness, and at the same time business is asking faster response times, faster new application, faster new services. So I think we have a lot of problems on our, approach that we are actually trying to build security as of today. And these organizational silos, how many of you are actually from the networking side? Managing firewalls. How many of you are actually doing application security? Application services, data center services. How many of you are actually then managing, endpoints, PCs, all that stuff? And the funny part is most of the time what I'm seeing, these organizations are not talking to each other. They are making purchases, they are making investments, and they are building up the security solutions on their own. I have not seen an organization that's saying actually that, okay, I have built my security architecture based so that my endpoints, my network, and my cloud services are actually combined as a one. But always I'm buying, can I have the next generation firewall? Can I have vulnerability scanning on my endpoints? Can I have something? And people are actually buying them based their own requirements and based their own preferences. And at the same time, the whole approach of IT organizations, I think it's overdue. I think it's creating silos by themselves. Somebody's taking care of the network, somebody's taking care of the endpoints, and I think we need to change that one. And it doesn't really help that we have more and more different kind of people which are actually bringing their own solutions, applications, services, endpoints to the network and operations. And there's just more and more complexity, more and more actually owners which are actually dictating different kind of things. And then, our solution, vendor solution to security problem is bring new products, bring more products. And I have seen an organization that has 66 different network security products in their environment. And still, they don't know what's going on. And I think that's not a right approach just to try to bring in new products, buy new products, because that's the thing that we should be actually doing. Because once again, we are just creating a lot of complexities, a lot of different type of operating systems, a different type of policies, configurations, and different kind of user interfaces. So, what to do? I have 3 principles that I'm thinking that we should be actually exploring. The first one is identity. Identity-enabled network services, identity-enabled security. And not identity as a .1x authentication, but identity as I'm using this application on this location, and the service is actually identified on this cloud, for example. So a broad definition of identity. So I can actually make my policies based, okay, I want to have this type of identity accessing these application identity services. The second one is I want it to actually be visibility driven. I want to understand what's going on within my whole infrastructure, not just one firewall, not just my AV scanner, not just one location. I want to enable a visibility across the whole IT infrastructure. And then instead of trying to stop everything, I need to understand what's going on. Do I have data leakages? Do I have what kind of threats within my network services? So those 3 components across the whole stack. So not just endpoint, not just network, not just cloud, but across the whole stack. And what I'm doing with my customers now is I'm building up use case-based security services. So I'm thinking that I have, let's take a real-life example. I have an ordering system in one of my customers. And we've been defining that application, that service is that critical to that customer that they want to host it by themselves. The service can be actually accessed through the network services on their own office locations, and it needs to be used by this type of endpoint with this type of security enabled. And we are now mapping up the whole use case-based security then. Not just I'm buying a firewall, not that I'm actually managing the endpoint, but we are actually trying to map the whole use case and build the security on top of that one. Then I have another services that are actually internet-based. Those are not critical services. They are like, time tracking, that kind of stuff. And what I can actually do, I can use any device and any location to access that type of services. So once again, build a use case-based scenarios and don't build 150 or 550 or 4,064 of them. Build maybe 10 or 20 different kind of scenarios, how you want your users to access the data in different locations. So, simplify, build something that you can actually repeat. Don't make it based on the technologies. Build it always cross technology stack. Try to actually build something that is open, and you don't manage actually a single policies or single devices, but you have a cross use case policies, and then you have a visibility across the whole stack of those services. So how to get there? I know everybody's actually buying firewalls, everybody's buying IDS devices, I'm buying different kind of other security products. But what I have seen actually on my customer side is that most of these organizations that are actually global, great organizations, they don't actually have anything else than products. Simple products that they are actually buying. I have different kind of, budget times, I have different kind of devices in my environment, so I'm buying these different boxes in different time. And this is how most of the organizations are operating today. Nobody's actually thinking at all how these are connected, how these can actually bring value together, but we are actually buying just technology products and technology solutions. Vision. when I'm going to meet up with CTOs or CIOs, I'm asking, what is your IT infrastructure or your security vision? Most of the time, they are not able to answer to me. And that's like a scary thought. If you don't have a vision, what kind of environment you are actually building up? And then what you can actually do is when you have a vision, you can build up these different kind of use case documentations and use cases. You build up the reference designs within those use cases. And of course, you need to, over time, with regards to the requirements, with regards to, operations, you might need to, and you will, update your use case and the reference designs. But at the same time, what you are doing is you are building up releases that are actually capable of supporting your different operations when you are actually going and moving across your vision. And that's like a simple approach how you can actually start to build up your next generation security architecture, next generation security policies, and next generation security architecture. So, as I said, at the end of the day, do not go and buy products. Do not just go and buy a single, next generation firewall or IPS device, but start thinking about the vision that you want to head. Think about how you build up the actual architecture. Create identity and visibility, and of course, automation so that we don't do only manual labor as we are doing today. So, from left-hand side to right-hand side, use case-based security, something that is understandable, something that is end-to-end, not just, a mess of, wires and products and complexity, what we have now. So, any questions? I'm trying to end up it shortly.
No, you are in time. It's perfect. Now, are there really not any questions? I have at least 3. I'm sorry. But since we have really a couple of minutes, so I think I can ask those. So imagine you spoke about identity of these separate systems and separate devices, and you spoke about use cases and how to manage that. Now, do I need you are familiar with the concept, the software-defined network. Do I need that in place to do those policies?
So,
this is more...
I'm a big fan of automation.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of software-defined networking. But I think those are the same thing. Those are just, way of actually doing some kind of, automation or automated configuration. But, it can be simple. These applications that I'm actually building up on the let's say, on the cloud. Mm-hmm. These can be accessed either through my own, network infrastructure, or they can be accessed through any network infrastructure. It can be simple. You don't need to actually build up everything as SDN, or you don't need to renew all of your network element security products, but start to think about simple use cases.
Yeah, but companies, if they implement this monitoring, they usually do it on a full scale. So
I think that's a mistake. Most of the organizations are not ready of changing from one step, which is today, a siloed organizations, a low level of automation, not really good visibility. They cannot move from one step to this fully automated, cloud-enabled...
Not fully automated, but fully monitored. I mean, they can do that stuff. It's another thing, what do you do with this data? How do you find anomalies, and how do you come up with the new strategies, come up with the new scenarios? You have to see what's going on.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Because, imagine the situation that, yes, we are reviewing our infrastructure and we see that, yes, one of our key elements, which is for some reason important, maybe programmed tens of years ago, but it's still very important. We're not actually sure up to the end what kind of protocols does it use, what happens if we touch it.
Yeah.
What's going to be impacted and so on. So we are very not like revolutionary about touching it
Yes.
and changing it, and so only thing we can do is maybe monitor it and lock it somehow and limit some access, and that's about it. How to include such things? For example, if we are talking about banking sector or finance sector, this insurance sector, they sometimes really have some of the systems which are really not up to date, and they are very conservative about
fully
that.
Understand.
Now, how do you protect this that you don't actually have absolute knowledge of?
So most of the organizations do not have great knowledge about their firewall rules, what are allowed, what kind of applications are actually run. What I'm saying to them is we need to start building up these releases. So I'm bringing in some kind of, technological capabilities, but I think more important is something that I'm then adding up additional benefits. So let's say I have a unique application on my banking databases or banking data center. So I might not want to actually bring in, updates, upgrades, all that stuff. I don't maybe want to change too many things. So one thing that you can actually do is start monitoring what kind of flows it actually creates. So that might be the first step. The second step might be something that, okay, I want to enforce something based on those data flows and that kind of stuff. So take small steps. And I think most of the time we are making a mistake on that one, that we are trying to move too fast from one thing to another one. And then we are actually saying, okay, too much work, too much money, I will not do anything. And then we are, after, as Sandra said, she's been working on 20 years on industry, the same things we repeat again and repeat again and repeat again. So take small steps, take baby steps.
Yeah, but I can also, let us say, software clone it to some newer environment to make it sandbox it in its own environment, but all of the other, how to call it, circle around it is the new software layer, is the new monitoring layer. So it can still live in its own infrastructure, absolutely, in software-based environment.
Segmentation or software-based, know. But if you want to start to do sandboxing, you need to know the application really well.
Yeah, which I
so you don't do that for 25-year-old banking system, because
I can just try to replicate an environment, make a separate branch up, limit some connections, and just see what it does.
Yeah.
So we can poke and kick
but I wouldn't
the
be
copy.
I wouldn't be too concerned about that one. And I think one question to audience is, of course, do you know what devices are connected to your network now? One guy knows, two guys maybe knows. Most of the organizations do not know even what kind of devices are connected to my network. So I think we need to start building up the principalities and principles from the bottom up. Because if I don't even know what are the devices, services on my network, how can I secure some of those ones? And I have an example. I was working with the hospital in Finland, and they said to me, okay, we have this patient data in one of my databases, and it was actually hacked. And the simple reason was that there was actually the same VLAN was across the whole, hospital area. So it's like a simple thing to do is to do the segmentation, for example.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that was my idea, but I'm not as technical, so I cannot explain it, those abbreviation words and so on. Right. Okay. Let us thank Jana. Maybe somebody else has a question, since we already have a couple of minutes. Yes, please.
Key thing, education is the key thing that we can actually enable. But the problem with most of the organization is they have somebody writes policy, and then they actually distribute that policy to everybody in their organization, and nobody's actually then training people to understand why this type of policy or policy change is put in place. So they continue to work the same way as we have done previously. And we repeat the mistakes again and again and again. So yes, key thing.
Thank you. Okay, another one? Good. I think then let us thank Janne.
Yeah,
Have
thank
nice
you.
applause. And Janne, by the way, I have as well a nice and small souvenir for you.
Beautiful.
To keep you home from the great and beautiful Latvia. Thank you very much for participating. This is a thank you from the organizers. Now, Victor, you're coming. Okay, I need you here so we can arrange a microphone. If you do not want a headset, you can stand right here, but otherwise you can have a headset. Yeah, okay, and I will, for that time, find your presentation. Okay. The first one?
The first one, yeah.
Okay. So it's...
View?
View. Okay. So this is it up and down.
Okay.
It may not work at the very beginning, but try pressing. Yeah,
it works.
Good one. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. So, welcome everyone, and first of all, thank you for inviting me to hold this presentation. Before lunch, I made a presentation about contextual security intelligence. It is a new approach introduced by Baltic. And you can learn more about the theory at our booth at -1. However, this time, for the afternoon, I am prepared with a presentation about a use case of how this new approach, the contextual security intelligence, can be used to stop an APT attack. Advanced persistent threats are typically starting with compromising the machine of someone within the organization. It doesn't matter how. It can be phishing, it can be the watering hole technique, it doesn't matter. The point is that as the attacker gains access to the machine of our employee, he has access to the credentials used by the user as well within the organization. The attacker is starting to explore the organization, where the credentials can be used, if he can log in, where he can log in, what he can do on the servers. And when he recognized that he gained access to some sensitive data, he dives deeper into our infrastructure and tries to steal data. Nowadays, it's a global fact that hacking into enterprises is a bigger business than selling drugs. So in this term, in my opinion, if you are an enterprise, it's not a question if you'll be hacked. The question is when you'll be hacked. At Baltic, in data science, we have a very important distinction between the things that we do not know. Let's say those are on the top. Let's call them the unknowns. The distinction between unknowns is with the others, the so-called unknown unknowns. These are the questions, these are the threats that we do not raise questions about because we do not even know what questions to raise. And in IT security, most of the products are looking for the known threats. If you take a look, most of the products are on the bottom or on the left. This is what is the current situation. And the problem is nowadays, however, is with the zero knowledge, the 0-day or the 0-hour attacks, which are basically in the group of the unknown unknowns. And we believe that this is the right time to take a look at, to handle these unknown unknowns within the boundaries of our organization. Contextual security intelligence. Security intelligence is pretty much well understood. It is using the knowledge of an event to secure or protect something. However, it is not trivial which are the events are in interest. And we are focused on the events to identify the events of interest. And we have 3 pillars to identify these. First of all, we are collecting information that are or that may be relevant in terms of detecting an APT attack. Second, we apply machine learning, we apply user behavior analytics to understand what is normal. Normal means your business as usual. And as we understood what is the normal, and we actively discover the new activities, and we can compare these to the normal, we have the ability to differentiate the normals from the abnormals. And when we find something abnormal in the infrastructure, we provide full visibility. Full visibility means the context as well. If we stop for a while and think about the current security strategies, at Gartner, at the Security and Risk Management Summit this September in London, the key theme was that IT security must change at enterprises. There were so many discussions that nowadays, in the world, in a strategy of access controls and policies, we have too many devices, too many locations, too many threats, too many everything. And this is overwhelming, it's too complex, it is not sustainable. However, according to Verizon, 55%, the top action of bypassing controls was the misuse of the privileges. What privileges? There are trainees in the organization. They have low-level access. There are administrators. They have bigger access to sensitive data, depending if they are application admins, if they are database admins. It doesn't matter. They have more access than a trainee. We have C-level executives. Probably they have no access to the same data as a database administrator has. However, I'm pretty much sure that the C-level executives have access to the most sensitive information of an organization. And these are the users, the privileged users, who are roaming around our IT estate, having access to our sensitive data. And what it means at Verizon is that all the controls that we raised, the security strategies that are based on access controls and policies, all of these were legitimately bypassed. And this is where the context comes into the picture. What is context? Context is basically a set of circumstances surrounding an event. For example, you have data here. Here is your firewall. Administrator is accessing data from within the firewall. That's okay, and he's doing it at midday. That's normal. What happens? What do you think if the very same data is accessed by the administrator from outside the firewall, and it is made at midnight? This is the contextual information, the surrounding event, and the surrounding information, and there is no meaning event without context. The zero line. There are so many organizations around us. Unfortunately, some of the high-profile organizations already failed with the traditional security gears. Just think about the retail giant Target or the Sony Pictures. There were huge problems. And the zero line is what we are facing is that the current strategy is unfortunately insufficient to eliminate the risk, to eliminate the issue. The logs that we collect into the log management system, analyzed by an incident management system, unfortunately, these do not provide the necessary level of information. The reason is simple. They do not see what the user is actually doing. Just remember, we are focusing on users, human, people. This is what logs cannot see. And it is pretty much challenging to follow complex sequences. And again, going back to the Verizon report, the attacker seems authenticated, the attacker seems authorized, and you cannot do anything against that. So let's apply the first step of the contextual security intelligence. Let's start collecting information. You remember the zero line is that we have firewalls, we have IDS, we have a SIEM solution, we have proper log collection. But what shall we do? What is important if we would like to know what our users are doing? Let's implement activity monitoring. It has several benefits if you implement it as it is. It's a standalone product. It provides augmented log data. because it is watching what the users are doing, so it provides more and more information which can be fed into a SIEM solution. You already know a very lot more about what your users are doing. On the top of this, we have audit trails. Okay, every kind of security device provides audit trails, but these are audit trails with replayable videos of what the users are doing. And it's transparent. So basically, there is no need to raise another wall, there is no need to build a broader wall. It's implemented and it's monitoring the user in the background. Today, I would like to highlight 3 use cases of a privileged activity monitoring tool. The first is the 4-eyes control. Let's say here on the left, we have an outsourcee. They are which we trust the less within the organization. They are not our employees, we have a contract. We have the sensitive data on the right. Let's say we have a financial institute with lots of financial information, and we have the activity monitoring solution in the middle. The user is trying to log in. However, his session is paused because we do really need someone from within our organization to give an explicit authorization, because we really, really need to know, in the case of these critical assets, what the outsources are doing. If it's not enough, the access is given, the user can log into the server, but we can have one more person. He is the auditor. He can watch all the actions, just like if you are checking the CCTV, the display of the CCTVs, you can watch everything in real time, just like if you would replay it like a video, just like you would watch it behind the shoulder of the user. This is possible, it's just one feature. The next one is some preventive capability. Let's say someone within your organization is moving sensitive information across your infrastructure from one server to another. You may be warned about that. Why are you doing that? Why are you translating the data? The other, maybe someone is dumping credit card information to the display. Why are you doing that? It's not normal. You may be warned about that. Also, some other people would use the applications that are typically using the normal behavior. Maybe someone is starting to use an application which he has never used. That may be interesting. And we differentiate 3 kind of channels here, 3 kind of activities. The green one is when nothing happens, which is interesting. The orange one, when we would like to get an alert of what the user is doing, certain commands or applications. And there are some situations, for example, when someone is accidentally issuing the shutdown command, however, not in the maintenance window, however, during the production hours. I am pretty much sure that you would like to have not to shut down or reboot your production servers, because it could cause a huge loss of reputation for your organization. This last but not least about activity monitoring, the core functionality is the replay capability. You can have a full video-like replay. Remember what was the first step of the CSI? Collect all relevant information of what the users are doing. You may think that you are there. Yes, you made the first step of CSI. You already know what the users are doing. You can comply with the local regulations, etc. However, you face a problem. There are a lot more new information in your organization, and you do not know which of these are interesting, you do not know which of the vendors you would need to check, and you really need to have something which helps you instead of random sampling. This is where the second step of CSI comes into the picture, the machine learning. To understand what is the normal behavior and trying to discover, comparing the abnormal behavior to the others, showing a prioritized risk, a list of the risky activities. So to take a look onto those events that are really in interest. What is behavior? How many of you have here at least 2 children? Please raise your hands. Okay, we are parents. Just remember to the time when they are that small, it's nighttime, and you wake up to some little noise. You can hear teeny tiny steps, And just by hearing the speed of the steps, the loudness of the steps, you can decide, you can identify which of your 2 little kids are coming over. This is behavior. And this is exactly the same in the digital world, because you usually log into the servers that you are used to logged in. You usually use the commands that you used to use. If you wake up in the morning at 7 a.m. and go into the office at 8, you will most probably not start working before 8 a.m. This is exactly the same in digital world. And this is the first step visualized of CSI. On the left, we can see where we started at the 0 line. We had log collection. We introduced activity monitoring. And using these products, you have the ability to normalize the data into a format which is consumable by both human and machine. But this is not enough. We need the context. We enrich this information. What is on the top? User directory. Who are our users? Which group they are in? What is their name? What is their email access? Everything. And you may fetch information from your incident management solution as well. So you may use the base products of the platform, but you have the ability to integrate it with others and enrich the context, enrich the system with the context. What is unique for your organization? All of this data, when you achieve the first step of CSI, is stored in a secure repository. We have the activity records, which we have seen we can replay, and all this, and the log data as well, is as well indexed in order to have rapid access if any incident happens. We can search, we can replay, and we can have compliance reporting. You remember, that was only the first step of CSI. Let's add the user behavior analytics. What we can see here in the context engine, intelligence, the behavioral analytics is continuously fetching information from your secure repository, understanding the norm, your business as usual, and building the user profiles. Everyone have a user profile, just like my 2 little kids. One is running one is running faster, so I can easily understand which of them is coming over. That's the same here. And if I identify something within the new activities that differs from the normal, we can respond. A response can be a simple alert, a simple notification. To who? To the security team and perhaps for the user. You remember context awareness, what is needed. There is no more authentic information than the user itself who may have done it. And once we found it, if there is an indication of an identity theft, the response can be a connection termination as well. The use case which I brought here today is about Martin. He's 38 years old. He likes rock music, and he's a database administrator of our organization. Unfortunately, one day, one attacker gained his credentials. You remember, how does the APT start? The attacker is logging in. We have log collection, we have SIEM solution, and we have lots of important information in a log message. We have the time, we have the host, we have the username. This is a normal login. This is a normal activity. There is no notification. And this is where the behavioral analytics can help us to identify the unknown unknowns. It applies machine learning and data science. But there is nothing new under the sun. Data science, it is used for ages in marketing. Just think about the Google AdWords, or think about the recommended books by Amazon. And there is no magical wand. It is not enough to use one algorithm or 2 algorithms. We need to analyze all activities from lots of different perspectives to identify if it is normal or not. Let's start with an easy one. Let's take a look if it was made in the normal login time. The blue one, what you can see, is the login time profile of Martin. he is logging into the system with a very high probability between 4 and 5 p.m. This was made at usual login, usual time, so there is no problem. We can also tell it was made in normal working hours. What about the host that Martin was logged into? Let's see. He's a database administrator, so he's logging into database servers. The first into which the current access was made is also usual, so we can tell again that there is nothing abnormal. Second step of APT. The attacker recognized that he has access, he gained a credential which is valid in the organization. He's starting to explore the organization, and he's doing multiple accesses to multiple databases. Again, all of the accesses are successful. There is nothing new which is against the access controls and the policies, so you do not see any alert fired by your traditional security gears. What about the behavioral analytics? Martin does not behave like that. Martin typically does not make that many connections at this given time of the day. So what we are doing is we increase the risk of the user because we already identified something which may or may not be related to an APT attack or some kind of breach. Now our attacker recognized that he has access to all of the critical database servers of our organization. Now he's trying to dive deeper and steal our data. However, if you remember, we implemented an activity monitoring tool, and all of the commands issued by the attacker are transparently recorded and logged by our activity monitoring tool. If you remember to the real-time prevention, maybe we get an alert. Also, in the background, the activity monitoring tool is providing information to the analytics tool. What commands do we see here? Logging into our SQL server, dumping data out. Screen content analysis, yet another algorithm. It is nothing new again. It is just like the similar text analysis, what we are using, what universities typically using to identify, to filter plagiarism in the university thesis documents. This is, again, just data science used in IT security. And as neither Martin nor the database administrators within the organization, they are a well-formed group, the database administrators, none of them is typically using the PG dump. Why would they do that? And again, we increase the user risk of Martin. However, this is where we already arrived to a level where the user risk is too high for we shouldn't take a look at it. And this is what we are doing here, sending out a notification. Sending a notification to the security team and sending a notification to Martin. Martin told us that he was not in the office. He was not the one who logged into our server. This is already an indicator of an identity theft. And as it was reported to the security team, going back to the activity monitoring, the security team has the ability to terminate the connection. Basically, the attacker was neutralized before he could cause real damage to our organization. Next step, getting the visibility. Going back to the activity monitoring tool, we have metadata, lots of metadata about the accesses. This is what I started at the first step of CSI. For example, client address, we can know what machine, what network may be checked, what may be compromised, because attacks can be started from that. Let's say the attacker was logged into that part of our environment. Also, we have all the data indexed, so we can search for anything within the sessions. But again, the video replay is important. According to research of IBM and Poneman Institute, the typical cost of data breaches is more than $18 million. This is huge. And it is even worse that the most is caused, more than the half is caused by the loss of reputation and the brand. By having a full visibility of what was happening, within this early phase, we already have the ability to check what the attacker could make, what level of damage he could cause to our company. And this is the third step of CSI, having full visibility into what happened in our environment. The contextual security intelligence is a new approach. It could be a new strategy which has the ability to detect the misuse of privileges. And as of it, it has the ability to stop and prevent data breaches in early phase. This is what I wanted to introduce today. Thank you very much for your attention, and have a good evening afterwards.
Yes, okay, great, applause. I am absolutely delighted that your presentation had a real-life operational level examples. Now, this is very important because one thing is that we clearly understand the theoretical level and I'm personally heard of such an artificial intelligence system to monitor such intelligence. I understand that this is all histogrammic and so on, artificial intelligence is way yet to come. But nevertheless, it's very good to see explained how it does exactly what it does step by step. Now, would you have some questions, please? Okay, does anybody uses this or similar system already? No? Okay, then you have to have questions. Come on. Right. Okay, let me fill this gap. We have a couple of minutes. So imagine that I just want to understand more of that. Now, I, being a responsible manager of the company, thinking a little bit farther to that. Now, I know my employees are not perfect. And I know they make stupid mistakes, and sometimes they are late for work, and sometimes they, he opens the window, types his password, hits accidentally close, has to repeat that, tons of stupid things happen. Project managers come in and they're, okay, I need this data, okay, there's a problem with the customer wants his full backup by now, All sorts of things happen that are way beyond the normal, typical histogram of, let us say, a typical servicing company. Now, there is a project business where anything is like ups and downs and all sorts of things changes. Now, how would you tell or control or set the sensitivity of such activities? Because employees are not perfect. They make tons of stupid mistakes and they become riskier and riskier and riskier. And finally, he comes to work and he spends my time because he cannot log in. The security doesn't know, it investigates. So my 40 euro an hour machine is simply in halt. So as a manager, then I make maybe a stupid decision, maybe not. Okay, open it, grant access, we need to work, we need to get this done by tomorrow. Okay, you'll see tomorrow, we'll investigate later, Then I, as a manager, make a breach in my own security policy. Now, can you elaborate a little bit more on this, also on the operational level? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. First of all, you answered something instead of me. You, as a project manager, made a breach yourself against the policies. And this is something that we would like to prevent the breaches by not constraining the business. And let's say, first of all, if you give that many privileges to the users that they shouldn't have, first of all, you will run into the walls that you built with the other security gears you have. So you may not be able to do that. This is not a solution which replaces the existing security gears. It provides a different layer, and it is monitoring and analyzing those actions which are outside of the known threats, as I started with the unknown unknowns. So I would say, first of all, if you as a manager provide a kind of breach against your organization which is getting over your wall. And this solution tells you that something happened there. It means that you need to fine-tune your access controls and policies because there were something which you had the ability to do, which you shouldn't have the ability to do. This is a different layer, so in my opinion, in this case, it helps you to fine-tune the policies of your organization.
Yes, but there may be two different cases. The organizations, you see, they are all different, and the cultures in the organizations are different. So this thing has to be somehow, I don't know, fine-tunable. Now, imagine one company in Sweden, or in Germany, and another one down somewhere there in Greece, where, you know, it's ups and downs, and people just sometimes do not arrive at work because they're lazy. And so how do I, as a manager, fine-tune this? Because if we go back to the slide where there was this upper quadrant, which perfectly complies to what we know, which is we don't know what we don't know.
Yeah.
Now, I have to, as a security officer, I have to set up a certain types of triggers. Now, you had your green ones, orange ones, red ones, etc. And at that point, I don't know yet how my organization or how my employees are going to behave. So I can spend quite a lot of time just, you know, fighting the system.
But you don't need to know how they behave. It needs to learn. The first step, once you have the data collected, the first step of implementing such solution is to identify, to understand what is norm. It doesn't matter if you are in Greece or if you are in Sweden. It will learn what is usual for you. And it will do not make any prejudice basically on some patterns that we feed into it. That's the point. It's not a pattern-based approach. Pattern-based approach is that what you are asking because you write a pattern.
Okay, but if I can a little bit rephrase my question, can you go to the slide where was the actions based on the SQL query? So no, further, it was very up to the end, where we increased the. So you see, at that level, back one slide, yeah. Already, in my humble opinion, now if the user already connects to too many connections, etc., maybe we had to not only increase user risk, but cut it already at that stage. So, but I didn't know such situation may occur, so I didn't set up it to be orange or red.
You have the ability to, how to say, highlight those users that are that risky. So I didn't mention today, before the launch in the other presentation about CSI, I mentioned the importance of risk scoring, because there is one thing which is the deviation, the abnormality, but there is another angle, which is the risk. And you have the ability to teach the system right at the beginning. If you know about, let's say, a group, 5 or 10 people of your organizations, who you really know, that they have access to the most top secret information of your organization, that you want the system to take a special and advanced care of these users. And if you tell that these are the highest risky, the most risky users of your organization, then the system will not learn, or let's say if it finds any abnormality, the risk that is increased. We have a risk of the user and we have a risk of the activity as well, and each activity may increase the risk just that little bit or that much. If you have a risky user, which we already highlighted as a very critical user, then each of the steps, only a small deviation will increase the risk that much, that it will already terminate the connection automatically. So you have the ability, yes, to highlight some of the most critical users, but this is already the special care that you take about these users.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody has any additional questions on this? Okay, then I have to say thank you to you and give you a small souvenir, small thank you from the organizers of the conference. Thank you for your speech. I very much enjoyed that, sir. Thank you.
Thank you
okay,
very much.
nice round of applause.
Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, you have 20-minute break. We are very precise on time, so I expect you to be back in 20 minutes. Thank you. So maybe let's briefly just start you by introducing yourself and tell us what you do in your daily life.
Yeah. Okay.
And here's after that you will have this one, so you can stand in the light so people see you better.
Okay. All right. Is it the up or the down arrow for that one or that one?
Yeah, it's up and down.
Okay.
If it works.
Yeah. Okay.
We had some hiccups.
Yeah. Okay, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and to anyone who's watching online. So my name is Stephen Wares. I'm the Cyber Risk Practice Leader for the EMEA region for Marsh. For those of you who don't know Marsh and know that name, Marsh are part of the Marsh & McLennan group of companies. Marsh are the largest insurance broker in the world and risk advisor. And so I think I'm probably the only insurance speaker on the roster today. Perhaps that's one too many. But I'm going to be looking at this topic through an insurance lens. And insurance is becoming more important, and insurers are having more of a say in the area of cyber risk. Obviously, some of the outcomes of cyber attack are insured by the insurance industry, and so you can expect the insurance market to have an increasing say on what happens around cybersecurity and managing cyber risk. So the topic of my talk is navigating cyber exposure, because one of the biggest challenges is just defining what cyber risk is and what the impacts might be for the organization. So the first question that I want to pose is, what is the extent of the investigation that has typically been applied to cyber impact assessment? And Marsh have just completed a European-wide survey. We surveyed hundreds of companies across all industries, across 17 different European countries. And we gathered up the responses to attitudes to cyber risk and how they're being managed. And so I'll just use some of that survey data to answer these questions. And perhaps the first point to start with is, does it appear on the corporate risk register? And where does it appear on the corporate risk register? Is cyber risk being given a priority against some of the other competing risks within the business? So what you can see here is that for over half of the companies, the risk is either not featuring in the top 10 or it's not on the risk register at all, which seems particularly surprising when you compare that against the priority given to cyber risk by national governments. For example, if you look at strategic security risks for national governments, it's always placed in the top tier. It's number 1 or number 2. It's in the top tier of risk considered by national governments. But for organizations across Europe, this was the response that was coming back, that for around half of the organizations, it's not in the top 10 or it's not even featured on the risk register. Now, clearly, if a risk is not even getting onto the risk register or it's not in the top 10, then the level of investigation around that risk is going to be reasonably limited. So we asked further, to what extent do you believe your organization has a clear understanding of the exposure of cyber risk? And you can see here that 21% of organizations said they have a complete understanding, which means that 79% of organizations, at best, had a basic understanding of cyber risk. Now, the question was asked in that way, so we can speculate what basic understanding might mean. I think in view of the earlier question and where it appears on the risk register, basic probably means very basic understanding of the cyber risk profile. So it's not appearing on the risk register regularly. It appears to be under-investigated, and organizations have a limited understanding of the exposures that they face. We did ask, well, have you identified one cyber scenario that might materially impact the organization? And even when we asked that question, only slightly more than half, 57%, said yes, we have identified one scenario that would materially impact the organization, which again lends evidence to the fact that this is an under-investigated area of exposure. So we asked as well, have you undertaken a financial assessment of the impact of a cyber attack? And you can see that 68% of companies said no, they had not undertaken any sort of financial assessment of the impact. And so I think what are we at, 68%? Yeah, 68% saying no financial estimates. So we have a situation where potentially organizations are unaware of the nature of the threat, the outcome of the threat, and the cost of the threat. So who's responsible? whose obligation is it? Where is cyber risk being placed? So we asked that question, who takes primary responsibility for IT risk within your organization? Now, you can see the range of answers we got from different countries here, but overall, 65% said IT. It's IT's responsibility. And overall, you can see 11% said the board and 11% identified risk management function as having primary responsibility for cyber risk. So what conclusion could we draw from that compared to some of the earlier statistics? Does that mean the IT function are failing to identify what the impact of cyber risk is, elevate it to the risk register, et cetera, et cetera? Is this a failure of the IT function? Well, no, I don't think it is. I think that in terms of responsibility for IT risk, there is a balance between the IT function and the other functions in the group. So the IT function, the natural domain of the IT function is prevention. That is what IT security professionals are paid to do, prevent an incident from happening. So there is a balance to be made between the likelihood of an incident happening and the impact of the incident occurring. And the IT function is actually very well equipped to report on probability. So you would be able to say the degree of sophistication of an organization's IT controls in comparison with a maturity standard or other peers within your industry. Perhaps you're able to estimate what the likelihood of an event is to happen. But actually, in terms of impact, if that event does happen, and what is the reputational, operational, and financial impact for the organization, that is not the natural domain of the IT function. IT are paid to prevent those incidents from happening, not necessarily to consider what the organizational impact of that event is if it does occur. And so ultimately, that has to be the domain of the executive board. So we've seen some of these events are potentially catastrophic. They can ruin reputations. And we've seen some chief executives and other board members having to resign from organizations following a security event. And so if there is any doubt as to where responsibility lies for impact, that should be a clear indicator. So ultimately, the Executive Board and the Risk and Audit Committee are going to take primary responsibility for the impact of a cyber event, but they are going to need input from various operational departments within the organization, including compliance, legal, operations, human resources, commercial unit heads, and brand management to help identify what those individual impacts might be and what the scenarios are that they consider would be most impactful for the organization. So there is a balance between probability and impact, and whilst probability is probably reasonably sophisticated, impact is the underexplored area, and that is primarily because, as I mentioned earlier, the board and risk management do not appear to be as involved in this area of risk as perhaps they should be. So, how might an organization begin to assess cyber-based exposure? I've been meeting some organizations whilst I'm here in Latvia, and I met one organization this morning, and I was asked the question, well, if you're going to run this type of project, how do you define cyber risk? And that is an excellent question, and the very first place to start. And in terms of definition of cyber risk, we did publish a paper that we collaborated on with 13 different insurers and around a similar number of government departments from the UK government. We published a paper in March, and we published this taxonomy to give organizations a reference point for defining what cyber risk might be and how to start thinking about cyber risk. So as you can see on the left-hand side here, we have your adversary, their level of sophistication, how persistent they're going to be, whether they're internal to your organization or external, what their motivation is, so what's their point of attack, what are they after, and then finally, the types of damage that might flow from that attack. So using that type of framework, we can start to define what the scenarios might be that impact the business. Who is it that's likely to attack us? How close are they to our network? How persistent are they? What are they after? What does that mean in terms of loss outcomes? So at its very, very simplest level, perhaps you come up with this. So this, again, is taken from that same report. We asked the insurers to do this. And we asked all of those 13 insurers, well, you plot those impacts on this access for a typical large organization. Now, clearly, that's a very difficult task because that will differ from industry to industry. So really, this is just an example of how a very simple risk assessment might look. And clearly, you can see some of the impacts, IP theft, privacy event, plotted on that axis of probability and severity. Now, perhaps you can achieve that in an afternoon just by gathering together a few of the key stakeholders within the organization and brainstorming that type of exercise and plotting where you think your core risks are on that axis. And that just gives you a little reference point to take things further and would only really be a start point. But if you wanted to run a more investigatory project, then the start point would be to define cyber risk, but also define how you're going to apply that to your business. So Marsh run these projects for organizations. There's a lot of these going on internally within organizations right now. Other consultancies are running this project as well. The start point is to define whether you are going to tackle the entire group at once. Many organizations have lots of different activities, lots of functions, business units. Are you going to tackle the entire group at once? Or are you maybe going to pilot this within one division and then roll it out to other subsidiary companies? How are you going to define cyber risk? What are you going to go and look for when you start the project? So perhaps you're going to restrict this to malicious activity, to hacking events, essentially breaches of security, or maybe you're going to include business continuity type events, so IT system failures within your definition of cyber as well, and define your cyber risk environment that way. And then some sort of mapping of the underlying IT that supports that business so that we understand what it is that drives value within the organization that we're going to study. And then in terms of gathering the exposure, there are different methods of doing that. You could do it in a one-day workshop, again, gathering stakeholders together depending on the size of your organization, and through a one-day workshop, start to brainstorm some of those areas, gather up those scenarios, document those scenarios, and produce the report at the end of the day. Now, ideally, you would do structured interviews. So you would take an individual from the legal department, from brand management, from operations, and interview them one-to-one to try to gather their opinion without being influenced by other stakeholders. You would be gathering the scenarios that that individual thinks are most material to their function and to the organization, and then bring that back to a workshop environment or a stakeholder group for evaluation of the long list so that you can start to filter that down into something more meaningful. Now, for very large organizations, it may be that your stakeholders are too many, and you need to do that through some sort of questionnaire, so sending out a questionnaire and receiving those responses back. It may be that through a core stakeholder group, you've already identified what are the core things that you think are material, and you want your other stakeholders to identify which of those things are applicable to their area of the business, so selecting from a drop-down menu. So there are different ways of gathering the data that you might need in order to build a risk profile. But once you've gathered that data, you're going to have to start to put together the common items. You will have gathered very similar scenarios from different perspectives, from different people in the organization, amalgamate those scenarios, write them up as something that makes sense and could also be taken into the next phase, which would be quantification. So how are you going to assess the financial impact of that scenario coming true? And then remove the immaterial items. So what might be material to one individual in one part of the business is not necessarily material at a group level. And so filter out the immaterial items and keep only those that are really impactful for the organization. So what might that scenario look like? It might look like something like this. So we've identified who our actor is. So we're concerned by a criminal organization. Their motivation is the acquisition of payment card data. They are remote to our organization. They are not an internal threat. The point of attack is going to be the point of sale devices, and the damage that flows from that, well, you can see the list of damage there. So we can start to build up a single scenario as to what might be a material threat to the organization. And that is something that, as you can see, you can take on to use for other purposes, either to direct risk mitigation efforts, to direct insurance purchase, which is where the insurance industry and Marsh come in, But the identification of the damage items and starting to quantify what those items are allows the organization to assess the impact of that type of event and decide whether a transfer of that risk to the insurance market might be something that they would want to do. So, in terms of identifying, putting a number on it, so how likely is it to happen, and what is the cost to the organization? So, it is very unlikely that you will be able to pinpoint precisely how likely an event is to happen, and exactly the same, it is very unlikely that you will be able to get to the last euro, dollar, whatever it might be, exactly what the cost of that event is going to be. But you can probably put a range on it, and it might be an educated guess, but it might be pretty true as well. So the IT function, as mentioned earlier, are the right place to ask how likely is the event to happen. And so perhaps we can put a range on that. Perhaps that's a 1 in 10 event, perhaps it's a 1 in 2 event, perhaps it's a 1 in 250 event. But the IT function should be able to provide some sort of estimate as to how likely they think that event is to occur based on the maturity of the security that applies to that particular scenario. And then how the impact of the event is more a question for the other stakeholders in the room. So perhaps the business unit owner, legal, other individuals associated with the precise impact of the loss. And again, we might be able to put a range on what that loss might look like. Again, not necessary to put it down to the exact dollar, euro, pound, but perhaps we start to gain an understanding of which risks are material and which risks are catastrophic and which ones are not particularly material. For those exposures with very good data, we are able to start to model that. So Marsh have a model, and we call that Marsh Cyber Ideal. And this models the cost of data breach for US organizations. I say US because they have mandatory breach notice law over there, so data breaches are publicized, are known, whereas that is not the case in Europe. But that does give us the data that we need to be able to run a model, and we can start to predict what a 1 in 2 event might look like, what a 1 in 10 event might look like, and what a 1 in 20 event might look like. This is just one slide from that model. We are also able to break down those total costs into individual cost items that might relate to that event. So where there is good data, we don't have to just guess, put the thumb in the air and think it's between this and this. We might be able to reference some actual claim data to give us an even better idea. So how does the insurance industry play a role? So I mentioned that the insurance industry is going to have a bigger stake in this going forward, and I'll just explain why that might be a bit later on. But first of all, I mentioned that Marsh do that type of project. This is, on one slide, our framework for delivering that type of project. At either end, we have an IT security assessment and the placement of insurance. In the middle is the bulk of our activity, and we break that into 3 areas. One is providing that profile, that unique list of cyber scenarios for that organization, and using that as a specification to go into the insurance market and purchase insurance against. The second phase is insurability analysis. Which ones of these scenarios, which ones of these loss outcomes is insurable? Which ones can the insurance market take on? Which ones are covered by your existing insurance? And which ones are not? Which ones could you buy more insurance for? And then the final phase is the modeling phase, so that we can understand how to optimize the insurance program. What level of insurance should you be buying? Now, if we think about some of the impacts from cyber attack, and just use a hospital administration system as an example. So as an IT company providing outsourced software hospital administration systems on a hosted basis. Now, if there was a security breach affecting those hospital administration systems, what could be the impact of that? Now, if that was loss of availability or changes in the data itself, so loss of integrity of the data, you could see that some of these outcomes might be possible. The death or injury of patients, the cancellation of procedures as a result of disruption to the hospital, contamination of other hospital systems if the malicious code is transferred to other hospital systems, liability for breach of privacy if medical records are affected, perhaps the reputation of the hospital is severely damaged by publicity around the event, leading to loss of revenue. And finally, regulatory sanctions from either a healthcare regulator or a data protection regulator. Perhaps there are some regulatory sanctions there as well. So you can see that from a single event affecting a single system, we might end up with lots of different, excuse me, lots of different loss outcomes. Now that could be challenging to track through to the insurance program that an organization buys. And if we think about the insurance market, on the right-hand side here, we've got some traditional insurance categories, not all of them, it'd be a very long list, but here are some of the traditional insurances that might be bought. So damage to property, crime insurance, so theft of money from bank accounts, civil liability, so injury to your employees or to other third parties, product recall, liability of directors for management failures. Those are some of the traditional insurances bought. Now you can probably start to tell that some of those loss outcomes might be directed to some of those categories. On the left-hand side here, we have the new boy on the block. So this is cyber insurance. Been around for about 20 years, actually, but it's only really now getting some traction in Europe. A lot of cyber insurance sold in America, only really now getting traction in Europe. And cyber insurance does some specific things that the traditional insurance market haven't traditionally done. So they deal with data breach incidents, specifically. Liability and incident response costs connected to those data breach incidents. It deals with network outage and the loss of revenue connected to network outage. It deals with the damage or the corruption of data and the restoration of that data, extortion events, and even the content of your website being defamatory or perhaps infringing someone's intellectual property. So there's a range of things that cyber insurance does. There's a range of things that traditional insurance does. And perhaps you can start to see that depending on the scenario and the individual loss items that we run off that scenario, it may be a multiple range of different insurances that actually have to respond to that event. So the mapping of those scenarios against the protection that the company enjoys from its insurance program is quite a big task and shouldn't be underestimated. And it's going to get even more important. And as we connect more and more devices, more and more of those insurances are going to be brought into play. Things that were not affected by cyber events in the past are suddenly going to be triggered by cyber events. So we've seen 2.4 million cars withdrawn recently or recalled recently as a result of a vulnerability found in the digital radio system. Well, again, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, who would have thought that cyber attack would be a product recall issue for motor vehicles? The German government reporting massive damage to a steel mill as a result of an attack on industrial systems at the end of last year. Well, now we have a physical property damage event. Hacking isn't just about stealing data or confidentiality issues anymore. It's about it can actually create physical events, which clearly has an impact on the property insurance market. So for the insurance market, they're going to have to start to think about every single line of business, every single insurance policy they write. Could that be affected by a cyber attack? And for the buyers of that insurance, they are also going to have to think, is that insurance that I've just bought, whether it's a property insurance, a motor insurance, or whatever it might be, is that also going to respond if that outcome is created by a security incident? So do companies understand what insurance they've got? There are different surveys going on around this. The top one is a survey done by the British government, and they asked executive level, do you have insurance protection against security events? And this year, 39% said yes. Last year, 52% said yes. So it's going in the right direction. But the insurance industry also do these surveys and say, well, does the organization buy cyber insurance? And you can see 15 to 20% said yes, they buy cyber insurance. And down the bottom, we have this 2% figure. We looked at the premium flows into the insurance market against cyber insurance and then estimated what the penetration rate was. And we estimated, actually, it's probably nearer 2% penetration in the UK anyway, and that's probably not too far different for any European country, actually have dedicated cyber insurance. So I guess the message I'm taking from this slide is that there may be a disconnect between the protection that executive levels think they have from insurance and the level of protection that they actually do have. And clearly that's a gap that needs to be closed. So back to the survey data that I referenced at the beginning of this talk, we asked this year, do you buy cyber insurance? 12% said yes, 55% have no intention of buying cyber insurance. Now we might speculate that that means it's irrelevant. I don't think that's the case, actually. I think that references back to the lack of understanding of what the risk actually is and how to quantify the risk. Because if we can't identify it in our organization and we can't put a number on it, then we're in a poor position to transfer it to the insurance market. So who's buying? So this is from our own purchasing data. You can see the big spike is communications, media, and technology industry. So no great surprise there. The most technologically enabled are perhaps those that are most aware of the risk and buying insurance against it. Financial institutions and retail are the next big purchasers of dedicated cyber insurance. Again, probably referencing the very high volumes of personal data and sensitive data that financial institutions store and payment card data that retailers hold. And the experience in America, where we have a very mature market, this shows the increase in take-up over the last 2 years and where that increase is coming from. You can see that the big purchases over the last couple of years have been healthcare, power and utilities, and retail, again, perhaps driven by the sensitive nature of the information that they're holding. Oops, went off that a bit too quick. Right, am I out of time? Has it decided I'm out of time? I think it has. Okay, so the final slide, just some reading material. So I hope I've given you something of interest in this session, but if you are interested in reading more about how insurance plays a role in this and attitudes to cyber risk across Europe, this publication came out this month. This is our European survey, 17 countries, and the role of insurance in managing and mitigating the risk. Both of these can be found on the Marsh website and probably a general Google search. They pop up all over the place, so some further reading if you're interested. So that's it from me. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any questions? If anybody is here from the company that has actually insured something from the IT, okay. Do you want to tell us a couple of experience? Was it long? Did it do something better for the company and all because you had to go through all of that process and so? Have you ever needed the insurance coverage in this case?
Well, as you know, for insurance broker, we sell technology policies.
Oh, that's even better. So how the companies rely to that such service is possible, or they are already knowing about it and they are seeking it?
Many of them, in my experience of selling policies in London and Baltic states, don't know that they can have policies tailored to their needs. And many startups who are affected by any sort of system failure or claim which against them for a failure of service find themselves going insolvent.
Okay, startups never occurred to me as one of the key audiences, but yeah, you're right here.
Yes, I'm finding that a very strong market to approach, and they're very keen to have some form of insurance. And often if they have American investors,
Yeah.
their demand is that they have a form of professional indemnity with technology and professional indemnity insurance.
Right, so it's at least screened professionally and assessed professionally, so it's not just a number the CEO of the startup thinks it is.
Most of the CEOs and founders of these startups, no matter what size, tend to be very interested to learn more about how they can basically mitigate their risk, because everything about their company is dependent on their service working, and if they have
I understand that, yeah.
consistently updating software, and if that was to be affected, then their service.
So, are you from London as well? Okay, so that market is, let us say, more aware of this and being one of the financial capitals, and so maybe it's more common. Now I think about Baltic states, and I of course think about some companies that really deliver such services, and yes, we sometimes go and the service is not available, and there's some breaches, and there's electricity losses and everything. I never heard that they were insuring that or reimbursing that.
Well, I think that's true, and the 2% penetration rate figure demonstrates that, and for the vast majority of organisations, they are not taking out this insurance at the moment. So there may be some awareness that the insurance exists, and certainly the insurance industry are trying to do as much as they can to promote the fact that this insurance is available for organisations. But the challenge is, once you realise the insurance is available, how do you then compare that against the risk that you're running in the organisation and make a value judgment as to whether the premium that is charged for that insurance is worthwhile. So that is the gap that we have to bridge for a lot of organisations.
Am I, as a CEO of the company, in a position to assess that myself with my resources, or that requires some individual independent auditors or something? Because you would, of course, you cannot say the number, the premium of such thing until you have some valid paper or something signed by whatever the big companies that it's like that.
Well, the insurers themselves can value the risk, and they value the risk through the insurance premium.
Yeah.
So they don't necessarily need the company to do that for them. But the challenge is for the company to decide whether the premium represents fair value and good value against the risk they're running. And that's going to be a combination of the probability and the impact that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and probably it could help the company itself to discover something and to cover something, and issue some new policies and assess some risks they maybe neglected a little bit before.
Well, certainly the insurers are trying to deliver risk assessment services along with those products, and increasingly there are connected assistance that you can purchase from the insurers, perhaps at discounted rates from their preferred vendors, but more on the incident response itself. When you get a security breach, the insurers are also plugged into various different vendors, from law firms to IT forensic companies, who can be deployed very quickly and expertly to deal with that incident where those resources may not exist previously.
Right. Okay. Let us thank Steven. Thank you. One second. I will give you also a small gift from the organizers as a little thank you for being here and informing the attendants. Please. Okay. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our final speaker here today for this session, Torsten Wiedemeyer. Are you here? Yes? Good. And Torsten comes from Beyond Trust, and he's a regional director for the Central and Eastern Europe. And Torsten's presentation, if it's here, we have to check it, will be on IPAM, Next Generation Privilege Management. Okay. Now, until the microphone gets fixed, some information. After this session, we will have literally 10-minute break, and we start again at 5 p.m. With the discussion panel, and of course with the prize draw. Okay. Anybody active on Twitter by now, or you are tired a little bit? No. Okay, do you want to come up and move a little in your chair? It's, we are sitting all day. It's like flying to New York, right? So you can easily move. You can stand up if you wish, and then of course some questions as well. Are you ready? I think so. Okay, good one. If it's not, it will. There are people there in those windows. I've never been there, but they do their magic tricks, and it's on. So yes. No, it's not on yet. Okay, one second. Maybe it needs to be switched on.
It's better now?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Thanks a lot for the invitation to come here. I would love to talk about intelligent privilege management, which is a new approach to the privileged management area. And in order to give you a short overview about Beyond Trust, we have a few thousand customers around the world. We have half of the Fortune 100. We are one of the fastest growing companies in the PAM market. And we are present in the PAM market since 30 years, so we know a little bit about what we are talking if we talk about privilege management. I would love to give you, tell you about the differences between normal privilege account management and intelligent privileged account management. We think it's important. I'm going to define the name of privileged management in an intelligent way. So you may think that privilege management is all about passwords. Password management is a very important part of privileged account management, but it's only a component of privileged account management. The password management itself, just to name the company that is very good in that and that is running around since years, is CyberArk. These guys are telling you that as soon as you manage your passwords, you're kind of safe. Managing the password is a base for being safe in terms of privilege management, but it's only a component. This picture is designed by a program where you can put in a lot of data. For example, we used the Gartner report, we used some surveys, and it will highlight the bigger the names are, the bigger the words are, the more often they are named in some reports. And you can clearly see that it's about risk, visibility, and control. So everything, and this is the result of my 1,000 meetings with customer, the bigger the company are, the more they look for visibility and control. And we, in Germany, I own customers and I work with them like BMW, ZF, Bosch, all these big accounts. They know what they're doing. The problem is they have so many devices that they can't really, they don't sometimes know the exact number of devices that have. So visibility and control, if we can help them, they love our products. You know that guy? Yes? That guy is our best example for everything that I'm going to talk to you. Edward Snowden collected the passwords of 20 around co-workers when he worked for the NSA as a contractor. So he was able to have 20 passwords of different accounts, and he was able to collect all the data. He was able to collect all the data because they just shared them. They gave him the password is always valid, he can copy the data, he published the data, and for us, this guy is the best example of why you should take care of privileges of users in your company. At the same time, you have to be aware of external attackers, come from nation-state, crime rings, hacktivists. Just to give you a few examples, it's the eBay breach. They've stolen about 145 million account data. It's about the Sony breach, where someone from the outside hacked Sony. They found domain administrative rights on the target machine that they attacked. And as soon as you have domain administrative rights, you can do whatever you want within an organization. So they just copied everything, like 100 terabyte of data. I think that's the latest number that we have. They just copied everything and tried to blackmail Sony and stop them from doing things. So external hackers, they use the same technology. They go inside, and then the first thing they look for is higher privileges, because as soon as they have higher privileges, they can go onto servers, they can copy data, they can steal data. This is the same than a local administrator then. And we made a survey about a few customers, like 1,000 customers we asked for. if they think that their local users have the rights to work, or if they have the rights that Microsoft gave them because they need to be administrator, they need to be a local administrator. And for example, on the top right, you can see that most of the customers think that the employees gonna search for data just out of curiosity. For example, if you create a folder, it's like management payroll, and you have access to that, you're gonna click on it. This is very clear. And most of them, they don't have a control in place to really see what's going on. If you speak about privilege management, you know that you have an administrator, but you can't see any risky behavior. It's an administrator, he can access the server anytime he wants, because he has the right to do that. What we are looking for is to separate and to give you a visibility about what is he doing, what time is he doing that, and is it suspicious behavior or not. Some good examples out of Germany. Unfortunately, again, Germany is used for bad results or bad experience. Vodafone, I'm a customer of Vodafone. Who else has Vodafone as a mobile provider? So the local administrator that is in charge of some servers at Vodafone just copied 2 years ago the entire customer database of Vodafone. So they have stolen like a few million accounts. Unfortunately, Vodafone had then to send letters to all their customers like, sorry, your bank account is now on the market. So a local administrator copied the entire customer database. There's no need for him to do that. But as an administrator, he was able to do that. I have a second contract at home. I'm a Sky user, so I need Sky television to see all the football matches. The same happened to Sky. So my bank account is now in the hand of the Vodafone administrator, in the hand of the Sky administrator, because they also copied the entire database. And there's no need for an administrator to copy customer data. There are backups, everything is in place. He shouldn't copy them. What we created is a product base around privilege management. We speak about the password management, the password session monitoring. So we monitor all the sessions. As soon as you try to get access to a system, you ask for the password, we give you the password, and then if you would like to, we're going to monitor the entire session of the administrator. If we take the example of Vodafone, if that guy is requesting the password for the database server with all the customer data late at night, there should be a rule in place that say, you need approval to do that. You can't just access the most critical system and copy data. You need to have approval from your management. So password management is a part of privilege access management. The privilege access management is also present local at the machines and at the servers. Means if you have laptops in your organization with local accounts, local administrative accounts, just because the VPN client requires this, or because some of your employees need to add printers somewhere, we have the right solution for you because we allow these programs to use the administrative rights. The user itself always is a user. So that gives a much easier life for also all the antivirus vendors, because if the machine is not a local administrator machine, it's unusual, or typically the user can't install any software. If he double clicks on an attachment, typically it can't open because he's just a standard user. At the same time, we do the auditing and the protection for all that stuff, and we leverage AD credentials. Means we're going to enable the Unix servers to talk to the Active Directory, and we also have the privilege account management on Unix machines. Unix machines is a very, very tough topic because large organizations, they have Unix servers because of they have critical applications running them. For example, banks, all the transactions are running through Unix servers. You have one account called root, which is the same like an administrator, and typically you share the passwords. This is, for example, what a large German bank has done with 60 administrators. They have one password for all the roots, and no one knows who did what at what time. So we're going to put the credentials into the Active Directory. Then you're going to log on to that server with your local Windows credential, and you request for a password with the password management tool. Still, there is a lack of visibility in terms of who is doing what, and is he really doing the right things. I'm going to skip that. To get all this information, or to get the intelligent part of IPAM, we have a product called Vulnerability Management. Vulnerability Management, who knows about vulnerability management? If you can raise your hand, you have ever heard about scanning for vulnerabilities? Most of you have done that before. Most of you have a solution in place to scan for vulnerabilities. We're going to put together vulnerability management and privilege account management to create something that we call intelligent privilege management. The vulnerability management, first of all, the scanning for all the assets in the environment. It's scanning for missing patches, scanning for new machines popping up. But it also, and this is how we use it, it also analyzes user behavior, put all this data together into one big database. The privilege account management use the same database, and that gives you the possibility to create privileged rules based on vulnerability data. For example, should an administrator really use his corrupt laptop to connect to the most critical data server? Or if a user is connecting late night on an unpatched server, executing a first time a new product, a new software, is that a suspicious behavior? I think at least you should know and you should be informed about that activity, because typically if an administrator is logging onto a server late at night, that's for maintenance work, that's because something is not working. But if he's just logging on and executing a new file, there should be an alarm going on. There should be an email sent, there should be an SMS sent, and there should be an action in place that maybe we should stop and terminate that session and ask for approval again if you would like to execute this software. So this brings us to the product called Clarity. In order to have intelligent PAM, we need a little bit of visibility. Clarity is grouping assets based on profiles and behaviors. You're going to have a nice looking map, and we're going to highlight suspicious behavior out of this map, and then you can drill in, you can create rules, you can create alarms out of this. And you can see the top right is most critical and most suspicious behavior. As soon as something strange is happening, the colors are changing, and we say, okay, this is a suspicious behavior, we're going to send out an alarm to some of the, typically to the management in the organization. So this is what we call intelligent PAM. Intelligent PAM brings together vulnerability data, suspicious behavior, and let you create rules with privilege management to fight against these. We are well recognized by Gartner, and the Gartner statement was, what the category PAM is missing is the context around the data in order to filter through the noise. Means you have a lot of data out of privilege management, but as of today, it is very, very difficult to analyze all this data and to make logical rules out of it. And this is what we provide. The beyond difference is the intelligent part of privilege account management. Privilege account management is in place since years, so that's nothing new. And a short question, who's using something like privilege management? Are you in control? You have some products in place? 1, 2, 3. Okay. The benefit of Beyond Trust is that we put all these into one database called Beyond Insight. And out of Beyond Insight gives you the ability to control multiple products, one data, one console, and there all these products fit logical together. So you can create rules like don't access the server after business hour. You need access, you need additional approval to access the server after business hour. You only connect to your laptop. You are only allowed to connect the laptop to a critical service when you're in the company. Whatever rule you would like to create, you can create it out of Beyond Insight. And we tie together the Retina product with the Power Broker Privileged Account Management solutions. Just to highlight that we have some customers around the world that are really trusting. We have customers like PayPal, customers in Germany like Bosch, very, very large accounts that put their security in our hands related privilege management, vulnerability management, or auditing for Active Directory. So this is the takeaway of what I tried to explain. Bigger organizations need intelligent PAM. It should be one platform that gives you less complexity. There should be an intelligent within these products to help you to mitigate and to identify the threats. And the result should be a little bit reduced risk within your environment. This is what we offer today. And if you have more questions, I'm happy to talk to you later on, or you visit us on the website. Short and easy. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Torsten. Okay, anybody has any questions? Yeah? Yeah, please, please.
Hello. Let's compare two incidents, two occasions. In one occasion, it is me. I am on a business trip in another time zone, and I starting to perform some new activities connected with my new task, connected with this business trip. And of course, it will trigger a lot of security alerts. And another incident. If some criminal knows well about all that verifications, all these checks, and tries log in to normal time, tries not to execute some suspicious command, tries to mask his activities. For instance, he doesn't log, doesn't print all the database, but create a script that does it, launches that script, so tries to mask. Do you think that this, in what extent such privilege access management could be efficient? In what extent? And what is percentage of real cases it can help?
Okay.
So you have 3 questions.
Yeah, I try to summary. So the first question, I think, is you travel with your laptop?
I travel to my laptop. Yeah. I travel to another time zone. Yeah. So I go to hotel and I am logging from that hotel from another city, and I'm in another time zone and I'm in another city.
Okay. Yeah. So the first thing is he's away. Second thing is somebody knows that company is using your software, behaves normally. Yeah. And the third one is how extensible it is.
Okay. So if you're traveling between different time zones, and if you work here, you work there, you log on from different network connections, maybe you're going to have a red flag or you'll have like a suspicious behavior. But there's just one part of it, because the administrator then going to see it's your laptop, it's you are traveling a lot. There shouldn't be an action in place. They can, but they shouldn't.
I don't travel a lot, but if I travel, I just once got in another continent.
Yeah, it's going to flag your activity as unnormal behavior, but you can still work. There's no action in place because they can see it's your laptop. The rule is based on logical behavior, and there's still someone that should check it. You don't have to apply automatically rules. You can, but you don't have to. So if you're traveling around logging in, you can work as usual. There shouldn't be any problem. Because we have large organizations using that, and this is not a problem that's normal work behavior. It's just, for example, the example that I gave you is, if you log on middle of the night and you execute on a very critical server a product or a program for the first time, then maybe someone is stopping you because that's a suspicious behavior.
Okay.
That's part of the security. The other part, if an attacker knows that you're going to use beyond trust, they have a high chance that a customer is using beyond trust, so that's not a big risk. Because if we manage your privileges, if we have privilege management in place and we have password management in place, what can they do? There's not a very big risk, because they can't execute a new software, because then they need local administrative rights. Even if they have they don't have your old password, because you don't even know your new administrative password, because it's stored in the password management. So an attacker knowing our software has no big chance that not knowing that you have our software, because the products in place totally, they fit together, and an attacker typically needs higher privileges passwords, or this is what he needs.
Okay, thanks.
And the software itself could have stopped the Sony breach, because the Sony breach, they found the domain administrative account, they found the hash, they could use it. If they have password management in place, they still find the hash, but the password itself is no longer valid. So they can't execute it. They can find everything, but the password is no longer valid. It's like I find your old Facebook password. I can't access your account because the password changed. So this is going to stop the attackers. Kind of simple. And it's well proven for large organizations. So an attacker knowing about our software has no advantage.
Except if the user doesn't write that on a post-it note, and tucks into laptop and tucks a laptop into bag and goes to the hotel, and I'm lucky to find it.
So even if we can combine password safe with privilege management, even the technical accounts on your laptop that need higher privileges, this password is shared automatically. Some attacks are using system accounts, technical accounts, try to get more access to the system. In the background, our password management solution is changing the passwords of technical accounts independently. So there's no real existing password anymore on the machine. This is kind of a better security for you.
Okay, another one maybe. It's a good thing, but anyway, it means there is one additional database, even if it's encrypted.
Sorry?
So having the inside means there's one additional database, means there's one additional backup.
Yeah, so the password management or the entire product is on a hardened system.
Yeah.
And we offered a lot of money to a larger organization, try to hack it. And still the bit is open, so no one hacked it so far. Mm-hmm. And the password itself, so the entire machine is encrypted, it's hardened, and the product itself is encrypted on a second time. So you can't access the password management vault. That's
Okay,
not possible.
so it's not that easy at all.
No.
Right. Okay. Let us thank Torsten. A warm applause. Now I know you're tired. I know you're tired, but nevertheless, okay. Here's a small little souvenir from us. Thank you for attending thank you for sharing your knowledge with the audience.
Yes. Thanks.
Right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will need to refurbish the stage a little bit, so there's a 10-minute break now, and so hopefully people will finish their keynotes downstairs as well and come up here. So you have a 10-minute break. Thank you. I'm not there yet. So I just wanted to remind you that everybody who leaves a filled up feedback form is entitled to the prize draw. So this is one of the key factors. And I just took a glimpse at the prizes, and there I can just list some of the items I saw there. So there were 2 or 3 iPads. Yes, there were GoPro and smartwatches and Kinect storage and lots of interesting stuff already there. So what you have to do while you still remember the keynotes and sessions, you find in the list, okay, at least those that stayed in the memory, and just mark, did you like it, how much did you like it, and so. There are some questions in the questionnaire. I told you already at the beginning that the form is not an average 1 A4 page form in black and white. It's quite sophisticated. So sometimes it requires some time if you want to answer all questions. If you don't want to answer all questions, just answer those that you will. Do not forget to write your name and surname, because this is the only way you can be called if your evaluation form will be drawn out. Otherwise, we wouldn't know who wrote it. Okay, so we'll still have a couple of minutes. When you fill up the form, it's 2 ways. First way is we can leave it at the reception. It's quite a far walk. Everybody sits here, nobody wants to walk anyway. There is a nice lady by the door who scans you. You can leave it to her, or if you are absolutely lazy, since the day has been absolutely long, you just raise it and wave it, okay? I will come by you, take it, and leave it to the girl. Currently, while I can, because when I'm up on the stage, I wouldn't be able to do that, so then you will have to but they have to be filled. Don't give me blank ones, you know? Okay. So we still have a couple of minutes. It's you know, it's just a business. Chop chop. As I mentioned, the conference is held 6th year in a row, and those who attended the conference some previous years must have acknowledged and seen how the conference has really grown in terms of the people who attended, in terms of the companies that are in the booths below, and so we really wanted to grow even bigger, have more keynote speakers, have more topics, have more dedicated things to see, and who knows, maybe make it in 2 days. So to part, one of the theoretical part and the trends part, and another one in pure technical part. That would make a nice difference, so you would know what exactly do you want to attend when you want to be here and when you want to be at work. So that would be very nice, but it needs some growth as well, so that's why your feedback is quite important. Okay, done, and done. Thank you. Yeah, okay. If you need a pen, you just take a look to your right, to your left, and I bet there will be somebody sitting by your side who has a pen. Yes, take a seat. nice discussion. We don't have very much time left, something like 48 minutes or so. Okay, so in absolutely non-alphabetical order, don't worry about that. Steven Tanasa, Kaspersky. Yes, a nice warm welcome and an applause. Yes, I know you're tired, but you know, not as much. Okay, please grab any seat you like. Patrick McLaughlin, if I spelled that right. From Oracle, please come up on the stage. Take whatever seat you like. Janne Takström, Cisco. Are you here, Janne? No, Janne is not here, but he will probably arrive. He said he will. Sandra Liepkauns from Metros. Sandra? Yes. Please come up here. Andris Ambain is professor from University of Latvia. Please. Tomasz Sloniewski, IDC. Tomasz? You're coming? Okay. Stephen Weirs from Marsh. Stephen, yes. Vytautas Butrimas, Ministry of Defense, Lithuania. Vytautas, are you here? Okay, but I saw him, so maybe he will come. And Tim Unwin. Unwin. Are you here? Tim? Oh yeah, Tim's coming. Right. Okay, I'll tell you what we do. We have a starter topics, really a starter topics. First one is, I think, just to warm up. Then we dig a little bit, and then we engage the audience. And they will actually give us an ideas and tell us what they exactly want to hear. Please take a seat. So here are two microphones. Who speaks just grabs one, answers question, and so. But the first one, we will take it in round. Yes, so we will start with you, sir. And here's the microphone. And the question will be rather complicated, but easy to answer. So my question, just to warm up these things, is, so what do you see, what are most important targets for attacks, most vulnerable targets for attacks, now and in the future?
Well, I've been talking about this today in the earlier session. We were talking about the Internet of Things security. So I believe if you look at the present and the future targets that are probably easier to achieve and are also dangerous, more dangerous than the traditional IT systems where you can just lose data, money, and intellectual property. In case of IoT, if production systems, if energy systems are hacked, then the lives might be at stake. And I think those systems will be hacked not only by hacktivists or hackers who want to do it just for fun, but also it might be a target for the countries, for the intelligence and other bodies like this. So it probably will be the most attacked area, and I think both companies and the states have to put a lot of emphasis on securing those systems, and it's actually currently happening as we find out in our IDC research.
Okay, it's absolutely just fine to name just a few. So it's intellectual property for now or for the future, and of course Internet of Things in the future, right? Okay, Sandra, please.
Same question?
Yeah, same question. We just go for the first round. So what do you think? Shoot it out.
It'll be so used up. Okay, everything that he said. I actually think the most vulnerable systems today are point-of-sale systems, financial information, credit cards, because that is where you actually get the most bang for your buck, as per se. It's of monetary value. In the future, I still think it will probably be anything that is financially based. SCADA systems have been around for the past 30, 40, 50 years. They need to be updated. They need to be monitored, as does everything within our environment. But I think there's two coins of thought here, where you get the financial gain or you get the most carnage.
Okay. Just a small thing to elaborate on that. I completely agree that financial system, where the money is the topic. But there are a couple of things that changes. Point of sales, of course, will not diminish, but people now pay with their smartphones, with their encrypted something, you know. There is this Bitcoin currency, there are other trends. So wouldn't it become more safe and eliminate this problem at some point, or you don't really believe that?
I personally don't, because technology is engineered by humans. It's designed, it's built by humans, it's manufactured, and they manage it. So there will always be a weakest link at some point.
Okay.
And somebody will figure out the algorithm.
Right. So it's financial systems. Good one. Please, Tomasz.
Hi, Stefan from Kaspersky. There's no question that these cyber criminals are targeting financial systems. This actually reminds me of a famous quote from a bank robber from the 19th century, Mr. Willie Sutton. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but he was a famous bank robber in the United States. And when he was finally caught, a journalist asked him, Willie, why were you robbing banks? And he said, because that's where the money is. So this is, of course, not going to change anytime in the future. But what many people don't realize is that cyber criminals can make money even if they don't target computer systems that is financially connected, that is part of the financial system. Any computer, any device actually, that has an internet connection, that has some computer processing power and some memory, can be monetized in one way or another. They can send DDoS attacks, they can send spam by abusing these internet connections. Of course, the malware that's targeting, that's trying to generate money for the cyber criminals is not the most interesting one. The most interesting malware that we see at Kaspersky Lab is cyber espionage and cyber sabotage malware nowadays, which is targeting intellectual property. And the targets are usually governments and enterprises. And you would think that these systems are better protected, let's say, than the computers that we have at home. But in reality, they actually are not. And especially in countries like, I come from Romania, and if you look at how old the computers are in our governmental institutions, many of them are still running Windows XP without any updates. It's actually, I think nowadays, in some cases, it's easier to be a cyber spy than a cyber criminal.
So, okay, sorry again for misspelling your name, etc. But people and the companies, also if we talk about some intellectual property to be espionaged on and so on, they are actually moving the data anyway to the private clouds or to the semi-public clouds, rented space, etc., etc. Ain't this supposed to be more secure than keeping it all within your organization where there are more risks actually?
It's a very good question. Is the cloud more secure? Of course, you're moving the responsibility away. You're not in charge of securing the data by yourself. The cloud provider is in charge of securing that. But how secure is actually the cloud? And in my opinion, the cloud is as secure as the keys to the cloud are. And most often, these keys to the cloud are just the username and password that we type in on our endpoint. So I think the cloud is as secure as the endpoint is that you use to access it.
So does that mean that in the future there will be no point to hack companies themselves, but rather to hack some storages which are not within the company?
No, I think you got me wrong. So hacking the cloud itself is not that easy. These infrastructures are pretty secure, but hacking a cloud user and getting access to everything that he has, like we've recently seen the news about the CIA director that got his personal email account hacked, and that email account is essentially in the cloud, right? So the attackers, they didn't have to hack the cloud itself. They just had to social engineer the victim to find out his password. And once you have the keys to the cloud, then you have access to whatever is stored in there.
Thank you for this clarification. Yes. Patrick.
Hi, everyone. Patrick McLaughlin, Oracle. I agree with a couple of the previous speakers that today people are after financial information, either credit card information or banking information, or creating Trojans to live in browsers to get financial information. So the big volume is geared towards personal gain, money, straightforward money. Today, in the future, it will probably be financial, but I was also going to say intellectual property, but not necessarily very valuable intellectual property. The property in the future could be just having information about the people living in Riga and what their habits are, what their buying habits are, kind of this social information that is being gathered as part of digital. Could be interesting for some less than scrupulous suppliers to get that information, to get an advantage over their competitors. Because I think in the digital world there will be a lot of competition, and people might resort to slightly underhand techniques, to say the least, to get information on what their competitors are doing, or to get an edge or an advantage, and understanding their market could be more interesting than finding the latest design from BMW or something. So mass market type data could become interesting. It's still, again, financial, but it could be companies going down that path rather than individuals.
And you also mentioned finance, that meaning sales and so. Now, we just barely touched that, but do you think if really person-to-person payments will be more and more popular, etc., there will be maybe less and less databases that hold many records, so you can just basically steal money of just one person, not just hack into the bank and steal millions?
Well, okay, so today a lot of the information, I have to say, is taken from databases, point worth making, because you can get lots of records there. The person-to-person or peer-to-peer systems, it will depend how secure they are. And hackers are normally better than developers. Unfortunately, they're very skilled, very capable, who keep up with the times. I'm sure they have their own universities for educating each other, going to hacking conferences, etc. So person-to-person systems will probably get attacked as well, but they're not nearly as lucrative as going after doing a bulk attack and getting many records. So
Right.
the server-side systems are still more interesting for an attacker on the financial front.
Okay, but in that sense, that reminds me that it still needs decrypting, and it still needs some processing power to steal some of that, etc. And here, Andris is working on these quantum machines that on one hand are, of course, enormous, tremendous computing power which can be used for good or for bad. I could imagine encrypting algorithms that would run on these machines within a couple of seconds instead of years. So do you think the computers, the transactions will be more secure in the future due to the faster processing powers and the ways to encrypt that and save that? Or am I getting in the wrong direction?
Well, quantum computers, if they are built, they will certainly provide some advantage to code breakers. Probably they will be primarily available to state-level attackers, at least at the beginning.
State-level attackers, okay, yeah. No, we've seen presentations with the Bond here, and he has license to hack, license to kill. He has all the resources required, and if something needs to be done, There are generals with say, okay, do it tomorrow. So, of course, these things will be at the beginning available to maybe universities, maybe military, I don't know, maybe some research companies, etc. So eventually there is, of course, a life cycle of every technology. Now, if we come back to the processors, yes, the lamps, the transistors, and so on, so these cycles get shorter and shorter. So on one hand, we've been talking about quantum computing and quantum technologies, and I've seen some of your work and publications already many years ago, and so is this coming soon?
Well, there has been some remarkable advances over last years. We are finally getting individual components of quantum computers up to very high precision, like 99.9%. And finally getting to the stage where the individual components are good enough so that you could try to put thousands of them together and hope that it all fits together. Mm-hmm. Like 5 years ago, we simply didn't have good enough individual components for building something on large scale. So now it's coming to the point where one could try building a large-scale quantum computer, and where one could succeed in the best case in, say, 10 years from now.
Okay. Coming back to my question, what do you see in the future would be most vulnerable things if we really are into quantum computers?
So, what I think is that computing power usually provides advantage for both person who is engineering ciphers and for person who is breaking ciphers. And the overall trend is that both of them get stronger, but usually like the power of code breaker grows like this, and the power of code creator grows like this. So higher the level of technology, the bigger the gap actually is. So I think...
In advantage of the good guys,
yes.
I hope so. Oh, okay, that's a nice point. Right, please, do you have a microphone already? Yes, please. What do you think are the most vulnerable things here, and what will be to hack in the future? So what will change if we come back to the first question?
Okay, so coming from the insurance industry, my perspective is very skewed by what people insure, and therefore what the claims are coming through on the policy. So right now, that does mean personal data by and large, and so particularly credit card, debit card information, healthcare data, personal identification data, passport, driver's license information, anything that might enable you to create a false ID. So interesting that point of sale was mentioned earlier. That is a core concern of the insurance industry at the moment. Yeah. They are producing specific question sets around point-of-sale systems, vulnerabilities in point-of-sale systems, having experienced quite a lot of losses resulting from attacks on point-of-sale systems. So that is the vast majority of the claims that are flowing through dedicated security-type policies at the moment. In terms of the future, we have actually just completed the placement of our first policy for the industrial sector for blowing things up. So we insured a liquefied natural gas facility for attacks on their industrial control systems that might have a physical outcome. And we have a long queue of other customers that are looking to enter that insurance market and insure that type of risk. So the insurance market responds to the concerns of their clients. So we listen to what is of concern to our clients and then invent products against that. And so it appears that the hacking of industrial systems is now also one of the core concerns of that sector.
The infrastructure. The infrastructure. You mentioned also the private information at the very beginning regarding persons or regarding the property of the company. For example, regarding private persons, now people are sharing everything over the net. This information is almost free. They are watering holes in terms of keeping their mouth shut. So. In the shift to the open society, if it really is happening, if people are really more open, more transparent, and there's almost nothing to hide, including the name of the dog, the name of the underdog, and so on. So, is the private information, which is now available in such an abundance, would be really a target in the future when it's almost freely available?
Yes, because it's not freely available. So I might give away my internet browsing habits to those apps that I subscribe to, but I'm not giving away my bank account details or my credit card number, which are always private. So data that would allow somebody to impersonate me or to access my financial accounts is going to remain personal.
But that goes exactly to the identity. Because I'm the person that identifies myself and says, yes, this is my credit card. Yes, I won the authorized payment. So what do you think of stealing identity? I know there are gazillionaires that may be insured that their identity is not stolen already.
I'm not sure what you mean by the question, but you know, if you steal somebody's identity, that's potentially much more devastating than stealing their credit card number. You know, maybe you can go and buy a few expensive items, but with someone's identity, you can open up lines of credit, take out loans in their name, and cause all sorts of disruption and trouble to people's lives. So, you know, that sensitive data, the passport information, the driver's license information, social security numbers, that might allow somebody to impersonate me, that is much more sensitive even than credit card data.
Okay, okay. Tim, to you.
Coming last makes this rather difficult, so I've got to come up with something really creative and innovative. And actually, you almost heard, but I think there's a unanimity of views up here that currently financial data in all its diversity is really important. But I'd like to, I think, go back to the beginning, and you know, the Internet of Things is opening up huge new possibilities. You combine that with some of the work being done on 5G. I think a lesson to take away is that we have to make sure that those systems are as secure as possible, because I'd agree with you, it opens enormous opportunities, particularly, I think, in terms of critical infrastructure, and just, yeah, imagine, and we saw demonstrations of hacking cars, you know, imagine when we all have electric cars and that are hacked. It'll be quite fun. But to push it a bit further out, and I've been doing quite a lot of conceptual, the practical work really didn't succeed, but conceptual work on cyborgs. And we are becoming increasingly a mixture of humans and machines. So I think in the years to come, we're going to be hacking humans. And that is, to me, deeply scary, but it's happening already. And actually, a sort of way into that is what you were just talking about, because people are giving away for free so much of their data already, you know, through social networks. And actually, people, you're right, do pay for that, because they pay Facebook for it. They pay those who collect. So we are already giving away a huge amount of information. And you know, when that becomes combined with the machines of which we're part, and all of you who have health watches on at the moment, all that information is going to insurance companies. You'll be able to have a worse or a higher premium to pay. You know, people are working on chip implants in brains that'll happen within 20 years. When you start hacking into that, then things get interesting.
Interesting is a nice word for this. Okay, so do you agree with the possibility in the future to steal yourselves, to hack yourselves as a person, maybe on the biological level or something? There was plenty of science fiction movies about stealing the brain, identity, the idea, some knowledge out of the head, etc. Now, there are many these exhibitions already where they have these wearing hats with the sensors and everything. They plug it into the computer, they have some thoughts, ideas, they even can visualize something, they even read neurons and almost can tell a picture of what the person sees. Even if in terms it's blacker or whiter, it will eventually be more and more critical. Do you want to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to, it was a very good ending for this.
How else could I do it?
And actually, I don't think it's a thing of the future. Nowadays, if you go to conferences at like Black Hat and DEF CON, you can see proof of concept attacks made by, thankfully, white hat researchers against medical devices, things like insulin pumps, things like pacemakers, for the hearts. And these are electronic devices that can make the difference between death or life. So I think that in the future, you would be able to feel the pain of a cyber attack by yourself, not just because you need to reinstall your operating system.
And then it comes a subject of importance to many people who now just don't care. Okay, stolen Facebook account, who cares, I will make a new one. So, but there is this attitude. So we are mostly talking about protecting corporate information, protecting corporate infrastructure, corporate servers, private cloud, policies of passwords, and so on. So this is all corporate, and I understand most of the companies that were in the basement floor, in the booths, etc. They work business to business. So of course, maybe at some point when very rich people would want to ensure themselves that none of this happens, that they want really a real firewall in the basement, not a childish firewall, but a real system that guards everything, the house. These systems already exist, so this, in some sense, it's a market. But we here today on a couple of slides saw that there's gap between the people who can afford that, who understand that, who are willing to pay for that, with the people who maybe cannot and will not be the customer. It's getting bigger and bigger. Of course, this is pure economy, but do we see that we will have solutions on that level for the private persons as well? Now, a typical example is the availability of infrastructure and software as a service, etc., to small business, to private persons. The things that were not available to private persons or to small business just, I don't know, 7-10 years ago. The huge systems costed tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars and so on. So now it's available. So maybe if these cycles get shorter and shorter and shorter, we will see that in years to come. And we will talk about protecting individual, not the society in general and their awareness of some security issues, etc., but maybe it will be more like a personal insurance. You can be insured if you drive drunk, of course, okay, you can be insured if you make some stupid things over the net. So this is a market. I mean, maybe. What do you think of that? You are insured. You had a lot of numbers. You have very clear picture of the industries, of the risks and how it changes. You have tremendous data with tons of customers, etc. So you have to see some trends here.
Yeah, the interesting trend with technology and how insurance relates to that is a move away from the individual, in fact. So we are seeing aggregated pools of risk now. And if you took motor insurance as an example, and if we all get automated cars, in queues going down motorways, and we can sit back and read the newspaper whilst the car drives itself. It's no longer about the individual and the errors that I make or whether I'm drunk when I'm driving. It's about if a car crashes, it's going to be because the infrastructure failed or the software failed. And so actually that creates a new challenge because now the risk owner has changed. It's moved away from me to a software company or a government infrastructure project, but it's an aggregated pool of risk. And the same is true for businesses. So you mentioned the cloud and small businesses using the cloud. Now, who accepts the risk and responsibility there? The cloud vendor does not really know necessarily what data is being stored with them and what the financial value of that data is. They can't accept that risk on behalf of the thousands of customers that they're hosting for. The individual business might go to the insurance company and ask them to insure the risk. But for the insurance companies, they are now starting to realize that actually they may have a pool of aggregated exposure in one data center from one provider in one place. So I think the challenge for the insurance industry and the direction of travel is actually aggregation away from the individual.
Away from the individual. Okay.
Yeah. Can I just lighten this up for a moment? Yeah, I think this is absolutely wonderful. I've been against cars that were electric and would drive me, but now I'm going to go back to my youth because I grew up, I'm older than most of you, without drink-drive legislation. So I could go back to that. I could drink and drive in an electric car where someone else will have the risk. It sounds wonderful.
Okay. Yes. No, we should say yes, Janne. It's very good. I wanted you to pick the microphone.
Just about some remarks about what was earlier said. A friend of mine got recently hacked. Right? His identity was stolen, and he got several contracts for mobile phones on his name. He had to replace all his documents. He had to got into the legal action to dissolve those contracts and so on and so on. So it is really about the single person because it wasn't his fault. It was somewhere at some company that he was contracting with.
I understand.
And they lost all his data and he was on the receiving end of the blow, right?
So he was not part of the system anymore. He as
was
we say, he had to prove
victim.
that he's not an elephant.
He was protecting his data properly. It was the company that wasn't protecting his data. He was dealing with. So in this case, I think he should have some kind of a possibility to have some kind of an insurance, right? Where he doesn't have to go through all the litigation and then, claiming problems, claiming money from the company that lost his data, and that insurance should do it for him. So that's one thing. The other thing was about the password to the cloud. Recently, I read a paper by a security researcher about the data that was stolen from Ashley Madison portal. He took the data, he cracked the passwords, and listed the most popular ones. And it shows that passwords are really not an answer anymore, because you know what was the most popular password for that portal?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Password.
Password.
Yeah, that was the most popular one. And the other ones are not the ones that we can say publicly here, right? Because we know what the portal was doing, right? But the password was the most popular one. So if we don't have the proper education for the people, then nothing will be secure, because the hacker will just brute force anything and just will get to your accounts. He will steal the data.
Yeah, but this is so amazingly stupid. I mean, we can boil here for hours. We can build sophisticated systems. We can build security networks, blah, 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 blah. And then a user comes and he says, enter password. So he enters password. Isn't that a funny thing? Who wanted to elaborate on that? Yes, please, Patrick.
Just want to comment on the economics part, and going back to the first keynote in the morning about making better technology available to people who have less money, and your own question. Cloud is an answer, I would have to say. So cloud does offer economies of scale to the provider. If you take my own company, but can be any cloud provider, we have hundreds of specialists in security. Not many companies can realistically find those people, let alone afford them. So cloud does offer something in terms of increasing security, but not just to big companies, in principle to anyone who can afford it. And I won't say Oracle's necessarily the cheapest in the world or targeting the mid-market or low-end market, but there are service providers who are. And they can offer it quite cheaply and ubiquitously worldwide. I've heard inside my own company, but again, nothing to do with Oracle, that in Africa, they're looking at going with cloud because they don't have good data centers. The same way as, in fact, Eastern Europe and Africa went straight to mobile rather than having landlines. They can leapfrog Western...
have good IT centers.
Yes.
Now, I thought that is in abundance. We can discuss about good or bad, but the availability of hardware is...
Yeah, no, but in Africa they do not have good data centers or processes or procedures, and this gentleman will know better than I, and I've heard they're going directly to cloud.
Yeah.
But there are an awful lot of countries that have been persuaded they need tier 3 data centers and are being put in, and there is an awful lot of overcapacity, and that is not really very pleasant, let's just put it that way.
Okay. Who hasn't spoken? Sandra, you probably have spoken.
I will add on to that. Yes, the cloud is wonderful. Large organizations have great security. But again, if you look at it from a point solution perspective, you have to look at it holistically from an integration perspective, because I've seen so many cloud implementations where you have Active Directory and you have LDAP going clear text to the cloud. So where's your security? All you need is sniffer, you need a man in the middle, and there you have all of your passwords. So it's about understanding the entire framework, not just putting in point solutions, but the entire architecture as well. And people forget about those components.
Okay, so there was a lot of things mentioned, yes, point of sales, identity, stuff like this. Now, just shoot quickly, what did we miss? We must have missed something. Now, what else is there to protect in the future and today? What's the most important thing, the most valuable thing to you that you don't want to lose today? What? Children? Pictures. Okay, so it's data. We didn't mention data. No, we Okay. Pictures is not finance information. I mean, these are...
If I might said, among the data that we are giving out, one of the more important ones and sometimes forgotten is the geographical location. You know, a lot of people are giving it away, and it causes various dangers for them or for their families. And sometimes people have just open Endomondo account, and everybody can see that they are running in the forest. I mean, you know, that's one thing. The other thing is that people are giving away a lot of their information on social networks, and that gives social engineering a lot of, you know, food to think. And it actually is also a tool for the hackers to hack corporate systems, because then they can, you know, spy on people and say, hey, this guy is an administrator at this company, and probably he takes his PC home where his walls are a little bit thinner, and he might actually go and attack him at this time when he's at home and he's not protected, using some social engineering. So I think, well, we can talk for hours about what should be protected, but obviously at this moment data is the most important. Hackers want it because it's money, it's worth more and more, and it's various types of data. Data, even the geolocation, has also the value, like commercial value, because if you can say where the people are, then you know where to, for example, set up your business. And there are companies right now, telco operators, that are in some countries it's not allowed, but in some countries telco operators are actually giving the aggregated data about geolocation to the businesses to tell them, hey, you should put your store here because the women between 20 and 55 are here between 5 and 6 p.m. So this kind of information also has commercial value.
It has good commercial value. I mean, we pay quite a lot of money to this business intelligence service to analyze these layers, to give us the information, graphics, maps, and everything already color-coded.
I think that what proves that personal data is very valuable to individuals is how efficiently these crypto lockers that are going around on the internet are working. I personally know of cases where like a single mother has had her computer infected by a crypto locker that encrypted all of her documents, including pictures of her little kids. So that's the point where the mother actually learned how to go to Tor, how to buy bitcoins, just to be able to recover those pictures. Now that mother wouldn't have learned these things unless she wanted to recover those pictures. So this really shows that the answer with the pictures is very good. And I think we can generalize it to say that we don't want to lose our privacy, because these are our private things, these are our memories, our pictures, our, I don't know, things that have happened in our past, and now all of them are in a digital form. We don't have them in like a photo book that you could lose, let's say, in case your house burns. Everything is digital, and unfortunately people don't know how to back up. We're saying that we're trying to educate them, to teach them not to use the password like 1234, but in reality what I've learned in these 8 years in the security industry is that education doesn't really work. So we need to kind of come up with a technical solution to make this as easy as possible.
But it always goes to the motivation, as you said correctly. Now the example you mentioned, it's a harsh one, and I hope they stay in singles. I mean, to work for bitcoins, to get your pictures back, etc. Working mother probably. So it's a bad example. So let's hope they stay so. But I think you're right here. So, Tim, do you want to add something?
Can I just follow? I mean, I'm not sure I 100% agree with you, because look how many pictures people give away for free. You know, all the pictures on social media, on Instagram, etc., etc. And I think there are some, whether it's legal or ethical or whatever, but there are some quite simple things that could be done. You know, all social media, the default could be set to geolocation being off rather than on. And there are actually, but I mean that affects the business models of the companies that are doing. But I think we could think through systemically, as you're suggesting, in an integrated way. Actually, what are the things that could be very easily done, and then start insisting on that would actually give people more privacy and.
Okay. Before we go to what needs to be done, is there anybody in the audience who thinks like a hacker, or who has some connections with a hacker, even if he's a white one or black one, etc.? Now, do you want to
admit to it?
Do you want to say in a couple of sentences what is the most valuable thing to go for it today, and what do you think will be in the future? Now, anybody wants to say, from the hacker's point of view, please? Fun? Fun. Fund-driven, yes, but is the most cases still fund-driven? No.
I think
people go after money, right?
I think computer attacks were mostly fund-driven in the beginnings, in the 90s. Nowadays, there is either financially motivated, or let's say if they're not financially motivated, we have hacktivism, but those are like ideologically motivated, so it's not necessarily about the fun. But of course, I'm sure that these guys feel some adrenaline when they're earning money on when they're defacing websites.
Do you remember what was the name of the first virus ever written by Ahmed and... No. Those guys that live in Ahmedabad or somewhere, two brothers wrote this virus. It was just a funny virus, some stupid pictures running across the screen. Okay, maybe. Now, I don't remember, it's just, you guys have to know this, right? It's some sort of a historical book. I yesterday met a guy who wrote a absolutely new book on the people that actually were pioneers of the internet. Now, you guys have to write a book on the guys who were pioneering security and counter-security things, right? Now, it would be maybe a nice bestseller among something. We have to go on. The time is pressuring us. So now I come to the point where now we have discussed what's going on, what's happening, what is that people are going after, and so. Can you elaborate on what needs to be done in terms of what exactly each and every one of you said to prevent that? I'm sorry, but...
All right, that's a very tough question.
Yeah, I said it will be tough.
Because we already mentioned most of that, right? First of all, education.
You mentioned two things,
It was that
right?
that it doesn't work. Well, I think in some cases it does. I think it is not a bad idea to actually teach children at school some of the rules of handling computers, handling networks, handling internet. Letting them know that if they are publishing something on Instagram or Facebook or any web page, it's not going away. Even if they use Snapchat, I'm not sure how many of you use Snapchat, it is actually, in theory, it's disappearing. But in fact, if there is someone who is smart enough, he can, capture the screen or find it in another way. Anyway, the information is just not disappearing, and some people, I think, especially young kids, they might not know about that, and it's like in 19th century they were teaching kids hygiene. Right now we have to teach the digital hygiene, right? Knowing that letting them know, okay, it's your choice. If you give up this information, it will stay there forever. Do you really want it, right? So that's the first issue about the education. Then. Another story is, of course, the regulation. I think that's also important. Of course, there is always debate whether we should regulate things or not, but I think in some cases it is useful. I think maybe some other discussion members will elaborate more on that. And also I think, just developing new security solutions is also important. We have so many new things, and the IT industry, IT security industry, IoT industry needs to catch up with that. I know it's difficult because it's always a catch-up race. The hacker is always the first, right? Because he's the attacker. The defense is always the second.
Andres just said that if the computing power increases, the gap between good guys and bad guys also increases.
It's
so maybe
always,
we are lucky.
But it's always a reaction, right? So the somebody comes up with the vulnerability, and then there is a solution to that, right? But I think coming up with new kinds of protection is just crucial, and I think the industry is doing a pretty good job at this moment, finding, going from signatures, for example, to behavioral analysis. Industries right now using big data to crack threats that are out there. The APTs are very complex, and they also require equal amount of work that needs to be done.
So that means two things now. Early education of cybersecurity in the early ages, one thing, and second thing is advancing technology.
Yes, sure.
Okay. Sandra?
Right.
You have a tough one since you touch financial issues. I'm sorry.
I agree with the education for children because I have an 11-year-old daughter. She's in grade 6 now. In grade 4, she was taught digital footprints and privacy and actually had to create bit strips and talk about all of that. So it was really good. She learned how to program at the age of 10 in Python as well. So there, at least from my perspective, my child is getting the education and understanding. And she understands about geotagging, about location, all of those things, sites that you should not go to. You said about technology taking care of things. I completely disagree with that because what we're doing is we're taking away responsibility from people. It's bad enough that nobody reads terms and conditions for anything. All they do is go click, 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 and next thing you know, you have ransomware on your PC. People have to understand and take responsibility. It's, I look at it from, the government, they look after you from cradle to grave. Well, in the digital world, we have to look after ourselves because it's our own information. And education is paramount. I'm more concerned about the people who are the so-called millennials because they do give away their privacy. They just give away information, give away pictures, give away everything freely. I try and hoard as much as possible. I try to teach my child to hoard as much as possible or keep it within secured groups. But people just assume that it's okay, but it's really not.
There is a young part of younger generation that really says that it's absolutely okay, and we are the old guys and we don't understand anything of life.
Well, even old guys. I mean, I'm older than some of the people who don't even understand technology.
I didn't mean that.
No, but that's okay because I've been doing this for a very long time. But I'm less worried about my daughter's peer group than I am worried about the 20, 30, and early 40s. Those are the ones I'm more worried about than the 10-year-olds of today.
Okay. Stefan?
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying we shouldn't educate people because big part of my job is to actually educate people. Like when I go to conferences, I never talk about the products. I never talk about technologies. I talk about the threats and I try to connect normal people with the threats. When I write blog posts or when I talk to journalists, I try to put these threats into a perspective that can reach the final audience, the end user who's not necessarily a programmer or a security specialist. So I totally understand the need of education. I was just being the pessimistic one here, saying that education doesn't really work because we've been doing it for so many years, and still when we see the Ashley Madison passwords, people are still using weak passwords. But if they were using a password manager...
And those were all men.
And those were all men.
Okay.
But,
great scale.
yeah, I heard like 90% of the women were like bots, right?
There
no women on the website.
There were 3,000, how many million men and 3,000 women?
But what I think we should...
We are more reckless, you have to admit that.
What I think we should remember here after this session in terms of protection is that in reality we will never reach 100% security. Anyone that's trying to sell you 100% security is probably a liar because everything is like connected to the human mind and the human mind tends to make mistakes. There will always be vulnerabilities in our software and our systems and infrastructures. And the best thing that we can do is to get as close to that 100% as possible. But we should always be prepared. We should hope for the best, but always be prepared for the worst.
Okay, thank you. Patrick?
Okay, I think we need comprehensive security architecture, which is easy to say, but I think a lot of it's there already. We know how to do defense in depth. We know how to protect the data tier within organizations. We know how to do secure communications. It's completely independent of protocol, how you do public key exchange. It's around 15, 20 years. Maybe there are bad implementations, so we know how to secure pipes. We know how to secure data. We know how to do strong authentication. We know how to centralize authorization, take all of this away from the developers, so you remove mistakes from developers that developers make, put it into the infrastructure, harden that. On education, I think there's a lot more education required among the IT sector. People like in this room, end users should not have to be so well educated realistically to drive a car or to use a system. They should be asked to do the right thing. If it's strong authentication, they get a Vasco token from downstairs. Something pops up on the screen as a unique number. They enter that. The right thing happens. So end users shouldn't, the burden should not be on them. The burden should be on the engineering fraternity in this room to build better systems using well-known patterns. Now, there'll always be holes, of course. There's a long way from 100% security, and there'll always be issues, but we could greatly reduce the attack surface by taking it more seriously. And we might, this EU data protection law might help with that, but there's also companies, every company is racing to market with new systems and getting them first time to market, etc. So being secure and hardened doesn't sit so well with capitalism, actually, and time to market. But a lot of the patterns are known.
Yeah, but let us hope as well that that is not a cash cow. We cannot weaken European IT sector from that perspective. Remember, European Union once did that with the cell phone telecommunications companies selling licenses for the frequencies. They ended up dry, and Siemens ended up dry.
Yeah.
Okay. Andris?
Yeah, so I think we are actually doing very well with solving well-defined technical challenges. If we have a well-defined technical challenge, like having strong encryption, we have it. The issue is that the places where we have something that is vaguely defined and involves human factors, and those problems are going to stay there. And if we have to solve them, I guess we have to accept the fact that the most users will just use the system in the default way, and we have to try to design it so that the default way is a safe way.
There is one way to fight human factor. Nobody likes it. It's called dictatorship. But if you design system with the security in mind and with the most use case behaviors, etc., then maybe if you have this security by design concept within that, and we had a lot of talk today about this, then maybe this could help in combining with bigger processing power encryption. And so, okay, I'm sure it can be more secure from that perspective. Okay, Stephen, sorry.
So perhaps I'll go back to something I said earlier today in my session, and that's an impact assessment within companies. And so there have been a lot of security tools pitched at this conference, and it would be really difficult to pick one particular tool and say, well, that's going to make the difference. But my observation of the insurance industry is that this is still something that is owned by IT. It has yet to be engaged by the board and risk management functions fully. And that leads to a lack of understanding as to what the critical assets of the company actually are and what the consequences of one of those assets being compromised, either the integrity being tampered with, the confidentiality going, or availability, loss of availability. So putting together some sort of risk profile around the assets that companies hold and the losses that might flow from those assets would help to prioritize where risk mitigation efforts should be directed.
So you're right here, a system, so in this case. Right, Tim, you have a closing word on this?
Yeah, the difficult task again. I'm struck by a lot of things colleagues have said, but maybe just three very brief things, and I want to keep them simple because they're doable. One is, I do agree that we have responsibility as individuals for our own data. And therefore, somehow encouraging people to understand that more, and not necessarily through formal education system, but actually everything being geared to that, I think is incredibly important. And part of that is also about an assumption that seems to be made too often, which is that we have but one identity and it is all there. I'm a great believer in us having plural identities. So multiple passports, each of which have different SIM cards attached to them, each of which have different bank accounts, etc. So we're not just one person. Here I'm wearing a suit. Tonight at the party you'll see me wearing very different clothes. I mean, it's a different personality. So I think there are issues around that. Second, I wish we'd have spoken more about some of the deeply unpleasant stuff going on out there. I mean, we don't like talking about it, but we must never forget that there is some things that most of us in this room would agree on are completely unacceptable, and states are probably the only entities that have the power to do something about that. And that means they have difficult decisions to make. So I would come back to a point I made earlier, which is having an open, transparent dialogue between states and citizens, maybe at a regional level, maybe, and I don't believe in universal, so it's a difficult task to do, but I do think we have to get that right. And thirdly, I would just say we need to be more diverse amongst ourselves. This conference has even less women in it than most I go to. And I think the strengths of diversity, women and people of different backgrounds, people with different abilities, people with autism, having a more diverse cybersecurity community, I think would also be valuable. So those would be the three things I would suggest. And they're all easy to do. We can do it. Let's just do it.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, dear audience, time is our enemy. So in this sense, we have to thank our panelists. Please, a nice applause. Lots of quality information. I think it was really good discussion here. And yes, Tim also is absolutely right. The abundance of women in IT sector is like non-existent.
Except as conferences where they're just put on the stands to look attractive and attract the men. I mean, that has to stop. I go to far too many conferences, and this isn't one of them. But if anyone goes to GSMA, Mobile World in Barcelona,
then you have to change industry in this scenario. Okay, thank you guys, thank you. So one more time, please applause them. Rather nice discussion. Thank you. You may take your seats. We are now commencing our last and final part, a prize draw and lottery. Now, is there anybody who just filled the questionnaire and haven't given it away yet? Okay, Andris, can we just gather them and give to the nice young lady that were scanning the badges by the door? So we need to collect those, the last existing ones. Do you have a box here with the questionnaires? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we should move anyway. You are sitting too long. Come up here and put your questionnaire here. Really, it's good for your health. Just move a little bit. You can change seat. You can cross your legs. Okay, good one. There are a couple of those left. Now, we have companies who want to give their prizes, who have their own draw. And we, of course, have our lottery with the questionnaires that hopefully are filled, not empty. So there is some qualification probably. But first of all, let us give a warm applause and welcome our host, Andris Soroka. Please come up on the stage. And Andris, I will give you the microphone. You see, I told these people that this is the 6th year of this conference, and I had some feedback today from the people that said that conference has really grown up. It's so much different, so there's probably is the way to do it even better. Come here up in the middle and just say a couple of words.
Thank you very much for very kind words. We are trying our best. Hopefully next year we will do a lot of other great, maybe even more bigger things like we did it, like we do annually. We are every year keeping like higher and higher our limits or minimums. Setting higher targets and getting more and more audience attracted to this event. And it's very good that you are all here, and it's very good that so many people actually watch this online video streams, and thank you very much. And thank you very much for all those questions to the great presenters. Thanks presenters, thanks vendors. Thank you very much all those sponsors which actually helped this to become a reality. And very big thanks to our greatest moderator ever we had. And hopefully we will continue our cooperation, and this is absolutely enjoyed everything what
Good
happened
one,
actually.
good one.
Very good.
I intentionally wanted you to thank the audience before we give away prizes. Otherwise, you know, we have to speak to the empty hall and you know, some last thank you words. People are already there. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's make a prize draw, right? So I have written something here. We have a gifts from.
Yeah, we have a number of vendors and organizations who wanted actually to somehow participate in this prize giving away. So I would like to ask a representative from Beyond Trust, representative from Hermitage Solutions, from DSS, from Skybox Security, Cisco, Datacore, Kaspersky, ForgeRock, Baltic, and Sophos to somehow come here near to the scene and somehow help us to pick the lucky winner.
Okay, who has its own lottery?
Probably let's start with DSS. Let's start with DSS.
DSS, come up.
They
come
like
up
to be
here.
number one.
Let's make some structure to this. Let's make some structure to this. Yeah, okay, we have a microphone for you as well. Okay. Please.
Hey. So who said that in our days we don't need to collect business cards, we don't need to print them? Yes, we do, because then you can win an iPad. So that's what we did. We collect some of business cards. You see, it's not much. That means that it's a pretty big possibility to win an iPad. So we'll just make a draw.
Okay, you have to announce.
Okay. This is blue business card. It's a girl.
Yeah.
You know what? We don't see a lot of girls in here. So, girl's name is Laura Calva, and she's from Bit IT Solutions.
Laura, are you here? Yes. Laura is coming. Laura is a lucky winner of a new iPad, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yes.
Hey.
Hello.
What's your name?
Laura.
How excited are you?
I'm sorry?
How excited are you?
Well, I was expecting it.
Okay. Okay. This is yours. Let's make a picture. Smile. Okay, thank you.
Now, this is really exactly your thinking. Now, we men sometimes are experimenting, writing some code, seeing what's come out of this. And if we ask Laura, she says, I just expected that. So I always expect results. Thank you very much. Okay.
So the next
Andres.
one will be Kaspersky Labs, please.
Yes.
If I remember correctly, you have 3 prizes, right? Very good.
Okay, I will hold the microphone since you have a precious cargo.
We have 3 prizes for our precious booth visitors that were kind enough to leave their business cards here.
Do you want me to hold the microphone?
Yes, please hold the microphone.
Okay.
And I will, with my lucky fingers. We have 1.
Okay.
It's Anatoly Valitsky, Optron.
Okay. Anatoly, are you here? Okay. If Anatoly doesn't show up, we can do another one. You just don't put it back there.
It's Iman Saks, Architecti.
RDS Architecti. Iman Saks. Yes. Imans is coming. Okay, please pick the next one already. So we can later make a picture of all of them.
Pavel
Chirkin. General Financing.
General Financing.
Pavel, are you here? Okay, let's pick the next one. You have to be here. Sorry, no deliveries.
Can you help me reading?
Yuri Sazanos, Rietum Banka. Yuris, are you here? Yes, Yuris is coming. And we pulled the third one. Why did you let this guy go? We need to make a picture with all of us. Okay, hit and run.
And Andis
Gedovius
from Legatus.
Yeah, Andis is coming. Okay. Vai tu nevēlies atnākt, uztaisīt vienu kopbildi? Please come up back on the stage. We make a photo. Okay, you guys come up here together. Yes? And you know what to do. Smile and wave. Good one. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kaspersky. Okay, Andris.
The next one.
I see this one.
Yeah, I think that Sophos is coming here.
Yeah. Sophos was also gathering some information. I hope it's stored properly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, with the privacy settings and everything.
So Justinas probably will show the prize and.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you everyone for coming and filling the forms of our lottery. I hope you enjoyed our girls who were actually giving away the forms. And I will ask for help, I guess, to pick the winner for this wonderful Kindle Paperwhite. So.
Kindle Paperwhite. Okay, I'm not looking.
Shuffle.
Shuffle. There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
Sophos girls did quite a nice job.
They did quite good.
Okay.
All right. And the winner is Oskars Ozoliņš.
RD ITC.
Yeah, we have winner.
Yes, it's a Kindle, so you will be very much into reading a lot of the books, that's all. Okay, a picture. Don't run away. Yes. Good one. Thank you. Thank you, Sophos. Okay.
Is Balabit somewhere here, please? Balabit.
Balabit?
Balabit.
Balabit?
So they are not maybe here. Hopefully they will come. Forge Rock.
Anybody from Forge Rock?
So maybe they are simply taking away the stands. Okay. Data Core.
Yeah, there is. Hey. So, how did you like the conference?
It was very nice and good place here to see Riga and all this. And very impressive, all the people coming here to this.
Yeah, really. I hope you visit us again. I think this is a beautiful building and there's just a small part of it. I mean, it's huge. Right, you now have to give a prize.
I think this one was.
I hope so.
Yeah, okay. So, Andris, how do we do it? We shuffle the cards?
Yes, we need to probably take out.
Or we mix in the box. So if we take out the box,
or just simply take a random one.
Okay. I'm not looking. You guys did a good job. So one of you is now, and the rest will come. Vladislavs Voļaks. Here? Yes. A little qualification exam. Yes, there is some information filled and answers given. Thank you. Very good. Okay, a photo. Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So principally, maybe we can simply take a draw for Balabit at the moment.
Yeah, I think we can do that. It makes
a...
sense. I will put this one away already, so it's not in the box anymore. Just don't forget to take
and for Forge Rock as well.
Okay, so let's take two.
So there is a nice smartwatch and GoPro camera at the moment for, yeah.
Vitālijs Roda students. Ir tāds? Jā. Okay. Here's the prize. Yeah, okay, let's take a nice picture. Good one. Thank you. Thank you. A nice applause. You are still in the row. Don't worry. There's more to come. Okay, the next one?
This is for ForgeRock at the moment. The previous was for Baltic. So
Good
they
one.
are not present, so maybe you are simply...
So the ForgeRock prize will be won by Jani Šlimte, Riga Technical University.
Jan Schlichte, I think.
Yeah, well, I can read it one more time. It says what it says, Jani Šlimte. Okay, are you here? Janis? No, he's not? Sorry, this goes away. No, we have to be cruel on this. Okay. Liga piebalga. iPro. Liga. Yes. He's there already. Okay. So, and finally we can do that. So okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Right.
So what we have like next? Skybox Security. Is this Skybox here?
Okay.
Thomas?
He must be here, but we can do it for him, no? Or we wait?
Maybe let's then ask Beyond Trust.
Okay.
Thorsten comes
Thorsten
and picks
coming.
Couple of iPads.
So it will be 2 prizes?
Yeah.
Okay, good one. Thorsten, this time you will draw. Yeah, I can mix it. One second, don't look. You know, it's a lot of stuff. So I mix it in random order, so it's easy to take one out. So you just don't look, pull it out. Okay. Do you want to read it? Some local names may sound nice. Yes. Oh, yeah, Janis Zanmanis, Opticom. No, sorry. Okay. You know, the odds are bigger, the less paper. Sergei Sparfeyevs, Datacom. Yes. Okay, take a. Right. Okay, don't run. Stay here. Stay here. Yeah. Okay. And Thorsten, we have to pull out one more. Thank you. So you don't run away. We make a picture with all of us. Kaspars Bogdanovs, Stream Networks. Okay, so gather up. Thorsten in the middle, yeah. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Oi, sorry.
So we have Cisco. Is Cisco here?
Must be.
Cisco is everywhere, yeah, definitely.
That's a nice point. I had exactly the same thing in mind.
Okay, we will somehow again pick for them.
Okay, we pull for them. So I need to find one? Or you have more? You have 3? Yeah. Okay.
3 smaller gifts, some storages.
That's a nice thing. Okay, let's pull the first out. Andrius Ieškauskas. EVP International. Anders? Okay. Thank you. Please. Okay, stay here. We will make a nice picture then. Now the next one. Iman Saks, Ecom. Is he here? Yes! Imans. Now, how is that possible? Now, how is that possible? But it must be possible. Okay. So what do we do? Punish him for having 2 prizes or allow that? What? Punish him. You see? But okay, it's my fault in this case. Since he came up here, it's no way back, right? Right, this is the right decision. Thank you. Okay? Somebody filled more, you know? It's your fault, it's not his fault. And that was different lottery, but anyway. Okay, and the third one goes to Artur Sters, entrepreneur.lv. But you're absolutely right, it was a different lottery. Sorry for that. Please. Okay, oi, hold it close. Good one. Okay, let's make a nice picture. Andres, why don't you want to be in an image? I know you're busy. Okay, thank you guys. A warm applause, especially to Mr. Saks. He's absolutely lucky today. So, what do we have next?
We still have Skybox Security and Thomas Wendrich, and he actually said that the next winner will receive via DHL small drone. So this is recorded online, so we need to pick it up and...
Okay, via DHL, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, a personal delivery. Ivans Gryazniks, TG Transit.
So you don't get like a physical goods immediately, but you will definitely receive it.
But we can shake your hand. So
Yeah.
your prize will arrive via DHL. It must be something
Skybox
big.
Security.
Okay. Good one. Thank you. Thank you.
So, haven't we forgot somebody? I think. I think no. I think everything else goes from DSS. I think.
Okay.
So there are some couple of storages, some DVR mini, and some small 1 terabyte storage. So I think quite
some small 1 terabyte. That's a time we live in. That's a nice thing.
So anyway, it's
okay.
You have very lucky
let's
hand.
pull it out. Okay, we have 5 to go, right?
Yep.
Okay. So one of the 5 is Erik Cezerinch, Accenture. And I'm absolutely happy with that decision because you, sir, asked a lot of questions during my session, so I'm absolutely delighted to give you this prize. Andres, if it comes from DSS, you have to handle that. Okay?
Thank you.
And the picture, of course. Thank you. Maybe he stays? You want a picture with all 5? Or I know you don't like pictures.
I don't like taking
I know
photos
he doesn't.
at all.
He doesn't like to be in the picture. Okay. 1 of 4 left goes to Raivis Žukalskis. Varam. Yeah. Yeah, Ivy. Okay, Andri?
This?
Right. Inese Salkalne, Latvijas Banka. Yes. And we said something about lack of women in IT industry. I think half of the prizes was, so it's very good. Inese. I know it's late evening, but nevertheless. Okay, thank you. We have two left. Andris Strautmanis, State Chancellery. Yes. And so, we have our last one.
And everybody is invited to the restaurant for wine.
Oh, that's a great one. Okay. Let's pull this time. So you say yes or no? Yes? No? No. Yes? No? Yes? Okay. So I'm not responsible. You said yes. Aurelijus Stanislovaitis iš Vizmo.
Just about going to leave now.
Okay, so you are the finalist, I must say. You received the last prize. Do you want to say something to the audience?
Yeah, at least at one conference. Yeah, at least.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you, everybody, and see you next year.
So we go for a wine to the restaurant, right?
Yeah, wine.
Okay, let's have some wine. Thank you very much for your time and your patience. I know we are a little bit over the time, but nevertheless, it was a great time to spend. Thank you.